This guy's got hidden talent and everyone still looks down on him anyway. Born into a powerful noble family, and yet is branded a failure, his own existence just forgotten by everyone around him. But that's about to change, and they're all going to regret it. Oscar's mana deficiency was never his fault. A potion that was supposed to secretly boost his power had been poisoned instead, sealing his mana away for good. Testing the elixir one more time, Oscar figures it out instantly. It's obvious to him. Someone tried to kill him with this. Oscar Crucian was a victim, and is about to get his revenge. Inside that mansion, a man warns his boss that the young mage showed up at the shop, demanding to know who sold that premium elixir. And when nobody answered, he tore the whole place apart. The kid was wearing a white tower mage ring. It doesn't take long before the men freeze in terror. The kid is standing right there in the window. The boss orders them to kill the mage on the spot, but Oscar's eyes stay ice cold. No fear, none at all. One wind blade later, and a man's head is already lying several feet from his body. The boss panics and reaches for the power of the weak, a gun. Oscar just stops the bullet midair and wonders, almost bored, what kind of magic this even is. No mana signature at all. Some kind of metal magic? He tosses the attack right back at the guy like it's nothing, and the man drops. Obviously. Turns out he wasn't even a mage to begin with. Oscar doesn't want much, just one answer. Who ordered the poisoning? The boss refuses to talk, so Oscar gives him the 1,000-kill stare, and asks if a piece of trash pride is really worth more than his own life. After a generous helping of pain, and the taste of Oscar's boot sole, the man finally spills everything. A hooded figure had offered the money, and made it very clear, refuse, and you die. And this hooded man, wearing a white tower ring, just like our protagonist. The only other detail the boss picked up on was the guy scent. Unique, like fresh mint. But before we go any further, we need to understand how the MC got this strong in the first place, and how he ever fell for a poisoned elixir scam like some rookie. 20 years ago, this exact same man was the greatest archmage the world had ever known. He faced down the single most feared being in history, the High Priest of Demons, completely alone, in a war that nearly wiped humanity off the map entirely. He won, but that victory cost him everything. His tower, reduced to ash, 200 mags, dead beside him, and there he was, dying, surrounded by the corpses of the only friends he'd ever had, with no idea if he'd ever get the chance to make up for every sacrifice he demanded from them. It was there, alone, blood draining from his own hands, that the greatest mage in history closed his eyes and died. But fate wasn't finished with him yet. 20 years later, his eyes snap open again. A heart that should have gone cold decades ago starts beating once more, and when he finally catches his own reflection, he realizes that face isn't his anymore. He's inside the body of a bankrupt young noble now, branded a disgrace by his own family, humiliated as the weakest mage in the entire tower, a failure, nobody respected. Except this time, it's different. This time, he's not making the same mistakes twice. He's not sacrificing everything for some greater cause, forgetting to protect the people who actually matter. This time, he lives for himself, and for whoever he chooses to protect, even if that makes him the villain. Back in the present, Oscar discovers something brutal. The man searches for the papers inside a drawer. He hands over the documents, saying everything relevant is in there. Oscar begins to read the papers, starting with the information on the White Tower. April 28th is known as the Day of the White Knight because of Oscar's sacrifice, but even after that, the tower never recovered. The documents state there will be an important announcement on the Day of the White Knight, and an expert speculates the tower's problem is a lack of advanced magic. But Oscar remembers he gave Edna documents precisely to prevent this from happening. On top of that, the White Tower has the worst financial results of them all. Meanwhile, the Yellow Tower of the East controls electricity and begins a new era of magical engineering. The Blue Tower handles agriculture, potion production, and potable water. And finally, the Red Tower deals with military services, thanks to its attack magic. But Oscar wants to know what happened to the White Tower. The boss replies that now they make deliveries. Oscar is speechless upon hearing this. He begins to tremble with rage as the man explains they have an edge by making fast and secure deliveries. In that moment, reality hits Oscar hard. The mags of the White Tower, who flew high and controlled the skies, were seen as a symbol of freedom. They were even compared to dragons. Oscar asks who supported this idea, and the boss reveals it was the current master of the White Tower. Oscar's reaction changes completely. He realizes it was his own boys. He wants to understand the water and agriculture industry, because potions were always the mag's greatest source of profit. But the boss explains the situation is different, because now the Blue Tower has a virtual monopoly. Oscar thinks that in his time, that position belonged to them. The boss continues explaining that the drinking water industry consisted of selling clean water and making it rain in dry areas. Oscar does not understand why anyone would buy clean water. To him, It seems like they are playing the fool for some extra money, since everyone can drink water from a well. He reflects that the magic tower cannot compete with the others, and that the festival is his last chance to turn the tables. The man begs for his life, and Oscar wonders if he has not already lost too much blood. He considers sparing the man for the useful information he provided, until he reads a notebook and discovers that the man has committed dozens of crimes. He then turns to leave, saying the man is nothing more than human trash, and simply flees the scene of the crime. Oscar thinks that perhaps the man will have better luck in his next life. The next morning, back at the White Tower, Oscar enters his room, feeling exhaustion take hold. He cannot believe he is this exhausted just from using basic spells, and he needs to figure out what is wrong with this body. He wonders if he can use that magic in this state, the magic that made him the greatest mage in history, the Wind Archive. But the spell dissipates almost instantly, and he realizes he still cannot use it. To better understand the body, he decides to use a magical scan. While the scan is in progress, he takes the opportunity to read some information about the original Oscar. The memories are still jumbled, and it is crucial to learn more about the body's owner in order to save him. The book is about Oscar Crushen, the Count's heir. He was the sole survivor of the fire that destroyed the family mansion. The magical world recognized his genius early on, and the towers even fought to recruit him. During his 6 years at the Empire's Magic Academy, he earned nothing but perfect grades, and the extraordinary thesis he published only confirmed that he was a true genius. Oscar wonders why such a genius was at level 1, and the book explains the grim truth. He has mana deficiency syndrome, a condition that prevented him from becoming the greatest mage of his generation. Oscar is in shock from what he has just read. If this is true, his low level makes perfect sense. He understands magic like no one else, but simply cannot use it. At that moment, the magical scan is complete. A screen with the results appears before Oscar. He realizes instantly that this is not a disease. Someone has sealed his mana circuit. This syndrome prevents a person from circulating or accumulating magic, and no matter how much they train, they can never surpass level 3. But Oscar's situation is different. His mana circuit does not have a congenital defect. Someone bound it on purpose. He thinks that if the original Oscar was truly a genius, he would have certainly known that he did not have this so-called syndrome. He starts pulling some books from a shelf, thinking it would be nice if the original Oscar had left a diary. From what Frank said, he was just an alcoholic, but maybe that was just a mask he created to protect himself. He knew someone had blocked his circuit and was after his life, so he acted that way on purpose. If that is the case, the temptation to take the illegal elixir makes sense, since he could not trust anyone. He needed to break those chains alone. The Oscar of now just needs to untie the knot, and he knows he can do it. At that moment, he notices a different book on the table. The title is The Reinterpretation of Basic Magic. Oscar starts flipping through the book quickly, and he soon realizes something is different about it. There are dozens of notes on how to use each wind spell in the most efficient way possible. Oscar realizes the concept behind the advanced windshield is similar to his own, and very different from the rigid idea that the spell is only for defense. The old Oscar also wrote about how to better use magic and even created other basic spells. He could not use magic himself, but he still ran all the experiments in his own head, and now he understands why they called him a genius, since they both think the same way when interpreting the theory. Just by reading this, it is clear he never gave up on magic. In fact, he worked harder than anyone else. At the end, he signs off as a mage who will try to face his greatest challenge. Then Oscar understands. The former owner of this body knew everything, but he had to face it all alone. He stands up, repeating the name Oscar Crushen, a young mage who did not give up because of his fate and who walked his own path in silence. With that in mind, the protagonist sits on the sofa. He swears in the name of Oscar Sage, the 17th master of the Magic Tower, that he will challenge the knot the other one could not. He begins to gather wind energy in his chest, and he will make those who broke his wings pay for it. Sometime later, he appears in the middle of a greenhouse. Oscar walks around, wondering how he ended up in that place. He remembers falling asleep because he was exhausted from studying how to untie the knot. But suddenly a voice calls him master, and it catches his attention. It is his 3 disciples saying they were there for him. Oscar realizes it instantly. It is the dream curse, the one cast on him by the Viscount of Nightmares. Because of it, every time he sleeps, he is forced to relive the past. He thought it would end when he took over this new body, but it seems the curse is linked to the soul, not the body. But he still considers himself lucky, since the dreams of his students remain intact. Then, Oscar announces that class is about to begin. He explains that magic may seem the same, but it is actually divided into 4 types. He says that the White Tower, for example, is the balance type. Shasha asks if everyone has a preference, and Oscar replies that they are different characteristics. The Golden Tower focuses on speed, the red on fire magic, and the blue and white towers are the balance type. Gilead says he wants acceleration magic, but Oscar explains that it is not a choice. A person is born with their type. He says that finding out their type is simpler than they imagine, and asks Shasha to extend her finger and use magic. The girl says it is her first time, so it might take a while. But in that same instant, mana begins to flow from her finger. Oscar says she is the balance type, the same type as his. The girl is happy, and says she likes the result. Gilead tries next, and Oscar says he is the acceleration type. Next, he calls Lloyd to take the test, but a flower appears on his finger, which means he is the special type. Lloyd asks if it is possible to change types, but Oscar says his is rare and does not need changing. The boy says he prefers the balance type, and Oscar tries to convince him to accept his own. He promises to give him the highest number of private lessons, and even considers researching a way to change his type. Lloyd asks if he is telling the truth. Oscar confirms, explaining that special mags are difficult to develop. The boy accepts, saying it is not so bad, as long as he keeps his promise of extra lessons. Watching the memory, the present Oscar thinks about what a brat Lloyd was. His nickname was the Man of Promises. No matter how much he tried to seem mature, deep down, he was still a child. Back in the present, a radio in the corner of the room catches his attention. It is an announcement from the broadcasting room. The message asks Oscar Crucian to report to Laboratory 4202. As he walks to the laboratory, he thinks that he still has 8 physical circuits. In addition, he gained 2 mana lines and is now at level 2. He finds it ironic to be happy about being a level 2 mage. Upon arriving, Maxim tells him to sit and comments that his memories seem to be improving. Oscar confirms that they are. Maxim Bisk, now an elder of the tower, was Oscar's junior in the past. He joined the tower many years later, but he is already an elder. He was always very dedicated, so it was to be expected. In the past, he followed him everywhere, calling him senior, and later started calling him Tower Master. Oscar thinks about how hard he worked and perfected his magic. Suddenly, Maxim asks what he is laughing about. Maxim then says he received a report. The head of the Gordon family and the current house leader are dead. He asks if Oscar has anything to say on the matter. Oscar simply denies it, saying their deaths probably had a good reason. Oscar explains that they died because they tried to take his life. He hands over a notebook and says the elixir was poisoned, and this was the price for trying to kill him. In the notebook, he states that he went to talk to them, but they tried to take his life again. Maxim sees there was money there, but that it does not seem to be legitimate. The record also shows the terms of a mercenary contract, so Maxim decides to treat the case as self-defense. Oscar thanks him and takes the opportunity to ask for a favor. He wants to meet the master of the magic tower, and Maxim says that is not difficult since they always discuss magic. However, at best, Oscar will only be able to meet her 6 months from now. Oscar is confused, because that would be after the festival begins. Maxim explains that she left on a business trip to handle an important commission, and Oscar finds it strange that she would leave for something like that. But in the end, he just accepts the fact that the Tower Master is not around. He thinks the event must be very important for the Master to go personally, and wonders what her level is. The Master, Shasha, is level 7. Oscar remembers that at her age, he was already level 9, and that with her talent, she should be at least level 8 by now. Maxim changes the subject and comments that the report says the cut on the body was well made, and supposes that Oscar has been practicing attack magic. Oscar simply replies that he is always training, and Maxim dismisses him. As he is leaving, another person arrives. It is Hamel Glimwitz, the vice master of the tower. He says he came to ask Maxim not to be so hard on Oscar, but it seems he arrived too late. Maxim realizes that if Hamel came all this way for the boy, it is because he cares about Oscar. He thinks that, even for basic magic, no one could perfect a cut like that in just 2 days of training. Oscar has truly been working very hard. Hamel breaks into a smile, proud of the boy's effort. Then Hamel asks if they can go to the meeting, because Fidelina is already waiting. Now on the 10th floor, Oscar remembers seeing his students in a dream, and that is why he wanted to come here. But the place is empty. Suddenly, a gardener approaches him. The man calls him young Oscar, and the boy asks who he is. He introduces himself as Wilter, the tower's facilities manager, and says they used to talk a lot. Oscar then asks how many people know he lost his memory, and Wilter laughs. Oscar wants to know why he called him young Oscar. Wilter explains that he has worked there for a long time, and that the former tower master was known as the Great Oscar. Oscar is surprised by this difference in treatment. He thinks it is a good way to differentiate them, and says he will use the idea. Then he asks if they can continue to be colleagues, but Wilter reveals that he is leaving after 40 years of working at the tower. He explains that he served 3 different masters, and saw all the other employees change so many times, that now he is the only one left from that era. The reason he stayed so long was something the former tower master said, that everyone there were true members of the tower. Wilter admits it may not seem like much, but from that moment on, he began to work with a purpose. But that is precisely why he is leaving now. Oscar does not understand, and asks what he means by that. Wilter explains that the tower is not doing well, and that a single glance at the facilities proves it. He says that next month will mark his 40th year working there, and Oscar immediately asks if this is about the long service award. It turns out that all tower members, except for the Mags, receive a medal and a cash reward, a sum large enough to buy mansions. Wilter explains that the tower cannot afford to pay the reward. To raise that money, many people would have to risk their lives on missions, and he cannot accept that, because no matter what anyone says, that place is his second home. Oscar realizes he had no idea the situation was this dire. He remembers mocking the Blue Tower for doing extravagant things just for money. But who is he to judge the work of others? After all, it is because of that money that they are in a better situation. Meanwhile, all he has are honorary titles that do not pay the bills, and he cannot even secure the reward for someone who has looked after the tower for decades. It is at this moment that Wilter calls out to him. He asks why Oscar is clenching his fists so tightly. Oscar asks when he plans to leave, and Wilter replies that it will be in 2 weeks. He also tells Oscar he should go to the infirmary to get his hand treated, but Oscar says he hopes they can remain colleagues. He states that Wilter does not have to leave, because there is a way. Oscar promises he will find a way to make a lot of money so that Wilter does not have to leave. Later, Oscar wonders what he can do. He considers research, lectures, and missions, but the payment could take time. Besides, he is only a level 2 mage. He needs a venture that makes a lot of money fast, and potions seem to be the only option. That is when an idea strikes him. Oscar leans forward, noticing something in the newspaper. Meanwhile, in the Vice Master's office, Elder Fidelina says she cannot ignore the misappropriation of funds, and Maxim agrees that it is wrong. Fidelina then asks what else there is to discuss. She asks if he is just going to ignore it, because theft is a habit that only gets worse with time. Maxim replies that she does not need to worry. After all, he remarks that there is not much to steal in the tower anyway. Fidelina orders him to throw the boy into isolation, but Maxim refuses. He says it makes no sense to put a level 1 mage through that. Hamel interrupts, reminding them that the isolation training would be too harsh, as the Elder already warned. That would be the same as gambling with the boy's life. He suggests that instead, the boy should pay back triple the amount he took. Fidelina changes the subject, stating that they are short on funds and need to make a decision soon. She says there are many unused facilities, and that if they sell the equipment in the potions chamber, they can stay afloat for 3 months before going bankrupt. Hamel immediately objects, saying he cannot allow that to happen. He reminds everyone that this is the Magic Tower, a place where mags gather to study and share knowledge. He argues that they cannot sell the future to satisfy the hunger of the present. Fidelina then retorts, asking if they even have a future at all. She says they have already waited for 20 years, but Maxim cuts her off mid-sentence. Fidelina tells the Vice Master to face reality. If a genius who could save the tower existed, he certainly would not come looking for them. Hamel tries to say something, but a noise interrupts him. The Elder turns and asks who is at the door, reminding them they are in the middle of a meeting. It is Oscar. He appears at the entrance and introduces himself once more. He approaches them all and says he has a suggestion. He asks, please, for a chance to start a business here. Fidelina explodes, shouting that he embezzled research funds and now has the audacity to want to start a business. Oscar ignores her and explains that he found an article in old newspapers. The Vince estate went into isolation because of a flu epidemic. Hamel says he also saw the news. People began to call the disease the Cadena flu, which is terrible. Today, the disease has no cure. In the past, the White Tower even created a vaccine, but the formula was lost 20 years ago. Oscar confirms that is exactly it. Not even the Blue Tower, which dominates the market, has managed to recreate the vaccine. That is what he wants to start with. He wants to sell vaccines for the Cadena flu, a product they once held a monopoly on. Fidelina says this conversation is not even worth having. She points out that other magic towers and major corporations invested a fortune and still failed to recreate the vaccine. And now he, a 20-year-old boy, thinks he can accomplish what no one else has. Oscar confirms that he can, but adds that there is one detail. He is a real genius. Hearing that line makes Fidelina even more furious. She shouts that he embezzled 700,000 bells from the last fee, reminding him that a farmer's annual salary is 20,000 after taxes. She accuses him of having no idea how money works, but at that moment, Hamel interrupts her. Hamel points out that Oscar is here as a mage to suggest an investment. He understands she handles the finances, but she is being rude. Fidelina lowers her head a little apprehensively and apologizes. Oscar thinks he finally understands why she hates him so much. She is the treasurer, so it makes sense, since he has never done anything useful. Regardless, he continues and asks the director to consider his proposal. Hamel asks if he is certain it is the Cadena flu, and Oscar confirms that he is. He explains that Archbishop Baldwin of the Altara Order suddenly changed his plans during his pilgrimage, and will now stay in Cyrene for a month. The Altara Order venerates Mother Earth, and has only 7 archbishops. They are supposed to be the most worthy, but reality is quite different. An archbishop is permitted to stay for up to a month at any estate he visits, but that only happens when visiting nobility. Cyrene may have been a great city in the past, but today it is in decline. Maxim agrees, but says he thought the reason for the visit was to offer prayers and blessings. Oscar replies that this is precisely why the whole situation is strange. Why offer prayers for a desolate land? He reminds everyone that the pilgrimage route was already set. It was to be Cyrene, Mosque, Melbourne, and Greenwale, and after that comes the city of Vinci. Maxim recalls that the Archbishop stayed in Knox for a month before going to Cyrene. He calculates the plan is to spend a month in each of the other cities. This makes it seem like he is trying to delay his visit to Melbourne as much as possible. After all, if an incident happens during the pilgrimage, the Altara Order will say they angered the goddess, and the Archbishop's word will be the final sentence. Maxim then recalls that Baldwin knows the flu is the Cadena. He asks if the disease is not taking too long to subside. Fidelina replies that his analysis is good, as expected from a theoretical mage, but in the end, it is just a theory. Hamel says he understands what Oscar is saying, but they cannot officially sponsor the project. If they did, they would no longer be able to fund other mags, but he takes an envelope from his pocket and says he can invest his own money in his project. Fidelina looks to the tower's vicemaster, who nods, saying it is all right. The problem is that it is only 30,000 cinos. Oscar repeats the amount, unable to believe it. He is in shock. The amount is not even close to what he needs. Back in the potion production chamber, Oscar holds up a few vials. He decides he will have to use Plan B. The plan is to use this money to make a sample of the vaccine. Afterwards, he will get more money from the Archbishop, who is growing more and more desperate. To begin, he puts on his goggles. He thinks that taking money from desperate people is always easy, and now it is time to warm up. A spark of magic shines in Oscar's eyes. Steam rises from the newly finished potion. He says now is the time. He then pours the liquid into another vial. He takes off his goggles, satisfied. Not bad. That a true master always maintains his standards, and that he made this energy drink just for practice. At that moment, Frank comes in shouting that his back is going to break. He drops the bags to rest and asks if there is anything to drink. Oscar says he has a recovery potion and hands him the vial. Frank drinks it all and asks if the potion was just made. Oscar comments that the ingredients are in excellent condition. Frank replies that he chose only the best ones. Oscar says he should become a merchant. Frank jokes that he is thinking of doing just that when the tower goes bankrupt. In that same instant, Oscar slaps him on the head. Frank asks why he did that. Oscar replies that he could not help himself. Frank then asks what he needs to do now, since the elder sent him to help. Oscar thinks she was very harsh with him personally, but that she did the right thing this time. He tells Frank they will start by carrying the ingredients, but the truth is, he does not need an assistant. The White Tower is full of problem youths. They are very talented, but they have a screw loose. Still, they can be very useful, and Frank Sirius is one of them. The boy is very perceptive, and Oscar is starting to get curious about him. Frank asks if the herbs are poisonous. He points to the black lilies of the valley and the red camellias, and also to the ghost mushrooms and myrrh flowers. Oscar explains that just because they are poisonous does not mean they cannot be used. The normal method is to boil everything for 12 hours. He confirms this is the way, but the problem is that the nutrients are lost in the process. This reminds him of the Yang Dynasty dumplings, which are made with a tool called a steamer. If they use that same tool to detoxify the herbs, they can preserve most of the nutrients. With this method, they can extract 98% of the ingredients' effects. Frank looks at the pot and asks if the process is over, but Oscar says no. This just softens the ingredients and makes things easier. The real detoxification begins now. He uses a spell to purify the steam rising from the pot. Oscar extracts the poison, saying they now just need to separate the toxins from the steam, and he tells the boy to pay close attention. A greenish sphere forms in the air. Oscar remarks that the rest of the steam is now free of toxins. All that is left is to mix everything in the right proportions, and just like that, they create the remedy for the Cadena flu. Frank looks confused, so Oscar tells him to try it himself. The young man thinks that is easier said than done. He cannot use spells simultaneously and wonders if he should start with the air drain. Oscar notices the boy's mana control is unstable, but not terrible. But that is all he has. Frank does not understand what he means. Oscar asks if something is wrong. Frank replies that he is mocking him for not being able to use simultaneous spells. He explains that one needs to be level 4 or 5 to understand this principle, and he is only level 3. But Oscar says he will teach him anyway. The trick is to think of it as creating petitions in his own mind. On the left side, he uses spell A. On the right side, spell B. Oscar tells him to try, saying he has nothing to lose. Frank repeats the instruction to himself, and he succeeds in separating the toxins from the nutrients. The boy is surprised, and Oscar congratulates him. Oscar explains this technique was only kept secret out of pure greed. The elders did not want to give away a technique they struggled to learn to the newcomers for free, and this eventually became a tradition. But on the battlefield, such a tradition is nothing but a hindrance. To survive, techniques must be shared. The White Tower needs interactive teaching and an exchange of knowledge, and it needs it now. He praises the boy, saying he is quite talented. Honestly, Oscar did not expect him to succeed on his first try. Frank says he only succeeded because Oscar taught him well, and Oscar returns the jab. The young man crouches down, saying there are still many ingredients left and that he needs to get to work. Then, Oscar sighs with a smile on his face. Hours later, Frank is exhausted, but they manage to make 500 bottles. Maxime bursts in, saying they have a problem. Newtech, the pharmaceutical company from the Indigo Tower, confirmed a visit to Siren an hour ago to meet with the Archbishop. Oscar realizes they were not just stalling, they had a plan. Maxime warns that if Newtech closes the deal first, their medicine will be useless. Life can be unfair, but Oscar says the fight is not over yet. He remembers an important detail. The Cadena flu is classified as a Class B disaster, and in that case, there is something they can try. He then asks if the Elder can fly faster than a carriage. Meanwhile, in one of Siren's lodgings, the door opens, and a voice announces that the guests have arrived. Baldwin tells them to come in. Moira Main, a level 5 mage, and Neil Bryan, the company director, enter and greet the Archbishop. Baldwin asks them to sit. He then asks how the production of the Cadena flu medicine is going. Moira replies that everything is going well. Baldwin wants to know when the medicine will be ready, and Neil explains that some clinical trials are still needed. Neil continues, saying that with good results, they should be able to get approval from the health authorities. He explains that the trials will take a day or two. Baldwin then asks when the medicine will be for sale. Moira replies that it would take about 6 months, which makes the Archbishop furious. He explains that he needs to go to Vince in just 4 months. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door, and Baldwin tells the person to enter. He turns to Neil and asks why he did not mention bringing more people. Moira replies that they did not bring anyone. The three of them wonder who it could be. Oscar opens the door and remembers at the last second that their greeting is different. He then introduces himself as a level 2 mage from the White Tower, and says he is there to make an excellent proposal. Baldwin asks what brings him there. Oscar replies that he is there for the cure for the Cadena flu. Baldwin says he is right on time, since the other two are there for the same reason. Oscar asks if by any chance, he is too late. The Archbishop replies that he is not, because the duo from New Tech came unprepared. Moira gets angry and shouts that it is a lie. She says the White Tower has neither the money nor the technology to create a cure. The Archbishop ignores her protest, and asks Oscar directly if he really has the cure. Oscar places a box on the table. He asks who would have the courage to lie to the Archbishop of the Order. Then he opens the box and shows the sample of the medicine. Baldwin says that if they are to negotiate, he needs to know their production capacity and timeline. To the side, Moira tries to protest. The Archbishop replies that they are the ones who came unprepared, and Moira retorts that they do not have the administration's permission. Then she turns to the protagonist. She wants to know if he even managed to get the approval, but Oscar says no. Moira says she expected as much, and that in the end the situation does not change, since her tower can also mass-produce the treatment as soon as it receives approval. She also reminds them that they need to consider the long history of her tower. Oscar interrupts her, finding it amusing that she speaks of a long history right in front of a mage from the White Tower. Moira becomes furious and demands that he take back what he said. The protagonist gestures with his hand and reminds them that, according to history, his tower was founded first. He says this 5-year difference is something all masters of the Blue Tower have always wanted to overcome, but that it will not happen even in 10,000 years. And it seems she has forgotten about the monopoly they once held. Moira replies that this is in the past, and that no one remembers anymore. But suddenly, a crushing pressure slams into her body. Oscar is furious, and asks what she means by no one remembers. He realizes this is how she truly sees the situation. Then he will have to refresh her memory himself. Suddenly, a subordinate opens the door. He apologizes for the interruption, but says there is an urgent call. The call is from the Lord of Vince. Baldwin takes the call, and the Lord of Vince begins by thanking him for his kindness. He is referring to the shipment of the cure for the Cadena flu. The Lord explains that the elder of the White Tower said the Archbishop prepared everything in secret, and that he should thank him. He confirms that all patients were cured within hours. Baldwin asks if there were any side effects, but the Lord denies it, and immediately wants to know when the second batch will arrive. He says that Maxim told him this decision was up to the Archbishop. Baldwin replies that he will send the next batch as soon as it is ready. After the call, he turns to Oscar and asks if this was his doing, and the young man confirms it. Moira shouts that this goes against the administration's laws, but Oscar denies it. He says that perhaps she does not understand much about law, but that laws of war exist. He sighs, thinking that 20 years of peace have made people forget this. He explains that the weapon that killed the most people in the war against the demons was a pandemic. Back then, even though the Mags created a swift treatment, the administration took far too long to approve it. That is why His Majesty created a new law, decreeing that treatments during wartime are a special case. They are not subject to the administration's normal laws, and there are 3 situations considered to be a state of war. The first is a war against another species or nation. The second is a revolution, and the last is when a Class B or higher disaster occurs. The Cadena flu is a Class B natural disaster. That is why they do not need to follow the administration's laws. Neil shouts that if the White Tower can do it, then they can send their own treatment too. But Baldwin explains that they do not understand. The race ended the second the treatment arrived in Vince. What is more, the Lord of Vince now thinks they were working with the White Tower all along, and there is no turning back. Neil still tries to argue, saying he can lower the price, but Baldwin gets irritated with him for trying to buy the church's image with money. He says he does not want to hear anymore and orders them to leave. Then, Moira rises to her feet in anger. She warns that she will make Oscar pay for this, and he can only wonder if these brats have a villain's phrasebook. Then he reveals he has already registered the patent for the treatment and vaccine at the palace. He says if she wants to sell the product, she must compensate the White Tower, or she will have to throw it all away. Moira's anger only intensifies, and she grinds her teeth. And then she storms out of the room, hitting everything in her path. Neil says goodbye to the Archbishop. Then, he gives Oscar a nod. In that moment, the scent of wind begins to drift past Oscar. He turns around, looking at Neil, and he remembers that the description of that scent was very specific. It was like the scent of mint. Oscar is left perplexed by this revelation. He stares at the door in silence until he hears the Archbishop's laughter. Baldwin invites him to sit, saying they can finally talk now. He says they should discuss the price first, and mentions the Indigo Tower wanted 2 million Xenos. Oscar breaks into a smile, and he replies that if they ask for 2, he will take nothing less than 5 million. Baldwin laughs when he hears this. A few hours later, at the White Tower, Fidelina asks what that is. She is looking at a signed check for 10 million Xenos. Oscar smiles and waves his hand, as if it is nothing. Fidelina hugs him, saying she knew he could do it, and mocks him and congratulates him. Hamill agrees that it is surprising, saying that not even the Archbishop would pay that much. Oscar explains that there were some additional fees. He says they were announcement fees. The announcement will be that the Archbishop had a revelation about the epidemic, and thanks to that, they obtained the antidotes. For someone who wants to become a cardinal, this story of divine revelation greatly helps his image. He must have really liked the idea, because he paid 1 million Xenos for the contract alone. In return, the White Tower must deliver the vaccines and antidotes within a week. Hamill remarks that this is incredible. The disciplinary action demanded triple the original amount, but Oscar managed to get 400 times more. Fidelina says she has no problem ending the disciplinary action. Hamill offers to help, and Oscar replies that he needs to gather level 4 mags or higher. So Fidelina asks what she should do. Hamill explains the plan. The potions laboratory is recruiting level 4 mags and higher, and anyone who participates receives payment and meat. A few hours later, the students gather in the potions laboratory, not quite understanding what is happening. Frank comments that this is quite a sight. Oscar then claps his hands to get his senior's attention, but everyone ignores him and keeps talking. So Oscar snaps his fingers. He uses a sound restriction on them. He finally gets everyone's attention and explains the reason for the meeting. They are making flu vaccines and antidotes, and he needs help. The other mags start to get suspicious, wondering if this whole thing is a scam. Oscar is completely lost as he hears these rumors. He asks why they do not like him, and Frank tells him to think about everything he has done so far. Frank says he is annoying, arrogant, and that he wasted the tower's resources without doing any research. A mage approaches Oscar and asks how they are supposed to make the medicine if the production methods were lost. He replies that he has already recovered the methods, and she wants to know if they have been proven. Oscar confirms and says he has even secured a contract with the Order. The mage realizes the value of this must be a fortune, and that compared to it, the meat potions are a joke. That is why she asks why he trusts them enough to share such valuable information. Oscar's answer is strange. He says that in fact he does not understand why they remain at the White Tower. The mage gets irritated and says that is no way to talk to someone you are asking for help. She thinks she wasted her time coming here. She turns to leave, saying she does not know what his intention is, but that no one there deserves to hear something like that. But Oscar stops her, saying he knows about the sacrifices they made for the tower. The mage turns back, surprised. He calls her by her name, Lena White, a level 5 mage who rejected all the towers, including the red one. He continues, naming Herrick Dryan, who refused a position as a royal mage, and Deckard Rhine, who turned down being a professor at the academy, and also Sophia Rose, who was sought out by the Golden Tower and refused the offer. Oscar admits that if an offer like that came to him, he does not know if he could refuse, but none of them abandoned the White Tower. Lena then asks if the elders know about their secret meetings. Oscar replies that he did not want to worry the elders. He explains that the tower is facing the worst winter in its history. In this situation, they all could have gone to a warmer place, but they chose to stay in the cold. Oscar says that if he cannot trust people like that, he cannot trust anyone. He finishes by saying that if they do not want to help, that is fine. At that moment, Frank calls him a crocodile. Oscar ignores the comment and tells Frank to come on, because the two of them are starting the work right now. Lena watches the scene from a distance, completely confused. He then coughs to get his attention. The veterans approach, curious. They ask if all they have to do is put on the goggles and why Oscar would let them do the work alone. Frank comments, surprised, that he never imagined Oscar could convince these people. But Oscar clarifies that the meat he promised is not pork. When they hear it is steak, everyone celebrates. In the end, production turns out to be much higher than expected. Sometime later, walking through the greenhouse, Oscar finds some petals on the floor and immediately thinks this is the old man's doing. He is certain the old man has returned, and that it was the tower's vice master who dragged him here. He then sits cross-legged to read the newspaper. The newspaper says the Vince territory has announced the end of the pandemic, and that he himself has been nominated for a peace prize. At that moment, Frank comes running, calling for Oscar in excitement. He says that vaccine orders keep pouring in and that they are going to make a lot of money from this. Oscar replies that it is obvious, since people care about their own lives. But Frank reminds him that the orders will eventually decrease, because no one will buy a vaccine after the epidemic is over. Oscar says that is not a problem, because he has already created a potion that will always be in demand. He clarifies that it is not the so-called Star's Tear, the one from the rumors. They say that potion can even bring back those who have already died. But producing something like that would only make people try to steal the formula. He was only safe this time, because he used the Archbishop as a shield. So he tells Frank to gather the materials for the new potions. Frank reads the list and says they are rare materials. Oscar finds this strange, because he thought they were specialties of Siren. It turns out the fields where these plants used to grow were destroyed a long time ago. Now on the road, Frank yells that Oscar is crazy for going all the way there just because he did not believe him. He complains that there was no need to go to a place that not even a carriage can reach. Oscar tells him to hang in there, saying they are only a few miles away. But Frank informs him that they do not use that unit of measurement anymore. Oscar is shocked. Frank explains that the units have been unified. They now use meters, and pounds have become grams. Oscar is in shock with this news from the world. He thinks that at least he enjoyed the old calculations while he could. At that moment, Frank points to a cabin just ahead and asks if someone is living there. An old man opens the door and asks if they walk the entire way. Frank confirms, explaining that the carriage could only drop them off at the start of the road. Just then, a carriage full of men in suits approaches the cabin. The vehicle stops right on top of the old man's flower garden. The man, who appears to be the group's leader, gets out and asks the old man if today he will finally sell the land. The old man storms out of the cabin, furious. The man in the suit says he should stop being stubborn, but the old man replies that he would not sell the land even for Miss Rillo's castle. The man, Devore Powell, replies that playing hard to get only works in the beginning. He threatens that if the old man keeps this up, no one will recognize him anymore. Ivan, the herbalist, replies that this is none of his business. Devore insists he is speaking for the old man's own good. He says it is best to sell now and enjoy the rest of his life in comfort, because the land's value will plummet once the factories arrive. Ivan finds this funny, and warns that as long as he is there, no factory will get a permit to be built. The response leaves Devore visibly irritated. He turns his head and tells his men to leave, but before leaving, he remembers something. He comments that he trampled some plants on the way, and that the money he is giving him should cover the damage. Then, He throws a wad of cash on the ground. After that, he gets in the car and drives away. In the car, Devor comments that the men with the old man were from the White Tower. The driver thinks they probably came for herbs, since that brings in a lot of money, and not just a little money, but a hefty sum. Devor is reading the newspaper, but does not seem to react to the information. Suddenly, he hits the driver on the head with the newspaper, and asks why he is only telling him this now. He realizes that if the old man gets the tower support, he will refuse to sell the land for a few more years. And for him, Devor, it is getting harder and harder to pay back the loan, so he gets his man's attention. He announces they will hire mercenaries, and the reason is quite obvious. The subordinate tries to argue, but Devor cuts him off. He says they can just make the old man disappear and then buy the house at an auction. He admits it will be a bit suspicious, but he also has powerful people backing him, and if the mags from the White Tower are there, they will die too. The subordinate warns that things will get difficult if the four towers get involved, but Devor just laughs and says that is old news. To him, the White Tower already has one foot in the grave. Later that night, Frank and Oscar are in an open field. Frank comments that the old man is a good person for letting them sleep there and even offering them food. Oscar agrees, looking at the sky with a nostalgic air. Ivan had warned them it was dangerous to leave at night and that they should sleep there since he is loyal to the White Tower. Frank had asked who that man from before was, and old Ivan told them everything. He said he is a mobster who kidnaps, threatens, and even kills to get what he wants. This mobster started buying up all the land in the region 3 years ago, with the plan of turning the place into the largest industrial area on the continent. Oscar asked how Ivan managed to withstand the pressure, but the old man said that, in fact, the mobster is the one at a disadvantage. The reason is that he is considered a living cultural heritage for his knowledge in herb cultivation. Frank understands immediately that this means he has protection from the imperial family. Oscar comments that even so, the old man could get rich if he sold the land. But Ivan's answer to that was quite obvious. He does not sell because he loves this land. It is his home, and it will remain so until his last breath. Back in the present, Oscar repeats that the old man is truly a good man. Frank finds it funny how he got all flustered after saying that and ran back inside his house. Frank comments that even the stars seem brighter here. Oscar then asks if he is envious. Frank admits he has always wondered what it would be like to have an amazing life. He says a genius like Oscar probably does not understand how he feels. But Oscar says that Frank is already quite impressive in his own way. Frank just thanks him, thinking they are empty words. Oscar says that is not it, that he is not the type to compliment others for no reason. He wonders why the young Oscar called him problematic, while Frank comments that the stars are beautiful. Oscar replies that in the old days, you could see the stars right in the middle of Cyrene, but now the city is too bright because of the lampposts, and as bad as the darkness is, it had its romantic side. Frank asks how long ago that happened. He then asks if they can revive Cyrene's herb industry, and Oscar says it is not impossible, but that they will talk to the elder tomorrow. Suddenly, a strange sensation takes over his mind. Oscar turns around at once, trying to figure out what that was, and Frank asks why he is acting that way. The protagonist says he sensed 4 people in total, but Frank did not notice anything. Oscar finds it strange that someone with France's level of mana sensitivity felt nothing, and tells his friend to get up to greet their visitors. A man approaches, blowing a bubble with his gum. He wonders what got into Devor's head to decide something like this so suddenly. The old man beside him says he does not care, because if they get paid, they do the job. Someone behind them tells them to stop the chatter. It is Pistoljack's gang, and they start talking about the possibility of a mage being there. The guy with the gum asks if he should go in. Then he opens the door with the key, wondering if the old man has gone to sleep yet. He thinks this is so easy it is boring. After all, there was no mage around, which was a shame. But when he pulls back the blanket, his eyes fill with despair. He turns to his boss, ready to fall back. But Oscar's finger is already pointed at him, warning that it is too late. Oscar fires a shot of wind that pierces the man's head. The young man pulls the blanket from his head and comments on how useful this spell is. The young Oscar noted this as a reinterpretation of basic magic, an attack using the principles of a firearm channeled through magic. The result is more lethal than he expected, and now only 3 remain. But his eyes gleam when he notices something different. There are 2 guys there, and Jack asks what he did to Max. Oscar tells them to be quiet, because Max is sleeping, and it will probably be forever. The old man calls the guy a pathetic bastard and says he warned him not to let his guard down, while Jack tells him to go after the herbalist. Oscar realizes they are not falling for his taunts and are avoiding a fight, so he says they might regret it. Jack orders the old man to finish him, and the man attacks with his sword, which hits the wind barrier. The blade only manages to scratch the barrier slightly, but Oscar pushes through his own barrier to counterattack. The old man lets out a mocking laugh, knowing he is going to enjoy this fight. The old man yells that this is very impressive. He changes the sword's trajectory in midair, just as Oscar prepares a wind bullet. The assassin shouts that he did not know the weapon was unique, and that it is a pity. He declares the fight ends now and charges at Oscar, but Oscar simply changes the angle of his finger and says, "This is getting tedious." Suddenly he fires 2 wind bullets, catching the old man by surprise. The old man cannot believe his eyes, thinking the attack should have caught him off guard, but instead, Oscar shoots with such precision that he ends up breaking his weapon. Oscar comments that a unique weapon like that is no big deal, since it is not even a new model. But suddenly, he senses imminent danger. He falls back, and a new voice comments that he must be joking, retreating right after winning. A pistol appears, pointed in their direction, and a bullet pierces the old assassin's forehead. Oscar manages to defend himself with a windshield, but it shatters on impact. Still, the bullet manages to wound his face. The shooter, Jack, says it was a pity. He says he would have killed Oscar if he had let his guard down just a little more. Oscar asks if the old man was his colleague, but Jack replies he was just a disposable subordinate. Oscar thinks this is why criminals are terrible, and wonders what kind of weapon that is. Jack says the weapon would be sad to hear that, and that all Oscar needs to know is that it was very expensive. Oscar then identifies the 3 enchantments on the weapon: acceleration, enhancement, and penetration. Jack is surprised, and asks how he knows that. Oscar wipes the blood from his face, and replies that he knows, because he could not block the shot. Jack admits that he is arrogant, but has the talent to back it up. He then asks if Oscar wants to work with him, promising good pay. But Oscar refuses on the spot. He says he would feel a chill on the back of his neck the whole time, and Jack laughs, agreeing that this is true. With that, Jack says there is nothing more to talk about. Oscar starts dodging Jack's shots, and manages to take cover. He thinks that his wind bullets are slower than the pistol shots, and that he only has half his mana left. The man's only opening is the time it takes him to reload the weapon. Jack fires twice, reloads, and it takes a second for him to fire again. Oscar has to finish him in that window, so he uses the acceleration spell to charge forward. Jack turns toward him, surprised to see him there. He aims the pistol, and comments that Oscar is fast, but he adds that a human cannot defeat the weapon's trinity of enchantments. Then he fires at the wind barrier. Ecstatic, Jack screams that this is the end, but the bullet simply deflects off the windshield. Even so, Oscar keeps advancing. Jack doesn't understand how he managed to deflect it with just acceleration. Then he realizes it might have been the shield. Oscar points a finger at his forehead, a wind bullet at the ready. Jack calls him an inferior mage, but Oscar finishes him, asking if he would even understand if he explained. With the fight over, he sighs, out of breath. He comments that either way, the weapon Jack used was a real pain. Its name is Trinity. Oscar thinks it is an incredible weapon, because it gave him so much trouble. He had to use the windshield's friction reduction and increased durability just to make the bullet slide off. If that had not worked, he would be dead. When he gets back to the tower, he will research how to fight modern weapons. But before that, he needs to save Ivan and Frank. From the start, he sensed the presence of 4 people. He just hopes Frank has not been caught. Elsewhere, Frank tells Ivan to go on ahead, saying everything will be fine. He explains that he cannot fight properly with Ivan around, and that he will catch up later. Ivan agrees and tells him to be careful. The assassin appears, calling them touching lies. Frank asks if he came for him, but the assassin asks if he sent the old man ahead just to save his own skin. He says the old man is the target, but he is curious why everyone is so afraid of the mags from the main towers. He draws his sword and says that because of this, he wants to kill Frank first. Frank attacks with a blade of wind. The assassin tries to block the attack with his sword. He closes in on France's chest, telling him to do something more entertaining. He asks if this is all the mags from the main towers can do. Suddenly he feels his sword has not pierced anything. Frank is holding the blade with his hand, and with his other hand, he slices the assassin's neck. The man falls to his knees, and Frank apologizes. He explains that, after all, he has a rather special constitution. The man falls to the ground, and Frank is a little startled. He nearly steps on the body. Just behind him, Oscar watches it all. He thinks that Frank is a special kind of mage, especially with the blessing of the wind god. Oscar reflects on how he can turn parts of his body into wind. Physical attacks do not work against him. It is an ability that can only be countered with magic or sword key, something Oscar has only read about in books. The books mention the 7th Tower Master, who possessed the same innate magic. So, he calls out to Franks. The young man turns and says he was startled. Oscar congratulates him on a job well done, but he asks where Ivan is, as it is not time to celebrate yet. Frank then shouts for Ivan, telling him he can come back now. Oscar thinks that if he trains this man well, he could surpass dozens of mags. He says he sensed Ivan's energy coming from that direction. At dawn, back in the cabin, Ivan thanks everyone. He says he would not have survived until dawn without their help, but Oscar disagrees. Oscar explains that he let one of the swordsmen escape and that the situation would have been much worse if not for France. The young man becomes flustered by the praise. He comments that it is finally all over, but Ivan replies that is not quite the case. Deva will not give up just because the assassination failed. He will try something else because he wants that land, which is the best in Cyrene and has the perfect location. The fertility of Cyrene's lands has dropped significantly in the last 8 years. This is because of the magical item factories that dump sewage into the Bulf River. The situation could reach a point where resistance becomes futile. In the end, the land's fertility will never recover, and there will not be enough energy left to even grow the herbs. At that moment, Oscar says he has a question. He asks if the White Tower's loyalty, which Ivan mentioned yesterday, is related to the promise made to Renaldios. Frank is surprised and wants to know how he knows this. Oscar explains it was a promise made to the herbalists of old. He says that a long time ago, people had a different opinion of them and even called them sorcerers. Because of this, the herbalists avoided other people and lived as nomads, until one day a savior appeared, a man famous for his wisdom, who decided to take them all in. That man was Renaldios, the fourth master of the White Tower. He told the herbalists to go to Cyrene because then no one would look down on them. Ivan comments that the story is very moving, and Oscar replies that he only read about it in a history book. Ivan continues the story, saying that eventually, all the herbalists on the continent began to gather in Cyrene. It was the first time those nomads had a true home. The White Tower gave their ancestors a home and their pride. That is why they could never abandon it. Hearing this, a different light shines in Oscar's eyes. He then thanks Ivan for all his hard work up to this point, and he states that from now on, the White Tower will be on his side. Ivan asks how that will happen. He explains that if the imperial family discovers that an important human resource was attacked, they will handle the problem, but he does not know if it will be in time. Oscar guarantees the imperial family will move at the speed of light, because today is the day they sign the contract for the flu cure. Meanwhile, in Dvor Pavel's office, he screams that they ruined everything and that this will bankrupt him. He knows that once they escape, he will be finished. But suddenly, magical police officers storm the place and order everyone to stand still. The man introduces himself as Walker, the senior superintendent of the Imperial Ministry. He informs Dvor that he is under arrest for attempted murder, blackmail, illegal possession of property, and damage to a cultural asset. Dvor tries to say they have the wrong guy, but Walker tells him to shut his mouth and warns that they will be the judge of that. The mobster thinks he cannot handle this alone and that he might be able to escape if he contacts that guy, so he asks if he can at least smoke a cigar. Walker remains silent, considering the request, but in the end he just orders them to cuff Dvor and take him away. He does not know who Dvor's backer is, but his own backer is the Emperor himself, which is certainly more important than any contact Dvor might have. Then he has one of the guards hand over the cigar. Walker comments that these criminals have good taste, but one of his subordinates approaches with a question. He wants to know who this guy is for them to have acted so quickly, and Walker explains that the order came directly from the top. The Emperor loves the White Tower, and this is a matter for the higher-ups. Walker thinks that he does not understand why the Emperor likes them so much. It is true they had their heroic achievements, but that was 20 years ago. To him the White Tower is like a wounded bird, and releasing it from a high place will only make the fall faster. He then reminds his subordinate that 20 years ago, the young man was only 3 years old. Walker was 12 when humanity finally won its freedom after winning the war against the demons. He asks if the subordinate has any idea what the White Tower meant back then. The higher-ups still remember them from those times, and that is why they cannot let go of their expectations. Walker ends the conversation and says they need to go, because unfortunately the job is not over yet. The subordinates can handle the rest and go home. He is going west to order the factories on the Bulf River to stop dumping pollutants. He reflects that this task was personally added to his schedule, and even without knowing anything about the tower, he repeats the names Oscar and Frank. This is his way of returning the favor for them taking down Gunman Jack. His subordinate even suggests buying them food in the future, but Walker refuses. Back at the tower, Frank says they are finished and suggests they go get a drink, but Oscar says he first needs to report to the Vice Master. At that moment someone approaches, calling out to them both. Frank is shocked to see who it is, and quickly makes up an excuse. He runs off saying he had something urgent to do. It is Hamel, the Vice Master. He asks if he did not just see Frank with him, and Oscar confirms that he left in a hurry. The Vice Master says that perhaps it really was something urgent, and comments that Oscar has solved another big problem. He then says he will hear the report in his room. The two of them enter the room right after. Inside, Oscar notices the Vice Master has suddenly become sad, and wonders if something went wrong. Hamel asks if Frank said anything to him. Oscar replies that it was nothing specific, and that is when Hamel reveals he received a message from the Sirius family. They want to adopt Frank. He is not sure if the White Tower has already agreed to this. The Sirius family said they have already arranged everything directly with Frank himself, but he admits he does not know the details of how it happened. Meanwhile, in France's room, someone knocks on the door. He thinks it is Grant's, and tells him to come in. But the one who opens the door is Oscar. He immediately calls Frank, the youngest son of the Empire's largest trading company. Oscar closes the door and asks directly if he is really leaving the tower. Frank apologizes for not telling him sooner, but explains that he needs to return to his position and get married. The protagonist is surprised and asks since when he has been dating. Frank replies that his fiancée is a good person and comes from an important family. He says she is beautiful and kind, and that there is no reason not to like the idea. But Oscar cuts him off, saying he is not talking about the marriage. He is talking about Frank simply giving up on magic. The question leaves Frank speechless. Frank asks what else he could do, since he feels his talent can only take him so far. He confesses that he honestly thought he was special. He believed that in the weakest magic tower he could become someone important, but that did not happen. He can barely stand out, and that is why he understands his family's decision. At that moment, Oscar calls his name again. Frank turns and asks what he wants, startled by Oscar's tone of voice. The protagonist responds firmly that he is, in fact, talented. Hearing this affects Frank, who becomes visibly emotional. He thanks him, saying that at least he got to hear that from a genius before leaving. But Oscar does not give up, and asks if he truly wants to try to become someone important. At that exact moment, France's brother appears at the door. He greets Oscar and informs him that Frank has only 5 minutes. He tells Frank to finish his goodbyes quickly, but Oscar interrupts and asks how much. He asks how much his brother wants to let Frank stay at the tower. Grant turns, surprised, and asks who he thinks he is to ask such a question. He introduces himself as the older brother of the fool standing there. Oscar then offers a deal. Grant calls him reckless, and comments that he has heard the rumors about him being a genius, but he does not understand how Oscar dares to propose a deal with the Sirius family. Oscar assures him it will not be a bad deal for either side. He promises to turn Frank into one of the White Tower's best mags within 2 years. In the long run, this would be a great benefit to the Sirius family. Grant admits the proposal is incredible, but wants to know the penalty if he fails. Oscar answers immediately that he will hand over all profits from the Cadena flu vaccine for the next 50 years, and to guarantee it, he says the tower's vice master will be the witness to the agreement. Grant is intrigued and asks if he is going this far because Frank is worth it, or just because he is his friend. Oscar's answer is immediate and clear. He is doing this because Frank is important. He reveals his plan is to have the White Tower recover its reputation in 5 years at most. The medicines are just the beginning, and for that, he needs Frank. Grant replies that Oscar is young, and as a merchant, he has no reason not to take advantage of his opponent's innocence. But instead of accepting right away, he decides to add a condition, saying that Oscar has forgotten something important. He explains that merchants value trust above money and do not make deals with just anyone. Therefore, Oscar will have to prove his worth. Grant has a level 5 knight as a bodyguard. Tomorrow at noon, Oscar will have to face him to prove his abilities. To avoid being completely unfair, he imposes the condition that the knight will not use sword key. Oscar reflects that Grant would not give up on Frank so easily. Grant then closes the door and leaves. He says he will expect Oscar at noon, and if he does not show up, he will assume he has given up on the deal. Alone with Frank, Oscar thinks about the trouble he will have facing a level 5 knight. Frank, worried, asks what he is going to do, and says there is still time to call everything off. Oscar is surprised by Grant's insistence. He then says he thinks it is possible to win, because a level 4 mage could. Frank asks if he is saying he will reach level 4 in a single day, but Oscar replies that would be impossible for him. He explains he was not talking about himself, but that it is possible to raise a mage from level 3 to level 4. After all, his brother did not say he needed to win the battle alone, only that he needed to prove his abilities. He then calls Frank by his full name, Frank Sirius. Oscar promises to turn him into a level 4 mage if Frank fights for him. Now in the tower's training room on the 40th floor, Frank complains that he does not know how that would be possible in a single day. Oscar instructs him to keep his body in a natural posture, close his eyes, and begin to circulate his mana. He analyzes him for a few seconds. Then he touches several points on France's body. Oscar explains that these are areas where mana is lost during circulation, and because of that, the level of his magic drops. Frank asks if he could level up just by improving this, but Oscar says no, and that most mags do not even care about these details. But the ones who do care are the archmages. That is why, from this day forward, Frank will train every morning. Oscar explains everything he needs to do to improve his mana flow. The goal is for this to become as natural as breathing. Frank asks if that is all, but Oscar says no and asks him to show him something. He wants to see the magic Frank used during the fight in the herb field. Frank says he cannot, and that it is not a matter of trust. The problem is that he is afraid of that magic. He explains that he almost died the last time he used it. He recounts becoming more anxious when he became an adult, and since his family would mock him if he did not show results, he felt pressured. So he thought of creating something that others could not copy. He imagined what would happen if it was not just a part of his body that transformed, but his entire body turning into wind. He thought it would make him strong, but it was a reckless idea. At first he even thought it had worked, but he soon realized something was terribly wrong. His entire body was turning into wind and disappearing. When half of his body was already gone, his mana spiraled out of control. He screams, begging for someone to save him. Frank says that if it were not for Shasha, he would have ceased to exist, and the feeling of losing his own soul is something he never wants to feel again. Oscar recalls that he used the magic in the herb field, but Frank explains it was an automatic reflex in a moment of danger. Frank finds himself pathetic for it, but Oscar tells him he should not think that way. He explains that most mags face similar problems, and that the solution is quite simple. In France's case, his skill is mana control, so he just needs to focus on that. But Frank argues that it is a matter of talent. Oscar agrees that most of the time it is, but says there is a way to acquire that skill. Frank asks if the idea is to make a contract with a demon, but Oscar denies it, saying they would not even appear if called. He explains that the plan is to summon a wind spirit and transplant it into France's body. In a panic, Frank introduces himself to the wind spirit and asks it to embody purity, but nothing happens, and Oscar explains that his affinity with spirits is terrible. The young man says he felt a wind a moment ago, but Oscar tells him it was only a sigh. Frank keeps complaining, and Oscar tells him not to be disappointed, because few humans have an affinity with spirits. His friend asks why he suggested it then, but Oscar reveals he has another method. It is a summoning ceremony he learned for fun in his past life when he visited the Elven Kingdom, and back then, he succeeded. Frank asks if he should recite the incantation again, but Oscar tells him to get out of the way, because he will try first. He thinks that maybe the Spirit King remembers him. Oscar closes his eyes, remembering that the last time was not in an empty training room like this. It was in front of the gigantic world tree. Then, he calls the wind spirit and commands it to come to him. Frank does not understand what that is and wonders if Oscar succeeded on the first try. The wind spirit asks if it was that human who called it, saying it is the first time in 26 years. Oscar realizes it is the same spirit as before. He states that he wants a contract and asks if anything is needed. The spirit replies that something so formal is not necessary. Frank asks if the human wants to befriend Celestine, the highest level spirit, but Oscar says no. He thinks that he should have started with that. He explains that he does not need a spirit for himself and that he called the king because of his friend. The next day, in the dueling room, Grant and Vice Leader Hamill are talking. Hamill comments that the creator of the cure is very stubborn. Grant introduces the knight who will fight today, Leslie Morgan, level 5. Oscar greets him. Grant explains that the method is simple. The first to take the opponent's necklace wins. If no one succeeds in 5 minutes, the knight loses. Oscar agrees and says they can begin, but Grant warns that if he wants to suspend the duel, he just has to raise his hand. Oscar replies that he is fine with the clothes he is wearing. After all, he is not the one who will be fighting. Frank stops in front of his brother. Grant is shocked and asks what this means. Oscar reminds him that he was told to prove his ability, not to fight personally. That is why he trained his colleague yesterday. Gronk admits it was his mistake not to specify that the mage himself should fight, but he warns that he will not go easy just because it is Frank's. Oscar explains that he just thought a level 4 mage would have a better chance. Gronk is surprised, commenting that until yesterday Frank was level 3. Oscar warns that to turn Frank into one of the best mags in 2 years, he needs to show at least this level of skill. Irritated, Grant tells Leslie not to hold back. Oscar slaps Frank on the back and tells him not to be scared. If he does everything he learned yesterday, he will win. Frank just nods, agreeing. He then heads into the fight, saying he will return. Leslie comments that it has been a long time since he has seen his young master. And then, the duel begins. Frank retreats at once, trying to get as far away as he can. After retreating about 20 meters, he notices something different about the pressure coming from Leslie. Even without his Kai sword and from this distance, his strength is still impressive for a class 5. He even considers simply giving up the fight. Oscar notices his hesitation, but then, Frank remembers something. He remembers what Oscar said earlier, that he needed him for his new tower, and that Oscar would have been in trouble if not for him. Frank clenches his fist. He will make it happen, since this is the first time in his life anyone has ever said they need him. He launches a blade of wind, but lastly easily deflects it. The knight notices he has improved, since he can now perform a double cast and disperse the impact. Perhaps this is what it feels like to face the sword control technique from the Eastern nation. But Lastly continues to defend himself with just his sword. Immediately after, one of the blades flies upward. Lastly decides he has seen enough and advances. He reaches his hand out toward the boy. Frank thinks how fast he is, and to block his advance, he uses another blade of wind. This one giant. Granks does not understand how he improved so much in just 12 hours, and wonders if they used a forbidden method. Oscar replies that he does not need to worry, that the method is safe, but Granks pretends he was not concerned. Frank has truly improved a great deal for this fight. The sword closes in on him, and Granks thinks he was not born to be a battle mage. He believes this rapid growth will ultimately harm him, and that a time will come when getting hurt will feel like a relief. To Granks, it would be better for him to stay at the company, where he would not get hurt and would not worry his family. Lastly's hand closes in on his neck. Frank thinks that this way, Frank will never be devoured by magic again. But in that moment, Oscar says it is over. The young master, Gronk, turns in surprise. He does not understand why Oscar is smiling. The previous night, the spiritual transplant was a success. Frank explains that the power of the wind god activated on its own when Oscar tried to hit him. Oscar explains that he still cannot turn his body into wind at will, because he has not overcome his trauma. Frank asks if it will be impossible to win tomorrow, but Oscar denies this, saying that if he uses the wind god, victory is 100% guaranteed. Then Oscar asks if he thinks the wind god's only purpose is to turn his body into wind, and says there is still a more interesting part to the spell. He explains that the strongest part of the spell is unification. With it, he can turn anything he touches into wind, whether it is clothing or an object. That is why it was so important to keep this ace up his sleeve. It is even more exciting to win a battle strategically, just as Frank does now, dodging Lastly's fist. Frank stops right behind his opponent, signaling the end of the fight. He holds the necklace in his right hand. Suddenly, the object begins to glow. Frank shouts happily, saying he finally did it. Grank stands up, remembering that a magic healer had said Frank would never be able to use that again. Hamel laughs and says the match is over, asking if everyone agrees with the result. Oscar congratulates his friend on a job well done. Grank wonders if Oscar really trained him for just one day. Then suddenly he looks down. He admits defeat, while Frank shakes the knight's hand. Hamel comments that it was a difficult journey, and it would be a shame to leave so soon. But Grank just asks him to take care of his younger brother. He says that Frank has grown up a little, but right after, he tells him to forget what he said and turns to leave. Frank remains silent, just looking at his brother. Oscar watches the scene and thinks that Grank is a funny guy. You can see that Frank is happy, but he pretends he did not hear the compliment. The next day, Frank asks if that place is really the entrance. He does not understand why the training room looks like a prison, and Oscar explains that the place has been used for hundreds of years. Frank wants to know why he needs to train in isolation, and Oscar replies that it was a personal order from the Vice Master because he has high expectations. The young man keeps complaining, but Oscar tells him to look on the bright side, that he just needs to help the spirit. Frank grumbles that it is true, and his friend tells him to stop acting like a baby because he is not going to die from this. Frank asks if that is really all, and then they say their goodbyes. Mentally, Oscar apologizes. In truth, he was the one who asked for this. On the night after the duel, Hamel questions the idea, asking why they would put Frank in isolated training if he won. Oscar simply says that it is what he needs. The vice leader agrees to go easy on him for a month, and says he has good news. The Sirius Company has authorized the use of their distribution network. Oscar asks if that means it will be free. He thinks that the company calculated everything very quickly, as expected. They would gain a lot if the tower were rebuilt, and Frank became a great mage. So he concludes that he does not need to feel bad about it. After all, it is good news. Then Hamel says there is a second thing he wants to ask. He wants to know if Oscar would like to give a lecture. Oscar replies that it is not that he cannot, but he hesitates. He understands that Hamel wants him to focus on the potions department for now. Oscar wants to know if there is a special reason the White Tower needs to get stronger so fast. Hamel laughs, saying he caught on fast, and asks if he has ever heard of the Night of the Mags. It is an event where the mags of all towers gather. The Emperor's idea was for them to display their skills in harmony and forge bonds. But of course, that never works out. In the end, they just fight among themselves the entire time. Oscar remembers this event was cancelled years ago. He wonders why Hamel is talking about it now, and if the Emperor plans to bring back the Night of the Mags. Hamel confirms he is spot on. The news is not yet public, but the announcement will be made on New Year's, and he has a bad feeling about the Black Tower. If they continue with their ambition to become one of the 4 main towers, the chance of the White Tower becoming a target is huge. That is why he is so worried. Oscar says he will give the lecture. Hamill finds the sudden shift in his expression strange. On the Magic Tower campus, on the 36th floor, Oscar reflects on the White Tower. They are arrogant, but at least they are trying to improve, and it is a relief that Frank is at least a level 4 mage. That ceremony with the low-level spirit was a masterstroke. He feels deeply grateful just thinking that a demigod remembers a mere human. Later, during a summoning, the spirit questions who dares call it just to make contracts for others. Oscar simply tells it to calm down. He then calls for Salafrian of Silence, and asks him to tell everyone that the White Mage is back. The spirit replies that he is bold to say the name of the Spirit King aloud, but suddenly butterflies begin to form in the air. The spirit is shocked and asks who he is to summon the Spirit King with a single command. Oscar replies that it would spoil the fun if he told him. He just wants to know if the spirit can do as requested. The spirit confirms the Queen has permitted a simple transplant, without the need for a contract. The mage says that is enough and thanks it, but the spirit warns him that the Queen sent a message to remind Oscar to keep his old promise. Oscar thinks she has no need to worry. He will keep his promise after all. Her powers saved many lives, and he intends to repay this debt with interest. He holds the flyer for the lecture on the reinterpretation of basic magic, but before anything else he needs to take care of his family. Elsewhere, a man in a suit walks down the hall. He remarks that he recognizes many faces there, and that they all looked lifeless the last time he saw them. He asks if the lecture is only for level 3 mags since he sees no one of a higher level. His colleague suggests it might be because it is a basic class, and the stronger mags are busy. A girl comments that the rumors must be true. The White Tower really does have more money. She heard the lecturer was personally invited by the Vice Master. Her friend adds that the place is even under Imperial observation. This can only mean the lecturer is someone important, and she can hardly wait. But a young man named Damien Proud tells them to stop talking nonsense. He points out the lecture is being held in a room no one ever uses. The girl replies that Damien is being too negative. He retorts that if this were a serious investment, like the other tower's lectures, the topic would not be something as foolish as the reinterpretation of basic magic. He tells them to look around at the 32 people in the room. Only the lowest level mags have shown up. He says sarcastically that if the class were that good, even the level 2 noble genius would be there. But at that moment, something interrupts their conversation. Suddenly, all sound in the room vanishes. The blonde young man realizes he can no longer hear anything. It is absolute silence. Oscar enters the room and says it is a pleasure to meet everyone. He introduces himself as Oscar Crushen, the lecturer who will teach about the reinterpretation of basic magic. The students are shocked to see the lecturer is a level 2 mage. Oscar notices their stares and remarks that many seem disappointed by his presence. One of the students thinks he is quite observant. Still, it makes no sense for a low-level mage to be the lecturer, and he should be ashamed since he is not even using magic. Oscar says that if anyone regrets coming, they are free to leave the room. After all, they are no longer academy students under the control of their professors. But he has one condition. Anyone who wants to leave must prove they do not need this lecture, and the time limit is 10 minutes. Within that time, they must manage to say out loud that they will not be participating in his class. He even asks with a hint of mockery if the test is not a bit too simple. The students are outraged since he made them mute and is now ordering them to speak. But that is the test. As he is a level 2 mage, the spell is not one of absolute silence, so it is possible to break. In other words, he is saying that if they cannot break the spell to speak, then they need to stay and learn. Oscar thinks that he left a few openings in the spell on purpose, but that does not mean it is easy to solve. As the time in the hourglass is about to run out, he asks if no one will succeed. At that moment, Damien hits the table and says he did it. Oscar recognizes the boy. He was in the beginner mags group. It is Damien Proud. Oscar congratulates him, and the young man replies that it was easier than he expected because he solved the spell with a calm mind. Time runs out and the spell breaks for everyone. Oscar tells the class to be quiet because the deadline has passed and only Damien passed the test. Damien says that obviously he no longer needs to attend the class, and the professor agrees. The prince finds it strange that Oscar is letting him go so easily. To be honest, he was curious about what he would learn here. Oscar realizes he is just a boy and can read exactly what he is thinking. Therefore, he announces that he will get a reward for being the only one to pass and will learn a spell. He asks which basic spell Damien likes the most. The young man answers that it is Windcut, so the professor tells him to show it. The student grumbles that this is a pain but summons the magic anyway. He asks if that is enough. Oscar says it is good enough and that today he will teach him the true Windcut. Damien does not understand and asks if the professor does not see the spell in front of him. Oscar replies that by his standards that is just a poorly made copy. He says there are two problems here as he picks up a knife. life. The first problem is that the spell is not made of wind. He then asks Damien what he thinks wind is. Damien answers that wind is moving air, but the professor explains that water is water no matter what and fire is fire. Wind, on the other hand, is different. Wind is air in constant motion. That is why what he made was not a wind cut. Just as stagnant water rots, magic made of air cannot float if it loses its movement. They need to pay attention to this since the White Tower is the place that deals with wind. In other words, the magic must always be flowing. If it is not, it dissipates easily, as he just demonstrated. Damien asks what the second problem is. Oscar explains that he spent too much mana to conjure the spell and that it would be much better if he managed to lower that cost. He says that when someone's magic reaches a certain level, it is possible to discover a lot just by seeing them use a spell, even their personality. He then asks if he can be a little intrusive. Oscar can see a bit of Damien's past. As a member of the proud family, it is natural that he tried to follow in their footsteps, copying the wind cut. But wind cut is one of the most difficult basic spells. Since he tried to copy it before learning magic the right way, he ended up forcing more mana than necessary, and this bad habit has remained with him to this day. Oscar finishes by saying that now that the cause has been found, Damien will achieve a perfect wind cut if he corrects these problems. But it is a shame because he has now lost a student. But Damien begins to walk and asks who said he was leaving. He walks back to his original seat in the room. 3 weeks pass and students are already talking about the rumors surrounding Oscar Crushen. The word is that he is a top-tier instructor. One student doubts it would help anyone at the intermediate level, but the other says that even level 4 and 5 mags are attending. The first student suggests they should go too, and the blue-haired one says he was waiting for that, and that they need to leave now. It is only 7 in the morning, and the class starts at 9. He says they need to get there early, because if they are late, they risk not being able to get in. To make the conversation, all the students in the cafeteria remain seated. Then suddenly, everyone rises at the same time, ready to go. In the classroom, people wonder why so many level 4 and 5 mags are there, since it is just a basic magic class. Even Elder Maxim is present, which makes the class feel more like an advanced magic seminar. Oscar enters the room, wishes everyone a good morning, and says that today's spell is important, so it is a good thing they came. The students shout in excitement, and the professor adds that this spell will be important for their entire lives as mags. It is the basic wind spell. The students are confused. This is the most basic spell of all, the first one they learn upon entering the White Tower. Maxim speaks up. He says he only came to watch, but he is curious, and must ask if Oscar is really going to teach the wind spell to all these people. Oscar confirms, and asks the elder himself to demonstrate the spell. Maxim conjures the wind spell, and its force is so great that it repels all the students. He asks if that was sufficient, and Oscar thanks him. Next, he asks the student Amy Raven to do the same. The girl asks why he chose her, since there are better mags present, but she conjures the wind spell anyway. The other students comment that her wind is completely gentle and warm. Oscar then asks if anyone can point out the difference between the two spells. The students guess about strength and range, but a student at the back of the room speaks of the temperament of mana. Oscar points out that Veronica Fricks is correct. He explains that, just as she said, there is a difference in the temperament of the mana they created, and that this is fascinating. This is because the entire process, from formation to the spell's invocation, was the same. And yet, one wind was hot like the desert, and the other was gentle like a spring breeze. The difference is so great that it is hard to believe it is the same spell. And with that, he wants to ask another question. He asks who among them understands the temperament of mana. A student ventures a guess about the 4 types of mana, but the professor says it is a different concept. The difference lies in the understanding of mana. He says they need to learn about the root of the White Tower, balance, and asks why the white and blue towers represent it. A student guesses it is because of the element's characteristics, and Oscar confirms that is exactly right. He explains that the red and gold towers are strong and fast, but they lack harmony. Only wind and water can be either cold or hot, and that is why they symbolize balance. The great difference between the white and blue towers lies in how they represent this balance. He gives an example, saying that the conditions for boiling water are simple. At normal atmospheric pressure, you only need 100 degrees and a little time. He says that creating a warm wind is simple. In fact, it is even simpler than boiling water, and assimilating this change is easier still. He demonstrates this by changing the nature of his mana like a chameleon, and suddenly the entire room grows cold. The wind is freer than any other element. It can have the strength of the red tower's flames, the speed of the golden tower's lightning, or the free form of the blue tower's water. Also, the blue tower cannot mix water with oil, but the wind has no such limit. Depending on the mage's imagination, It can take on any characteristic. Only the wind can harmonize with anything in the world. That is why the mags of the White Tower must think carefully about how they perceive the wind. He asks what kind of thing they think the wind is. After all, that was the point of today's lesson. But suddenly, something catches Oscar's attention. A fellow student sees the elder whispering about the wind and asks if he is all right. But Oscar orders him not to touch the elder under any circumstances. He orders everyone to get back so they do not interrupt the elder's enlightenment. And the students ask about the sudden command. Oscar explains that Maxim is undergoing an awakening. And in that moment, the elder opens his eyes. Oscar asks if he is all right. And Maxim replies that he still has not managed to reach level 8. Maxim thanks Oscar, but he simply replies that as a teacher, it is his job. Oscar thinks this is good to hear. He knows that thanks to this, his classes will be easier and no one beneath him will try to attack him. And he thinks that the best part of all this is the attention of Veronica Fricks, who is standing there in the crowd. He finally has the attention of one of the problem students he read about in the original Oscar's diary. The next day, Oscar walks through the tower. He remembers Veronica saying there was something interesting in the training room. He knows she acted friendly, because she liked the class, but he also noticed the way she looked at him, almost with pity for not knowing about the training room. He arrives at a certain spot and wonders if this is it. He heard that 3 of the 13 training rooms are in this area, but the color of the doors is different from what he expected. He wonders if the room is special. After all, they would not make a door a different color unless it was a magic door, the kind that only opens with a touch. Oscar looks up. He feels something different in the air, and suddenly a voice welcomes him. The voice introduces itself as Argo, the state-of-the-art training system. Oscar immediately realizes the room uses magic engineering. He thinks those bastards from the Golden Tower must have spent a fortune on this. Argo offers specific training if he registers his information, but Oscar refuses, so he will train as an unregistered user. Argo asks him to decide on the training level, explaining that the program has 100 levels. Oscar tells it to start at level 1. The system confirms and makes 3 balls appear in the room. The instruction is to use physical attacks or magic to pop the 3 balls. The system warns that area of effect spells will be cancelled, but Oscar pops the balls with ease and passes level 1. Oscar thinks the system is not bad and decides to raise the level. Argo asks which one he will choose now. Oscar selects level 100. The system warns that the size of the balls will decrease, and their speed will increase greatly. They are now hostile, and he should cancel the training if he feels he is at risk. Oscar wonders just how difficult level 100 can be to justify so many warnings. But in that instant, a very fast light flashes past him. Argo gives the new instruction. He must use physical attacks or magic to pop 1,000 balls. Area of effect spells will be cancelled, and the same applies to any attack that hits more than 10 balls at once. Oscar launches 3 wind blades, destroying the balls in a straight line. He realizes he needs to pop all the balls, but at this rate his mana will run out long before the end. So he decides to use the minimum power possible to create more wind daggers. The daggers burst the balls in sequence. Oscar thinks it would be more effective if he made the daggers bigger and sharper, but then the training would no longer be for children. When the training ends, the system congratulates him for passing level 100. Lying on the floor, Oscar tells himself it was a good warm-up. He thinks the mags of this generation must train like this from a young age, so their level must be much higher than in the past. He concludes that he needs to train more and eat right to gain more muscle. At that moment, Veronica enters the room and says she did not expect to find him there. Oscar notices she also arrived early to train. He greets her, and Veronica replies that she thought he would ignore her after what she said before. Oscar explains he was just taking a look and spouts the philosophy that healthy mana comes from a healthy body. The girl finds it strange, saying that philosophy is not his. She wonders if he ate something bad, since he is using Oscar Sage's famous phrase as if it were his own. She does not understand why the guy who despised her for being a noble, even though they are both orphans, has suddenly changed. So she tells Argo to prepare a level 50 warm-up. She asks the system if there have been any changes to the ranking and if Killian is still there, and Argo confirms there has been a change. The girl tells it to show her, and the name AAA appears on the screen. She wants to know who it is, but Argo informs her that it cannot reveal the information due to the security policy. She considers if it is an elder, but quickly dismisses the idea. To enter the ranking, one must be level 5 or lower, and this person broke the demon's 10-minute record. Argo informs her that he is number 1 in the ranking. She insists on knowing who it is, but the system repeats that it cannot tell her for security reasons. So she asks if it is Oscar Crucian, but Argo just gives the same answer again. Later, Oscar walks through the halls wondering if he will be sore when he runs into Elder Maxim. Oscar says good morning, and the elder says the timing is perfect as he has a favor to ask. He explains that Fidelina said the merchants are not buying their potions. Maxim suspects it is the Azure Tower's doing and thinks Oscar, as a member of production, must know something. Oscar leaves irritated, thinking about those bastards, and notices the line for the cafe is huge. The nearby student comments that it is because of an email sent to the apprentices from the 1st to the 5th rank. The student asks if he has not heard that their salary will increase starting today. Oscar wonders if they are delivery people, and the classmate celebrates that they finally got some relief. Oscar reflects that the delivery service must not be a big business, since it requires many workers, and the only benefit is receiving reviews from citizens. The red-haired delivery person comments that the elders are even giving them food for working so hard, and this catches Oscar's attention. He approaches and asks if they meet the customers often when they make deliveries. The delivery people confirm that they do, because they need the customer's signature on the container to prove the delivery was made correctly. Oscar says the information was very useful, thanks them, and runs off. Shortly after, Hamill listens to Oscar's plan and summarizes the idea. He asks if the intention is to make door-to-door deliveries, and Oscar confirms. The old man agrees that since the merchants are not buying, the solution is to target the consumers, but he points out that their potions are not for daily use, and Oscar replies that he will create a new one. Hamill is surprised by the idea of an innovative potion, but the young man says that is not quite it. In fact, it is just a mid-level recovery potion that has a very good effect in the White Tower. The plan is to fine-tune the potion, creating 4 different types based on age and gender. Oscar begins to consider the properties of each potion and how they will resonate with the people of the city. A few days later, an old man sits in the square, complaining that he is getting old and has no energy. The old man approaches and says it is good to see him again. He has a letter for him today, and the old man smiles, happy to know his friends are still alive. The old man comments that they are from the centenarian generation. The old man repeats the phrase, he is only 80, but he already feels his head grow heavy and his energy drain away. The old man then asks why he does not try something. He hands him a potion and says it is the newest creation from the Magic Tower. It is a tonic called S0. The old man explains that the tonic is very important for the elderly because it boosts immunity and provides energy. He even mentions old Miller from 2nd Street who said he was going hiking after taking the tonic. This tonic is a creation of Oscar crushing himself, the genius of the White Tower. The old man thinks that if he made it, then it must work. The mailman informs him the treatment is 1 bottle a week and each one costs 30 bells. But the old man says he will not be fooled by tonics because those things never work. The mailman asks if he really thinks he would bring something so expensive for no reason and says he has an offer. He asks if the old man's address is in Siren. There is a special event going on. If he accepts the offer and gets an annual subscription, they send 1 bottle a week. The old man thinks he can afford it if he cuts back on drinking and smoking. Then the mailman says the first bottle is free. The old man takes the bottle and drinks it all in one go. The next day he notices his body feels much lighter. He thinks it might be because of the tonic he drank yesterday. He wonders if a single bottle could have had such a strong effect. In the square, his friends call out to old Graham and comment that they have not seen him in a while. They play a game of chess and old Graham manages to win. He comments that his concentration is much better today. His friend asks if his children gave him some elixir, but Graham denies it. He tells them he took a tonic from the White Tower and that this one actually works. Back at the White Tower, someone tells Oscar they have a problem. At this rate, the potions in stock will spoil. The reason is that the Blue Tower is running a 50% off promotion. Lena says it is obvious they are trying to drive the White Tower out of the market. She thinks it makes no sense since they will not make a profit. But Oscar tells her the promotion will last for 2 weeks. She replies that 2 weeks is almost a month and that afterward they might not be able to get back into the market at all. Oscar explains that the Blue Tower wanted them to sell the flu cure along with the tonics, but he refused. People would be furious if they used the Kadena flu disaster to sell potions, and then the Blue Tower would have the perfect excuse to attack them. Lena asks if he is simply going to accept defeat, but Oscar replies that they have plenty of potions in stock. Lena agrees. With so much in stock, no one would even notice if they took 100 bottles. So Oscar hands over the recipe for the 0 tonics. The plan is to repurpose all the unsold intermediate potions and turn them into these new tonics. It makes no sense to keep holding on to potions that simply are not selling. They will also include some benefits. If a family buys more than 2 0 tonics, they get a discount making them more affordable. And if possible, they can also pay the Information Guild to spread a rumor. The rumor would be about a tonic called M0. Oscar thinks it would be fun to spread a rumor that the tonic increases virility, but Lena doubts that will actually help sales. 3 weeks later at the Blue Tower, Moira is satisfied thinking the job is done. He believes they have crushed the competition for good, and that the department head will be very happy with the result. At that moment, The department head opens the door and asks if he has read the news yet. Moira replies that he has not, and his boss slaps him across the face for standing there smiling. His boss tells him to grab the newspaper and read it. He then asks if the only thing Moira knows how to do is sacrifice profits to get a result like this. It turns out the White Tower focused on tonics instead of potions, and is now making a much larger profit. Moira does not understand how this happened, since he was certain they were practically out of business. The newspaper explains that door-to-door and subscription sales offer customers far more convenience when making a purchase. Furthermore, Oscar Crucian announced that he will keep his potions on sale because of the Blue Tower's actions. Moira reacts instantly, saying that this is a low blow, but the department head turns to him and asks, "Who cares about that?" He says Moira just stood there, staring at a chart and thinking he had already won. But now, no matter what pressure they apply, it will be difficult for the market to ignore the White Tower. The public will want to buy their potions, and the White Tower will be there, ready to sell. Therefore, he warns Moira that he is going to be very busy from now on. To recover the losses the Blue Tower has suffered, even working for free would not be enough to compensate. Meanwhile, in the Yang dynasty, an explosion erupts. A group of martial artists is facing a monster. They try to form an attack formation, but one of them is hurled away. The man lands right behind the group, shattering everyone's morale. They wonder what they can do against a monster like that. Suddenly, a gust of wind descends from the sky, and a voice says it has finally found him. Moira tells the monster to return to its territory in silence. It is a woman. She lands in their midst and warns that if it does not obey, then she will reduce it to dust. She prepares to use her innate magic, the unrelenting wind. Shasha comments that this kind of thing keeps happening. One of the martial artists approaches and asks if she is from the White Tower. The girl turns and recognizes him. It is Zhong Chun, from the Nine Dragon sect. Shasha takes off her hood. She introduces herself as the master of the White Tower. She asks if they brought what she requested from a sect leader, and Zhong Chun hands her the imperial newspaper. He explains that the newspaper has been full of articles about the tower lately. Shasha thinks that she is afraid to read, worried that the tower has gone bankrupt or that she has been expelled while she was away. But on the outside, she just comments that the White Tower continues to write success stories. Shasha is shocked by what she reads, flipping through the newspaper at an impressive speed. She wonders if they made up these stories just so she would not get upset. She cannot believe the deliveries are going so well, since she never expected the business to be so successful. She announces that she is leaving and tells them to send the reward to the imperial bank account. With that said, she uses her wind magic and leaves. Still in the air, she wonders what is happening at the White Tower and decides she needs to see it with her own eyes. Back at the tower, Lena comments that Oscar is a true mage. Oscar asks why she is saying that out of nowhere, and Lena explains that he managed to shake the Blue Tower with a single interview. Thanks to him, potion sales have taken off, and now several cities besides Siren are asking to distribute the products. She says that since the strategy worked, she contacted the army, but they remain neutral. Oscar recalls that they have always been more favorable to the Blue Tower. Oscar says that since there will be no more problems with the potions, she does not need to report everything to him. But Lena thinks that is her duty, since he is the boss. He suggests that performance reports can be done just once a month, because he is also busy. Now that the warehouse is full, he needs to take care of the tower's internal stability, like restoring the lost magic books. He thinks it will not take long to recover the knowledge, but he knows it would be strange for such a young mage to announce a high-level theory. That is why he wants to present the theory using someone else's name, an experienced mage with fame, status, and the right age for it. At that moment, the door to the room opens. A man comes out, stretching slowly. He comments that it has been a while since he has seen the light of day. Maxim says it really has been a while. Fidolina comments that Schwein came out much earlier this time, after 3 months, and asks about his great achievement. The mage, Schwein, says that things are not going very well. He explains that the magic is not manifesting, and that he needs to present it at this year's festival, but he has not found the right value yet. Maxim tells him not to rush. Fidolina asks if it has been 7 years since he started this research, and Schwein confirms. Then, Maxim suggests that he use an assistant, like Oscar Crucian, but the older mage refuses immediately, saying it is not the kind of research a level 1 mage would understand. Fidolina defends him. She admits that she used to hate him too. Maxim adds that Schwein has been very busy, and does not know the news. He asks if Schwein has not felt that the atmosphere in the tower has changed a little. Schwein admits that people's faces look better. Maxim replies that he can consider it like winning the lottery. He explains that this is all thanks to Oscar's potential, which is finally being used, and says that Schwein should have seen it firsthand. They tell him everything that happened, and Schwein summarizes, saying that so the boy is good at alchemy. Fidolina corrects him, saying he is not just good, but great at business. Maxim adds that he is also a good teacher, and has the knowledge of a high-level mage. Schwein says he understands, and that he will meet the boy, but without getting his hopes up. It is not that he is looking down on the boy, it is just that with their difference in level, it is almost impossible for them to see things the same way. The information each of them possesses is completely different. In the end, even if the boy is a genius, the perspective of a level 2 mage will always be limited. Schwein is focused on his own research, which is to restore the innate magic of the genius among geniuses, the Archmage Oscar Sage. When he finally meets Oscar, Schwein immediately brings up a surprise test. Schwein introduces himself, says he specializes in theoretical magic, and that he is trying to recover a lost ancient magic. He explains that he is working on a research project, but will not be able to finish it alone before the deadline. In that moment, Oscar realizes this is exactly the person he has been looking for. Schwein says he feels bad for asking this out of the blue, but Oscar replies that it is no problem, since it makes no sense to refuse a chance to have his skills evaluated. He gives Oscar 50 minutes to do his best, while Oscar already thinks that no one will care about the contributions of a simple level 2 mage. So he begins to solve the test, thinking that any level 5 or 6 theoretical mage could solve it with ease. Based on the level of the questions, he concludes that Schwein is just looking for someone to help find basic errors, and that the research must already be in its final review phase. But then Schwein notices something strange about the way Oscar is solving the problems. The boy is solving everything far too quickly. This would be impossible unless he thought in the same way or knew the same concepts as a high-level mage. He is already on the last page, and Schwein imagines that perhaps he is just scribbling, frustrated that he cannot solve the problems. Oscar finishes answering the final question. Schwein thinks the boy must have been surprised by the last question, which was on a much higher level. But Oscar's surprise is for another reason. He is surprised because the question is about the magic that he himself created, and thinks there must still be some research materials about it somewhere. He hands the paper to Schwein and says with great confidence that he is finished. Schwein praises his good work, but thinks the boy probably just wrote down anything for the last question without actually solving it. It is a little disappointing. He wanted to see how Oscar would actually solve the problems if they were to work together. Maxim's recommendation had created a certain expectation, but then he notices something strange as he grades the test. All the answers are correct. The level of knowledge is that of a professor at the very least. He simply cannot believe what he is seeing, so he asks Oscar directly if he thinks the answer to the final question is correct. Oscar confirms that he does. Then Schwein asks which of the 4 possible results he wrote in his answer. Oscar replies that he wrote all of them, basing the answer on the variable value of mana. He explains that, due to the formula structure, a fixed value would cause problems, so he solved the equation using a variable value. Schwein asks if he can use those values to test the magic right then and there. The test works perfectly, and Schwein is left wondering how this is possible. He grabs Oscar's hands, says he will list him as a co-author on his thesis, and thanks him profusely. Oscar asks if that was the magic he was studying, and Schwein confirms. It was the exact magic from the final question on the test, a creation of Oscar Sage, the master of the White Tower from the last generation, the infinite serpent of Ouroboros. Oscar is shocked to hear the name of the magic. Oscar does not understand why they brought back this magic, which only needs mana once to create a nearly limitless power source. The idea might sound good, but by Oscar's standards, this magic is a failure. After all, humanity conquered the land and the sea, but never managed to reach its ultimate frontier. The goal of the Blue Sky Project was precisely to conquer the skies. During the war against the demons, they began creating airships to gain an advantage, and that is why he created Ouroboros to serve as their power source. But even with a nearly perfect magical theory, the spell did not generate enough power for a real airship. He thinks there are many other spells that could be used if the goal is not something that consumes so much energy. It is simply not worth it. Schwein says he will tell Shasha that the foundation for the delivery service is ready, and Oscar is shocked to realize the Tower Master created all this just for this one spell. He thinks that no matter how much she missed him, she could not bring back a spell like this without even knowing how to use it. But Schwein explains that this was the way to open up the skies, and that they have taken the first step after 7 years. Oscar asks if they are attempting the same challenge as before, and Schwein confirms, saying that Ouroboros will function as the engine. Oscar comments that it is not impossible to move an airship with just the wind generated by the spell, but Schwein replies that it would be impossible to create a real airship using only Ouroboros. Oscar focuses on that last word, and asks what he means by only. Schwein explains that the situation now is different from 23 years ago, because now they have something new. And then he points to the magical engineering equipment on the table. Back when Oscar started the Blue Sky Project, the Golden Tower, which worked with them, found a clue about magical engineering, and began developing the idea after the war. Their theory is that by combining the energy from Ouroboros with magical engineering, they can finally make an airship fly. The plan is to use a battery to create this energy bridge. There is a battery that recharges with the wind, so they can continuously increase the mana and create a powerful heart that supplies infinite energy. Oscar asks if the Golden Tower knows about this research, and Schwein says they do not. The Golden Tower finds the idea of an airship absurd, and is busy inventing a completely different mode of transportation. It is an iron horse that runs across the land without tiring, and they call it a train. Oscar thinks that he does not know what it looks like, but the Golden Tower Master he knows is not the type to invest in a losing venture. He is sure this will change everything. Even so, it would not be as impactful as an airship. Schwein then says that this is why they started the delivery business, even at a disadvantage. The idea was to monopolize the market first. He confirms that, at the moment, the transport of goods is handled only by carriages and ships. It does not change this landscape, but if airships enter the game, even trains will become a thing of the past. Their goal was to conquer the sky, which no one has ever managed, to bring about a new beginning. That is why they decided they would recover the spell and unveil it at the White Night Festival. And this desire only became a reality because of Oscar. Oscar looks down, thinking that the dream he gave up on was not forgotten by his disciple. He understands that he must pave the way as her master, so he says they will go a step further. They will not just reveal the magic, they will unveil the airship prototype at the festival. He suggests that this be their new goal. Schwein agrees instantly. Revealing something concrete is far more impactful, and Oscar is right. Therefore, he decides he will share all the research materials with him. Schwein hands him a book and tells him to read it carefully, while Oscar wonders what all of this is. He realizes they are formulas he has never seen before, and the professor explains that it is research material on the production of the magic engineering battery. Oscar then asks to sit down and take a good look at it. He notices that even formulas from the Ouroboros technique are being used, and the material is so detailed it seems like every case has been verified. He says it is great, and that they can start immediately, and Schwein confirms that is the plan. But first, Schwein says he needs to tell him something and wants to apologize. Oscar is confused why he is apologizing out of nowhere. The professor warns that as soon as they announce their research, the Golden Tower will try to stop them, even if it means spilling blood. Oscar is actually relieved that it is only that and says it is all right. Schwein thinks he is not taking the threat seriously, but Oscar replies that he is sure they will try to interfere dozens of times. He continues, saying that if he keeps looking for reasons to give up, he will never accomplish anything. And that is what he is afraid of growing weak and running away forever, of being unable to move forward and ending up as an empty shell. He explains that the White Tower has already lost so much due to a lack of power, but he believes this research will give them the strength they need to fight, and that is why he is willing to take the risk. Schwein laughs and comments that he is getting annoyed with Oscar stealing all the good lines. Then, he extends his hand to his new assistant. He says he hopes they will work well together from now on. On the first day, Schwein comments that the Weiler equation they included in the technique is reducing its power, and Oscar agrees that the stability numbers drop significantly when combined with engineering. Since the goal is the airship, they need to prioritize stability, even if they lose some power. On the fourth day, they are struggling to modify the technique. Schwein suggests changing the formation to a parallel system, and Oscar agrees, since they need to integrate everything with magic engineering. But he also points out that they have already skipped 2 meals and that he needs to eat something. At that moment, the lights in the room go out. Oscar comments that the blackouts are getting more frequent, and they decide to rest for now. On the 6th day, Schwein says he has been thinking about something. He says he would not have been able to finish this research if he had not met Oscar, and that, honestly, he thought it would be very difficult to successfully announce the airship. But they are making so much progress in so little time that now he believes they can reach their goal. Right after, Oscar calls the elders' attention. He points out that the monocore makes no sense, but Schwein replies that it is what makes his magic shine even brighter. Suddenly, an official announcement summons Oscar to the Vice Master's office. Schwein says it is his turn to be cool now, and that he will finish the Ouroboros battery no matter what. In the office, Hamel comments that the blackouts have been happening very frequently. Since the mana supply keeps getting cut off, they need to clean the power plant, and Oscar offers to take care of the slime. Hamel thanks him, explaining they could not do it due to a lack of people, and because there is a lot of slime near the plant. Oscar guarantees there will be no more blackouts after he gets rid of them, and Hamel tells him to go tomorrow at 9 to meet with Veronica so they can go together. Oscar wonders if this mission really needs a level 4 mage. Hamel explains that it is a basic rule for low-level mags to work in pairs, and adds that Veronica seems very worried lately. Oscar says that is fine and bows, realizing the slimes are just an excuse for him to meet with her. The next day, Veronica immediately asks why he is late. Oscar wishes her a good morning and replies that he is only 5 minutes late, and then their carriage departs through the city. Veronica gets his attention, telling him they are not heading to a classroom. Oscar agrees, since they are going to the mana power plant, but Veronica says that is not what she means, and that she is the mission leader. She says that even though he is smarter, she has more field experience. Oscar then asks if she is telling him not to act like a teacher. He nods in agreement, and the two fall silent. He asks if she slept well because she looks tired. Veronica immediately tells him to shut his mouth. Oscar insists, asking if something is worrying her. She replies that it has only been 3 seconds since she told him to be quiet. He explains that he just wants to know if he can help, and that if there is an easier way to solve her problem, they should take it. The girl is a little unsure of how to react to that. Oscar then studies Veronica Fricks from head to toe. She is the mage Oscar described as an incredible talent several times in his diary. He cannot miss the chance to find out just how good she really is, so he asks if she would feel better if she told him what is going on. Veronica thinks that the very reason for her insomnia is the man sitting in front of her. She wants to create a strong wind just like Elder Maxim's, but her failure to do so irritated her so much that she trained all night without any sleep. She then asks what he means by all this. Oscar deduces that if she had no problems until now, then his last class must be to blame. She confirms, explaining that she wants to create a wind like Maxim's, but she cannot. Oscar replies that this is obvious. He says that kind of wind does not suit her. Veronica retorts that he does not know her, and that she has always wanted a strong wind like that. He says that sometimes it is good to have a different perspective, and asks what kind of wind she thinks he would have. Veronica answers bluntly that it would be an arrogant and irritating wind, but Oscar denies it, saying his wind is famous for being comforting, and she comments that she has never heard of that. He reflects that this is because he used to be that way, but he admits that he also finds it fascinating, and that he does not see himself as someone so comforting, and he asks if she really wants a warm and strong wind. He explains that Mana's temperament is not something you can obtain just by wanting it. She needs to find the type that best suits her own personality. Veronica thinks about this for a moment, but insists that if that were the case, his wind would definitely be an irritating one. They arrive outside the mana power plant. Oscar immediately notices something strange up ahead. With the power plant in this state, it is no wonder they have been having so many blackouts. But before he can think any further, Veronica uses a wind press. She crushes one of the slimes against the ground with impressive force. Oscar thinks that now he understands why she was so highly praised. Her casting is incredibly fast, and she can cast spells quickly without needing much concentration. He thinks it would be a good idea to turn her into a spellcaster, like Majuro. Her level is already so high that she puts many other mags to shame. Veronica looks back, annoyed, and asks why she is the only one doing any work. Oscar moves closer, and she warns him to be careful as the slimes are gathering together. He stops and analyzes the situation for a moment. He sees dozens of slimes inside the power plant. Veronica yells for him to forget about what is inside and focus on the ones outside, but Oscar says something strange is going on. The way they move toward the entrance, it looks like they are fleeing from something inside the plant. Veronica scoffs, saying he talks as if slimes are intelligent, but Oscar replies that they follow their instincts. She then asks if he is trying to say there is a terrifying monster inside. Oscar says he will take a quick look to confirm. Inside the magic power plant, Veronica asks what that is, and Oscar explains it is a white silkworm cocoon from a moth that feeds on mana. He thinks it came here because of the large amount of mana, and Veronica realizes the moth has not hatched yet. Oscar confirms it is in the middle of its metamorphosis. Veronica understands the slimes were not the real problem, and that everything will be solved if they get rid of the cocoon. Oscar says there is good news. The silkworm itself is not dangerous, and if they called Maxim, he would solve this in 5 seconds. The bad news is that when they hatch, they are ravenous and will eat any living thing nearby. Judging by the way the slimes are fleeing, the metamorphosis must be almost complete. The sound they hear is the silkworm emerging from its cocoon. He tells her to prepare for a fight. Veronica is shocked by the creature's size and asks if that thing is going to fly. And in that instant, the moth completes its metamorphosis. Veronica asks why they do not just leave. Oscar explains that if they run, the moth will attack the people in the nearby town. They have to stop the creature here no matter what. Veronica does not care and tells him to get out of her way. Oscar realizes she is trying to protect him from a level 4 silkworm, so he sends the message. With any luck, the coachman is still nearby to receive the message and call for reinforcements. Veronica prepares a spell in her hand, saying this insect will not be bothering her for much longer. Then she attacks with wind press and jet boost, using her full power. She gives an arrogant smile, ready to go all out. But suddenly Oscar yanks her hood hard. He throws the girl to the ground and conjures a wind spell at the same time. The spell moves exactly as he commands. Oscar yells that the powder the silkworm releases can melt a person instantly. He thinks the creature left that opening on purpose. Even for an insect, it is quite intelligent. The moth then begins to fly along the ceiling of the power plant. Veronica asks how he managed to see the powder, since it is nearly invisible. Oscar explains that he focused mana into his eyes to see every single particle, and at that moment, his eyes glow with a green hue. The moth wastes no time and fires a blast in their direction. Oscar defends himself with his windshield. The smoke rises, and he realizes how dire the situation is. Just blocking the attack costs him 70% of his mana. At least the moth takes 5 minutes to fire another beam. He tells her they need to end this quickly, but Veronica says she cannot move her legs. Oscar understands what happened. He blocked the beam, but a part of it must have passed through the shield and hit her. Veronica tells him to go on ahead. She says she can still buy them some time, and that if he does not want them both to die, he better leave now. But Oscar knows she is lying. The air around her is trembling, so he touches her head. Veronica asks what this is, and Oscar tells her not to be afraid, that he will never leave without her. He says everything will be all right, because mags from the White Tower never abandon their companions. He casts the acceleration spell, but thinks that he only has 28% of his mana remaining. He needs to end this in one blow, so he rushes forward at maximum speed. Veronica wonders how that bastard is going to face the beast. She told him to run, but now she thinks that if he dies, she will hunt him down and kill him herself. Oscar easily dodges the attacks, using several hands of wind. He thinks that it is a good thing he brought a little something with him. Then he aims the pistol and asks if the moth is feeling calm now, and he bids the little moth farewell. The shot only hits the moth's wing. Oscar can hardly believe it. He fired a single shot and the recoil dislocated his arm. He could not even aim for the head. That is when he notices something else. The moth's wings are moving in a different way. Its beam has already recharged, and it fires at him again. He realizes the moth was planning to escape from the very beginning. He cannot let that happen, but he does not have enough mana to go after it, until he sees a silk thread dangling in the air, and he leaps as fast as he can to try and grab it. He manages to grab it and shouts that he got it, but then the moth begins to pull him forcefully. Veronica screams, asking why the hell he grabbed onto that. The moth drags Oscar through the air as if he were a toy. He is already starting to feel sick from it all. Suddenly a mandrake opens up, and Oscar comments that the creature was quite feisty. Then he aims at the insect and asks if it knows why people have 2 hands. Then he grabs another silk thread. He explains it is so he can land 2 strikes at once. Then he fires at the monster. Covering the beast only has 1 head. In the end, he wins all the same. The monster is pierced thanks to the power of the Trinity. Oscar begins to fall from the sky with a smile on his face. He comments that he is out of mana, and that Veronica will have to save him. She conjures an air cushion and a hand of wind to catch him. She manages to catch the protagonist, but with some difficulty. The girl calls out to him and asks if he is alive. For a few seconds, Oscar does not react, but suddenly he opens his eyes and startles Veronica. She screams, saying he scared her. At that moment, Maxim arrives and asks if they are all right. Oscar replies that his arms are dislocated, and that Veronica is hitting him. The next day, in the tower, she asks if he saw the article in the newspaper. It seems the reporters were faster than she imagined. She asks how he feels about becoming a hero, and Oscar replies that he used to like the idea, but not anymore. Veronica insists, talking about the donations, but he says he already takes care of his own people. He says she can have all the ambition if she wants. Suddenly Frank opens the door and asks if Oscar is all right. He says he came running as soon as he heard about the injury, and Oscar jokes that it is no wonder he stinks, but he smiles, because he notices something. France's gaze is deeper, and now he is a true level 4 mage. Frank, confused, asks what happened. He also wants to know why Veronica is there, and she immediately cuts him off, telling him not to get familiar. She makes it clear they are not close, and that it is a pain to walk through the academy because of the rumors he spreads. She sighs and wonders what the point of all this is. Then she asks if Oscar will be first place in the training room, but he does not even know what she is talking about. She then tells him to forget it, saying it does not matter. Just then, Maxim knocks on the door and is surprised to see them both there. He informs them that Hamel is looking for them, each for a different reason. Frank smiles and agrees right away, but Veronica remains serious. Maxim asks how Oscar's body is, especially his arms, and he replies that everything is fine. Then the elder hands him a box. Inside is the silk moth's core, and it has been decided that Oscar can keep it. Oscar says a core like this is worth at least thousands of bells, but Maxim explains that Hamel thought it was fair for him to have it. In the end, Everyone agreed that the core should be his. Maxim then asks if he is going to eat it or sell it, and Oscar replies that he will consume it right now. He explains the core does not have much mana since the moth just went through its metamorphosis, but that it is still excellent for recovery. With that, he tosses the core into his mouth. The mana begins to flow through his body. Oscar concentrates, trying to remain as calm as possible. He moves the mana according to his will. Maxim thinks that, aside from some illegal elixir, this must be Oscar's first time, and that handling mana so well is the mark of a genius. After a few hours, Oscar opens his eyes. He stretches his arms and thanks the elder for waiting all night, but Maxim congratulates him for reaching level 3. Oscar comments that he feels stronger too, and Maxim says he is leaving now. Alone, he realizes he does not feel tired at all. Then he picks up the pistol from the workbench next to him. He wonders if he should create a spell to reduce the gun's recoil. Meanwhile, at the power plant, a man in a suit approaches. The mage on duty asks who he is, and informs him that the area is closed for an investigation of dangerous elements. The man introduces himself as Nebula Grime from the Royal Headquarters for Special Investigations, and hands over his card. The mage wants to know what brings him there. Nebula explains that he came to investigate, because it is not normal for a silkworm to hatch so close to the city, and he asks for his cooperation. The mage agrees, since he is from the royal family. Nebula nods and says he is going to read the mana traces. He begins to analyze the energy flows lingering in the air. He concludes that 2 mags from the White Tower defeated the creature, one level 2 and the other level 4. It is a relief that they managed to resolve the situation. Nebula points to the location of the fight, and the mage confirms that is where the silkworm underwent its metamorphosis. Nebula notices a point of highly concentrated mana, and understands that was the silkworm. He also sees that one of the White Tower mags started the fight. He notes that the creature's speed was very high, but it grew agitated, and was then immobilized and wounded, even seeming to have injured its leg. What truly surprises Nebula is the trail left by the one who defeated the silkworm. He wonders who this person is, as he cannot see their form, only their movements, which means they move without leaking any mana. Walking around the site, Nebula finds an empty bullet casing on the ground. A mage used a firearm and a modified one, and that is exactly where the mana traces end. He realizes the mage might have followed the silkworm that flew away. The other mage asks for the level 4's name, saying what he did was impressive. He says that hunting the silkworm almost alone shows a promising future, but Nebula corrects him. He explains that the other is mistaken, because the one who defeated the silkworm was a level 2. His name is Oscar Crucian. Nebula is in disbelief. He doesn't understand how a mere level 2 could leave tracks like those. Besides, that name sounds familiar to him. He remembers reading about the vaccine in the newspaper, so he asks if they are talking about the one who recovered the Cadena flu vaccine, and the other mage confirms. Nebula comments that it makes sense the bullet holes look familiar. That must be Gunslinger Jack's weapon, but he still doubts a level 2 could use a weapon like that. It would be very difficult to handle the recoil with just mana. That's why he asks to know more about Oscar Crucian and what kind of person he is. Back at the tower, Oscar wonders why all the books are in this condition. Books like these should be in a neighborhood second-hand bookstore, not the Magic Tower's library. The library remained intact for hundreds of years. Every book was famous, a priceless treasure. At least that's how it was in the past. Now it looks like a school library. He thinks about how hundreds of years of the library's history simply vanished overnight, and he knows very well who is to blame for all of this. In fact, he had a plan to prevent this very thing from happening. 20 years ago, before the night of the purge, when they fought against the high priest, they planned to copy everything from the library, and he is sure he left that task with Edna Saul Laplace. He doesn't understand where she went. She promised to keep her oath even if he died. It makes no sense for her to disappear for 20 years. That's not like her, so he decides he will find her. It is time to find advanced magic to break the mage's limits and bring stability. Now that the major problems are solved, the potions department won't be looking for him anytime soon. He asks the girl at the reception desk if she is the librarian, and if there are any materials on dragons updated in the last 20 years. She confirms and says she will show him what they have. Oscar is relieved. He bets that even with the lack of money, they didn't skimp when it came to buying new knowledge. The librarian takes out 3 books, but Oscar notices something strange. He wonders why they all look like children's books, and he doesn't understand why she is recommending a book like that. She explains the book is about Oscar Sage, who fought alone when the dragons fled. Oscar then asks if there is any material that isn't illustrated. The girl replies no, and says that for that he would have to go to the capital's library. But she says she heard about a dragon that fought to the end on the side of humans. She heard this dragon went after its own people, who fled first, but Oscar denies it instantly. He knows that would never happen, not even if the sky fell. It's because she was the one most disappointed by her own kind, who fled. He sighs to relieve his stress, thinking he will need another way to find Edna. Meanwhile, Fidelina reports that all the Mag's external activity fees have been paid, and Maxim says he is moved by this. The two of them laugh, and Hamel says they will plan better to ensure the situation never happens again. The Mags still have outside job offers, but they remain as loyal as ever. Hamel says he wishes he could repay their loyalty, but the situation will remain this way until they recover the advanced magic. Fidelina tells him not to blame himself so much, because there is a limit to how many advanced spells one person can learn. The problem is that only Oscar Sage knew all of them, and when Shasha became the Tower Master, only 6 were left. Hamel remarks that just 20 years ago, they had 64 types of advanced magic, and all of them were incredible. He then asks if Captain Chester still has no plans to return, and Maxim confirms that he does not. He will not return until he completes his final mission. If he came back, they would have more spells to teach. Fidelina says this is a difficult problem to solve right now, so it is best to take their time. She changes the subject and speaks of an assassin called the Mage Hunter, who has appeared in the north. She suggests limiting travel after 10 at night for the time being, and Maxim is shocked. He remembers that Oscar left earlier, saying he was going to Buren. Fidelina orders him brought back immediately, but Maxim explains that he left at dawn, and is likely already far from Siren. Hamel orders them to contact the Buren branch at once, and to send Oscar back the moment they find him. No matter how talented he is just a boy who has only reached level 3. He is still a mage who needs protection. But in reality, Oscar is already at his destination, commenting on how fancy the city is. He thinks that this place was a desert 30 years ago, and he heard that casinos bought up a lot of the land around here. In any case, it should be around here. That is when he notices a silhouette in an alley, and then a voice calls out his name. The person in the shadows says they were waiting for someone named Oscar Crushen. Oscar immediately thinks the Blue Tower might be after him. Judging by the manner, the guy is at least a level 4. He finds it annoying that they sent someone after him the moment he left Siren. Oscar asks what happens if he refuses, and the mage replies that he will take him by force. Oscar takes a deep sigh, and says that in that case, he has no other choice. The mage then lunges forward with a kick, and Oscar defends himself, but the magic barrier shatters instantly. The mage seems impressed that he managed to block the attack. Oscar ironically asks if he was just supposed to stand there and take the hit. He thinks that the impact absorption shield he prepared shattered from a simple kick without any mana. He knows that if he loses the initiative, it is all over, so he moves his leg. He attacks, kicking a soda can toward the mage. The mage dodges it with ease and scoffs, asking what a small can like that could possibly do. But the can explodes in a strange way. The explosion surprises the mage, catching him completely off guard. He is hit head-on by the blast of flames. Dazed on the ground, Oscar quickly moves his hand. He grabs the mage's hood and hurls him with all his might. The man's head slams into the ground. After the blow, Oscar backs away and wonders if he went too easy on him. But the mage gets up and says that Oscar is strong. He says that now he has to fight for real. Oscar replies that he is pretty cocky. The mage then charges at him with everything he has. Oscar realizes the speed seems to come from a jet booster. He does not understand when the mage conjured it, but even at that speed, he can still react. Still, he takes a kick to the chest. The impact slams him hard against the nearest wall. He drops to the ground in a crouch, and the mage asks if he is still awake. The mage says the blow should have knocked him out, but Oscar replies that it did not even hurt. The mage warns that he will end it with the next blow and raises his leg. Oscar positions his palm, thinking the mage might come at him with everything. He thinks that even if he cannot see the attack, he will not miss the mana he sensed before and that he will unleash his awareness. He uses his martial technique, the Oscar-style ultimate blow, and moves his fist as if pushing a wave. The assassin closes in to kick, not understanding what Oscar is trying to do. He does not understand why Oscar is just punching the air. The mage thinks it is a disappointment, but is suddenly struck in the chest. The force of the blow makes him spit blood. Immediately after, he is hurled against a wall. The man lands inside a trash can. Oscar warns him not to move, or his organs will explode all at once. The mage asks what kind of technique this is, and Oscar replies that it is resonance. He explains that the wave of wind creates a frequency that resonates with the opponent's body. It is like when vibrations of the same frequency amplify each other, and when the wave hits the internal organs, it causes complete destruction. As they say in the Yang dynasty, it is like striking the mountain to hit the cow. The mage says it is hard to understand, and asks when Oscar got so strong, and Oscar replies that it seems they have fought before. The man confirms, saying they have fought several times. He says it was usually in the White Tower's gymnasium, and Oscar does not understand why all of this is happening so suddenly. So he asks who is looking for him, and the mage replies that it is Hamel Glimwitz. Oscar asks why, and the mage says there is an assassin in the north known as the Mage Hunter. Oscar says he should have started with that. The mage warns that he will drag him away by force if necessary, and says it was the Vice Master who sent him. Oscar wonders what kind of person this is, who does not even know how to communicate properly. But his irritating way of speaking and the sense of having seen this before make him wonder why it all feels so familiar. Then he asks for the man's name, who introduces himself as Killian Rockwood, a warrior from the forest. In that instant, Oscar recognizes who he is talking about. He asks if the young man knows Redan Rockwood, and Killian answers with great pride that he was his father. Killian adds that his father was a companion of the wise Oscar Sage. Redan Rockwood was from the Forest Tribe, one of the level 8 mags known as the White Lion. He was Oscar's right-hand man. Oscar remembers that when Redan first arrived at the White Tower, his way of communicating was terrible. In short, he just beat up his old friend's son. After this, Killian says they have a problem, and Oscar agrees. The young man does not understand why Oscar has that look on his face, since he is the one whose internal organs were destroyed. Oscar then asks if it hurts a lot. Killian says the pain is not the problem. The truth is he has a mission, but in this state he will not be able to complete it. That is why Oscar will have to complete the mission in his place, because the cancellation fee is absurd. If he cancels, he will go bankrupt. Oscar says he cannot let his friend's son go into the red. Then Killian points to a poster on the wall. The poster is of a girl called the Voice of Heaven. His mission was to be her bodyguard. Later at the Grand Buren Hotel, Oscar knocks on a room door. A woman asks who it is, and Oscar introduces himself as Killian Rockwood. The woman, Evelyn, welcomes him and says she is Marin's manager. She comments that he is different from what the rumors say, and Oscar replies that it must be because of the suit. Evelyn then tells Marin to get up. She announces that the person who accepted the mission has arrived, and the girl turns around. She greets Oscar with a hello. The girl says it is a pleasure to meet him and introduces herself as Marin Maria. Oscar introduces himself again as Killian. Evelyn asks what he wants for welcome tea, but he says he does not need anything. Marin thanks him for accepting the mission. She says she heard his success rate is over 80%, and that is why she thought he would be more demanding. Oscar thinks about Marin Maria, recalling the information Killian gave him. She appeared out of nowhere 3 years ago, with a voice that brings peace. That is why they call her the Holy Singer. He thought it was an exaggerated title, but her voice is truly beautiful. At that moment, Marin asks if he is a responsible person. Oscar confirms, and thinks that this is typical of Raiden's son. The girl says that is good because responsible people are the nicest. Evelyn hands Marin a glass of water and tells her to drink. Afterwards, she begins to explain the details of the mission. In short, his job is to protect Marin from assassination attempts. It turns out Marin is receiving threats to cancel her show in Buren. She ignored them at first, but they just kept sending more and more. Oscar asks if she already knows who is sending the threats. Evelyn explains that the one responsible is Ara Sweet, a rival who debuted 2 years before Marin. She asks if he heard about the death of Buren's mayor a few months ago, and Oscar says yes. He saw it in the paper. It turns out Ara Sweet was his only daughter, and now she is the candidate for the new mayor of Buren. It seems the newspapers are being paid to ignore the reports, because no one reacts when they tell the truth. Oscar agrees that it makes sense, and thinks this is too big a problem to solve alone. He does not understand what someone like her would gain from this, so he asks what the benefit is for Ara Sweet. After all, if something goes wrong, she would be the first to suffer the consequences. But Marin explains the reason is the venue, the Buren Dome. Oscar asks if performing there is that important. Evelyn confirms. It is a concert for 100,000 people, and whoever performs at the Buren Dome earns the chance to sing for the Emperor on New Year's. One must pass rigorous tests to get this chance, and very few people achieve this honor each year. Ultimately, it is the biggest stage a singer can dream of, and for Marin, it is the show that will change her life. Oscar then asks how many other people she has hired besides him. He needs to know to plan his strategy, but the answer is shocking. There is only him. She tried to hire a mercenary agency, but no one accepted the job. Oscar drinks the water and thinks about the situation. In an operation of this size, he expects at least level 4 assassins, and he has no idea how many will show up, and he will have to deal with all of this alone. That is why he asks what the cancellation fee is. He is thinking the conditions are too dire even for him, and that the best thing to do is cancel everything for Marin's own safety. But her reaction is to call him a piece of shit, which leaves Oscar completely confused. She screams, asking if he really thinks she should cancel the show after fighting for it for 3 years. She throws it in his face that he is only there for $1,000,000 bells, and then Oscar understands what she was talking about before. Furious, Marin grabs her own hair and asks if he did not say he would take responsibility. Then she tells him to go to hell. In that moment, she rips off the pink wig, and Oscar realizes there is something different about her. In fact, Marin is a mermaid. Mermaids are a famous species from old stories. The description is always the same. They are beautiful, but unlike in the stories, they can turn their tails into legs whenever they want. Marin slams the table next to him and asks what the problem is, if this is the first time he has ever seen a mermaid. Oscar thinks that yes, it is the first time he has seen one in the middle of the continent, and now that weird bathtub in the middle of the room makes perfect sense. He comments that he thought mermaids got sick away from the sea. Evelyn explains that Marin is half mermaid, and that is why she can stay in human form for longer. Oscar asks if that means she is half human, and Evelyn confirms. Apparently, since mermaids are very beautiful, they often enter into strategic marriages with other species. The problem is that when they marry and live far from the sea, most get sick with longing and slowly die, and their mixed-blood children end up abandoned because they are welcome neither on land nor in the sea. Oscar thinks that maybe this is why Marin sings with so much passion, but she gets angry and says her parents married for love and are very much alive. Despite everything, Oscar holds his ground. A no is still a no. He warns that if she insists, her chances of dying are high and the audience will also be in danger. But Marin guarantees everyone will be fine, because there is a protective artifact in the seats. Marin insists she will not give up on the show, even if she dies for it, and Evelyn gets irritated by her stubbornness. She reminds Evelyn this show has been her goal for 3 years, and that she endured all kinds of prejudice without any support because of it. Oscar then asks why she wants to do this performance so badly. Marin explains that 4 years ago, her father was diagnosed with the disease longing for the sea, and the doctor gave him 5 years to live. Now, only 1 remains. Everyone knows this disease has no cure, but there is a legendary potion said to be able to heal anyone. She needs to get this elixir within a year, and that is why she cannot give up on the show at the Domo Buren no matter what. Evelyn adds that if Marin does this show, she earns the right to sing for the Emperor and receive a single drop of the elixir as a reward. Oscar says he understands the situation, but he wants to know if this potion really cures the disease. He asks if that is why she planned everything for 4 years, and Marin replies that the only thing she can do better than others is sing. It was the only path she had. Oscar thinks her parents must be very important to her. He never had parents and does not know what that feeling is like, since he grew up alone on the streets. But he starts to think that if the relationship with a father is similar to what he feels for his master, he would do anything to save him. So in the end, he thinks he understands her situation better than anyone. With that in mind, he stands up and asks if he can enter the Domo Buren now. Evelyn confirms, since they are part of the production. Oscar warns that before anything else, he wants to verify if the audience will truly be safe. If the security measures pass his criteria, then Marin should not regret wanting to go on stage, even knowing she could lose her life. He says they need to go now so he can inspect everything. Meanwhile, at Ira Sweet's house, she swirls a glass of wine and asks if Marin has not cancelled the show yet. Ira comments that she knew Marin was stubborn, but she did not imagine it was this much. She finds it cruel that the girl wants to sing even if it costs her life. Her secretary then says she heard a rumor. It seems Marin left the hotel with a man, but she does not think it is a scandal, because the guy looked more like a bodyguard. ARA finds it strange since she blocked Marin's contact with all the mercenary agencies. She wants to know where this guy came from and orders his skills to be checked. The secretary agrees and says she will take care of it. Back at the Domo Buren, Oscar is on stage giving instructions to Marin. At the same time, ARA's secretary reports that she will send 1 or 2 of her best men to the location. After the inspection, Oscar concludes that the protection artifact is perfect and decides to accept the job. Now they just need to finalize the official contract at the hotel, and Evelyn says everything is already prepared. Oscar asks if the earlier inspection was all he needed to do for now. Evelyn replies yes, and that he is now free until the day of the show. Outside, Oscar comments that Marin looks like an angel, and she thanks him for the compliment. But he quickly cuts the mood, saying he is just making his work worth the money he will receive. At that moment, he senses 2 suspicious presences nearby. Without hesitation, he points to the side and creates a wind projectile with his hand. The projectile hits the heads of the 2 hidden men with impressive ease. After that, he simply turns and keeps walking, as if nothing happened. He thinks there is no need to make the 2 of them nervous over what just happened. Meanwhile, ARA asks her secretary if the men are dead, and she confirms that they are. She realizes she hired a good security guard, since according to the mercenary office, there is no sign of a struggle, yet both men have bullet holes in their foreheads. ARA understands the situation, her expression turning serious. She then orders a car prepared, wanting to meet this bodyguard herself. After all, the plan is to hire him. Elsewhere, At the Grand Baron Hotel, Marine is in a private dining room and asks if all this is not an exaggeration. She says the bill is on her, but Oscar notices that Marine's personality changes completely when no one else is around. He warns her to be careful what she says outside, because the room was also bugged. He disabled everything when he arrived, but she needs to stay vigilant. The girl comments that the recordings were almost exposed, and Evelyn says Murren is much more at ease now thanks to him. Murren sighs and asks if he enjoyed the Yang Dynasty dumplings. The manager replies that it was good to eat them after so long, but inwardly he thinks he grew tired of eating them during the war. Murren comments that she thought all Tower Mags were poor, but apparently that is not the case with him. Just then, the manager knocks on the door and enters the room. Murren compliments the food, saying it is as good as ever, but suddenly Ayare's voice cuts in, saying it is good that they are eating well. After all, she is the one who paid for everything in advance. Confused, Murren asks if the room is not private, and the manager explains that Miss Ara said they were close and just wanted to say hello. With that, the manager excuses himself and asks them to enjoy their time together. Oscar thinks that while both are singers, Ara is on a completely different level. Seeing this, Murren decides to leave, saying she has lost her appetite, but Ara orders her to leave the bodyguard behind. She says she will convince him to give up his commission. Ara then turns to Oscar and tells him to cancel his contract with Murren and come with her, promising to pay the penalty fee and a salary 10 times larger. Murren shouts that he will not fall for it, but to her surprise, Oscar replies that the offer sounds great. The girl is completely shocked by his change in attitude. Oscar says his salary was 1 million Sinos and that he likes her offer, but he just remembered that his hiring fee is actually 10 million, so he asks if she can cover that amount. Ara gets irritated, accusing him of toying with her, but Oscar pretends not to know what she is talking about. She calls him a bastard. Then, she adjusts her glasses and asks for his name. Oscar introduces himself as Killian Rockwood. Ara realizes he is an amateur for revealing his real name in the field, and says she looks forward to seeing his future. She opens the door to leave, and Oscar replies that sounds good, because he has always been on the more active side of the action. In the corner of the room, Murren huffs, seething with rage. She screams at her secretary to call the Wudok brothers right now, but one of them already appears and says there is no need. It is Wu Jin, the older brother, and he says he has been following the two of them since early on. Ara asks how he got in, and Wu Jin replies that his boss gave him an ID. He also tells her that Daku is moving to the headquarters. Ara presses a button and announces that the plan has changed. Wu Jin is confused. He thought he was just supposed to kill the manager when the show started and stop the singer from performing, but she says there is one more person who needs to die, a bodyguard named Killian Rockwood, who has to die in the most painful way possible. Then, she asks how the preparations are going. Wu Jin says he will infiltrate the production team tomorrow, and Daku gets in the same day on the lighting crew. Ara says everything is set, and tells him to contact her if he needs anything. She wonders how those two dared to look down on her in this city, and she is going to show them the price they pay for it. This entire conversation reaches Oscar's ears. He thinks it was a good idea to leave some mana behind, but is surprised that Wu Jin noticed nothing. They say birds listen at night, and mags listen by day. Then he tells everyone to go back to their rooms and rest, because the show is tomorrow. Murren asks why he did not accept the other woman's offer. After all, she offered 10 million chinos. Oscar asks if she thinks he signed the contract just for money, and she confirms that she does. He explains that she said she wanted to save her father, and he is going to make that dream a reality. In the past, he never even had the chance to do the same. He failed to save his master, and it remains one of his greatest regrets. So to avoid that regret again, they need to try everything. Murren turns her face away, still not entirely convinced, but she thanks him anyway as she gets up. The next day, at Murren Maria's concert, a crowd moves toward the dome. Inside, the cleaning crew hurries back and forth. They are wondering where the part-timer has gone. It turns out he is in a closed-off restroom. It is Wu Jin, and he thinks it is time to go. He can barely believe he spent the entire day waiting in a place like this, and now he has to go up and meet Doko in room 403. If it were not for the 5 million Chino contract, he would not even be bothering with this. He imagines Doko must already be in uniform, and he wonders what kind of uniform it is. At that moment, he sees Oscar right in front of him, washing his hands, and he wonders what the hell that bastard is doing here. He wonders if he should end his life right now. His information on Killian Rockwood says the man is talented in hand-to-hand combat and on the same level as Wu Jin, so it will not be easy. It is safer to attack as a pair, following the plan. If he fails alone, everything will become hell itself. Just then, Oscar looks at his hands and comments that his fingers have calluses, but his palm does not. To him, that means Wu Jin uses concealed weapons, and then he bluntly asks if his job is being an assassin. Wu Jin turns, caught off guard. He realizes he has been made, and that his best option is to flee and regroup with Doko. But Asuka throws a bar of soap at him, saying his hesitation only confirms everything. Woojin realizes he cannot dodge and readies his needles. He manages to throw them, but the soap still hits his arm hard. He realizes that was not just a bar of soap, it was a block of mana. It was a good defense. In the end, he traded a shoulder for the enemy's life. Even if he is from one of the 4 great towers, he will not escape, and the needles work. Asuka falls to the ground paralyzed. Woojin takes a deep, relieved breath and tells himself it worked. To be honest, the man does not seem that skilled in close combat. He must just be a rookie with some experience, but as a precaution, it is best to finish him off quickly. He brings the knife to Asuka's neck, but the blade suddenly stops, and he does not understand why. The knife simply will not go in. He tries to see what is blocking it. That is when he hears the sound of wind. In that moment, he realizes the needles in Asuka's face were a trick, but it is already too late. Asuka points a pistol at him and says it seems he is not so slow after all. Woojin asks how he did it, and Asuka replies that he enveloped his entire body in wind. The assassin insists that this is impossible, but Asuka simply shoots, saying it is quite possible. Far away, the concert audience cheers. It is almost time for the show to start, and the show does indeed begin right after. The crowd goes wild as Murren appears on stage and begins to sing. In another room, Dako notices that his brother is late. He grows worried, wondering if something happened. That is when he sees footprints on the floor and recognizes them as his brother's. He does not understand what could have caused such a long delay, but the strangest thing is that the footprints go right past the door. He told him 1,000 times that the room was 407. Then it hits him. The person who passed by was not his brother. He sees Asuka standing with his back to him, so this is where he was hiding. Dako asks if he really had the audacity to imitate his brother's footsteps. Asuka replies it was the least he could do, since he blew Woojin's head off. Dako says at least he did not suffer. He knew this day would come, but the taste is still bitter, because this was supposed to be their last job. Asuka finds his calmness strange and asks how he can be so composed. He wants to know if they were really going to retire, but Dako denies it, saying he was just hired. Asuka thinks it will be interesting, a duel between the best. Dako taunts him, saying the White Tower is not the best. Asuka replies that this will change this year. Dako says he must not know what it really means to be the best in the business. He says that to be the best, you need to be at least at this level, and then he releases his mana. Asuka realizes that instead of hidden weapons, he uses poisonous Ki. Then Dako moves a sphere that was on his back. He uses it to pierce a piece of the roof, showing what happens, and he asks what would happen if a human were hit by that. The poison sphere pierces through the wall in his direction. Asuka dodges it with ease. Dako warns that a simple scratch is enough for the poison to take effect, but Asuka says he already knows that, but to him, something like that makes no difference at all. Dako asks if he is immune to all types of poison. Asuka denies it. He explains that he has enveloped his entire body with mana, completely blocking the outside air. He created the oxygen inside his own body to be able to breathe. He states that to be the best in the industry, you need to be at this level. Dako laughs and says he now understands his brother's death was no accident. Asuka notices that there are now 4 spheres of condensed poison. Dako launches all of them at once, and Asuka uses acceleration to dodge each one. Dako is impressed, unable to believe he managed to do that. He says Asuka cannot be just a level 4. At that moment, Asuka presses his pistol against his neck. The gun fires, but the poison spheres move to protect him. Dako manages to stop the bullet using his own poison. He comments that that was a little dangerous. Asuka realizes he melted the bullet with his poisonous Ki. Dako says he understands the situation now. His idiot brother must have died because of this weapon. Then he grabs Asuka's shirt and lands a powerful kick to his waist. The impact throws Asuka against the building's window, shattering the glass. He plummets from above and crashes against the ground. He groans in pain from the force of the impact. Dako comments that must have hurt, but tells him to look up. He says that in any case, none of the spectators seem to have noticed. Asuka replies that it does not matter and points the gun, but Dako warns him that his arm is broken and the fight is over, but Asuka refuses and prepares to shoot. He fires 2 bullets at Dako. Dako simply repeats that it is useless and uses his poison to defend himself. Asuka realizes the poison is strong enough to melt not only the bullets, but the entire gun. Dako says the fight is over and it is time to say goodbye, but suddenly the atmosphere changes completely. Murren appears and yells for all her fans to make a lot of noise. Asuka realizes she remembered what they agreed on. He then uses the sound prison on Dako, who wonders what the trick is this time, thinking it will be useless, but the sound waves strike his brain head-on. Dako begins to stagger, completely dazed. Asuka acknowledges that the guy is pretty tough. After all, The voices of thousands of people are crashing down on him like thunder, and the sound waves must be causing a massive shock inside him. Even so, Daiko still manages to shoot his poison in his direction. It seems he lost his sense of direction after being deafened by the noise. Asuka points the air pistol and asks if that does not hurt. He says he will end this quickly and hits Daiko with a wind projectile right in the chest. Daiko falls to the ground, lifeless. Asuka lies down to rest, relieved that Morin remembered the plan. He remembers the night of the rehearsal, when he told her they only needed to practice one thing. The plan was that if she heard 2 gunshots, she was to set off the fireworks and get as many screams as she could. He had told her that would be enough, and now he is relieved he planned it. In the end, the fireworks and the screams were enough. After all, this job was one of the best he has ever done in this line of work. 3 days later, Morin asks if he is sure he can move around already. Asuka says yes, since she called a high-level priest to heal him. Morin says she would feel very guilty if he had died. He thinks to himself that it was not even that serious. Evelyn is also there to handle the payment, informing him that the total is 1 million bells with an additional 100,000 as a bonus. Asuka tells Morin this was all possible because her determination is so strong, and that her father will get better soon. Morin asks if he will stay in the city, and Asuka confirms, saying he still has business to handle there. The girl then tells him to be careful, because Arasweet must be furious now and no one knows what she might do. And before she leaves, she asks if he is really going to hide his real name until the end. Asuka is surprised that she noticed. He pretends he does not know what she is talking about, but Morin says she knew from the beginning because of the colored contact lenses. Asuka then asks why she hired him anyway, and the girl breaks into a smile. She explains that the expression on his face when he heard the request to save her father was like looking in a mirror. That is why she bet on him without a second thought. Asuka says she should not have risked her own life like that. He then reveals his real name, Oscar Crushen, and Morin immediately recognizes him as the genius from the White Tower who created the antidote for the Cadena flu. Morin says she saw his name in the newspaper. She comments that he seems too normal for a genius, but Oscar replies that offstage, she also seems like an ordinary person, but on stage, she is the biggest star of all. Morin stands up and says he really has a way with words. She thanks him for being the best bodyguard she has ever had. Then she shakes Oscar's hand. Meanwhile, in a hotel in Buren, a young man enters the room to deliver news. His senior asks him to start with the good news. The mage reports that the older brother of the rookie who was going to join them ended up dead, and the problem is that Doko was with him and died too. The sorceress becomes furious and asks if he is going to make up any more bad news. The mage asks her not to take her anger out on him. After all, the one who killed them both was her brother, Killian. Apparently, he was hired as a bodyguard by the other side. At that moment, he shows a picture of Killian, but the girl does not recognize him and says his face must have changed a lot and that she needs to see him in person. Kaga Rockwood wonders if that man is really passing himself off as her brother. Meanwhile, at the Sweet family mansion, Mark, the patriarch, comments that the Hoover family should have retreated by now. The secretary agrees, saying they act as if the city is theirs just because they are the former mayor's family, but the patriarch cuts him off before he can start bad-mouthing them. The secretary reports that according to the plan, Buzz's son did not break the password magic, but his stupidity ended up helping them uncover secret documents. He says he prepared some very flashy fireworks for the situation. The patriarch changes the subject, recalling that the bastard made his daughter cry. The secretary confirms the ones involved were the diva Morin Maria and someone named Killian Rockwood, but the patriarch orders them to leave Morin alone, since they cannot touch her while she has the Emperor's protection. The order is to track Killian's every move. He wonders aloud how someone dares to mess with his daughter, and on top of that, with the Purple Brigade's tattooist. He guarantees that the two of them will make this person regret it bitterly. Meanwhile, Oscar is having tea with Killian. Killian thanks him for completing the mission. Oscar asks how his body was, and Killian replies that it was perfect. Killian says Oscar should keep the commission fee, because the warriors of the forest do not steal the accomplishments of others. He then asks where Oscar is going. Oscar taunts him, asking if he is going to drag him to the White Tower by force, but Killian denies it. He says there is no need, since Oscar is more talented, and he already told him there is nothing to worry about. Oscar then reveals he is going to the Blood Towers branch in Buren, because he needs to find someone. Killian warns him to be careful, because Aerosweet is after him. Oscar says that in that case, he should probably let the other commission go. He explains they are looking for someone to analyze some encrypted information, and the payment is 500,000 Xenos, but he thinks it is not worth risking his life for that amount. He then asks if Killian could return to the tower in his place. Killian is surprised, and says he never thought he would hear him speak in such a friendly way. He comments that something must have happened while he was not around. Killian says he would like to stay with him, but he needs to spend some time in Buren. Oscar then asks what he is going to do there. He replies that he needs to capture the greatest trader in the history of the Forest Tribe. Killian explains there are rumors that this trader is operating in the city, and that is why he came. Oscar realizes the situation is more serious than he imagined. He says he hopes Killian catches the trader, and then places a hand on his chest. He points toward Killian, and says they will see each other at the White Tower later. Killian is confused, and asks how he knows the tribe's traditional greeting. Oscar thinks about how bad his younger self's behavior must have been. He then asks if Killian is not going to complete the greeting. In response, Killian also places a hand on his chest, and says his farewell, telling him he will see him at the White Tower. Later, as he walks through the city, Oscar thinks that going to the Blood Tower is too risky. He wonders what he will do if Edna is in hiding, since the Blood Tower can find anyone with a blood sample, even a demon. But he is not sure if they could find a dragon that has decided to disappear. Suddenly, he feels the flow of mana around him change. Oscar spins around instantly, wondering why he is sensing the energy of someone who is at least level 7. He realizes that someone extremely powerful is looking directly at him. It is Chara, who smirks upon seeing him. Oscar has no idea what is happening. In that moment, a car passes right in front of them, and when the car passes, Chara has vanished. He still does not understand what any of it means. Elsewhere, a mage comments to Chara that she was too easy on Oscar just because he is Killian's friend and that she should have collected the debt. Chara replies that in the end, it was for the best, since a weakling like him lost his life to a level 3 right off the bat. She says that is not important right now, and asks the mage if he could purposefully locate her, even if she concealed her presence. The mage denies it. He says it would be difficult to even notice she was there, and that no one on the continent is capable of doing so. Chara then wonders why it felt like she locked eyes with Oscar, and is certain it was not just her imagination. She asks who this Oscar is, and the mage explains that he was the legendary genius of the White Tower. Chara finds this interesting, and grows curious to see what the future holds for him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Oscar thinks that he has finally reached his destination. He is at the Blood Tower branch in Buren. The receptionist asks how she can help, and Oscar says he came to find someone. She asks if he brought a blood sample of the person, and directs him to a room to place the blood in the glass vial. Oscar enters the room and closes the door behind him. Inside, he analyzes the information he has on Edna's blood. Then, he draws a drop of blood from his own finger. He remembers what Edna once said. Her artificial dragon blood was created from his blood. He thinks that if he uses Edna's information to alter the components and structure of his own blood, they will still be able to track her, even if the sample lacks the special effect of dragon blood. He places the vial on the stand, but as he is leaving, the receptionist calls out to him. She informs him that he cannot just leave. He needs to choose a plan and pay up front. Oscar is surprised and asks if he needs to pay, and the woman confirms that he does. After looking at the options, Oscar says he will take the special plan. He comments that it used to be free, but the receptionist corrects him, saying the service was never free. Oscar insists he heard the special plan was free for the master of the White Tower. The receptionist then asks if he happens to be from there. Oscar denies it, saying he has no relation to the tower. She replies that it is a good thing, because there is a rule to charge them 30% more. She explains that the former tower master, Oscar Sage, used the special plan 108 times for free and nearly bankrupted the Blood Tower. To this day, the elders grind their teeth just hearing his name and say he was worse than the rumors claimed. If the royal family had not paid his debt after the war, the Blood Tower would no longer exist. There used to be a free service for tower masters and royalty, but that privilege was cancelled because of him. Oscar panics upon hearing this. He asks how much the special plan costs, and she replies that the price is 1.5 million bells. Oscar asks if he can pay in installments. He offers to pay 1 million now and the rest in a few days. The receptionist agrees, but warns that if he does not pay in full, he will not receive the results or his money back. She says that if he agrees, he just needs to sign the contract, and the results will be ready in 1 to 3 days. Oscar signs the contract without a second thought. Suddenly, the door to the room opens. He looks at the door, tense. The scene changes, and now he is knocking on Killian's door. Killian answers and asks what his friend needs. Oscar is out of breath, as if he ran the entire way there. Oscar brings up the commission Killian mentioned, saying he needs to explain his situation properly. Now at the Hoover family mansion, Oscar mentions he heard the commissioner is the son of Buren's former mayor. He wants to explain everything before meeting the man, and asks if it is a problem to arrive so late. Killian explains they were trying to recruit as quickly as possible, but the qualifications were too strict, so they struggled. Oscar deduces it is because the job involves deciphering encrypted information. Killian then explains that he needs to provide some context on the former mayor, Buzz Hoover. The man wanted to change Buren. The city looked luxurious, but many people suffered from gambling, drugs, and alcohol. The corrupt corporations not only ignored this dark side, they made the situation worse. Oscar remarks that this negative cycle must have been very profitable for them. Killian confirms, saying that is exactly what Buzz Hoover wanted to end. So he declared war on the trafficking organizations. The result was a success, and trafficking in the city dropped by 86%. But right after that, Buzz died suddenly on his property, shortly before inaugurating a treatment center for addicts. Oscar finds the whole story very suspicious. Killian says some claim the trafficking organizations killed him, while others believe a powerful addict hired the Purple Brigade. In the end, no one knows the truth. Oscar then asks what exactly needs to be deciphered. Killian explains that it is data Buzz Hoover himself encrypted with magic before he died. There is a high chance this data will reveal who killed him. At that moment, he remembers Ada and asks about the Sweet family. Killian replies that Mark Sweet is the opposite of a suspect. He supported the mayor and helped fight trafficking. Because of this, he gained a lot of public support and became a strong candidate for the next mayor. Oscar begins to think that perhaps Ada's father is truly a good person. Suddenly, someone opens the door behind them. It is a child who asks if they are the Mags from the White Tower. He introduces himself as Jake Hoover, the youngest son of the family. Oscar introduces himself as Oscar Crushen, level 3, and introduces Killian Rockwoo, level 4. Jake recognizes the name and asks if he was Murren Maria's bodyguard. The boy gets excited, saying he is the new star of the White Tower who defeated the Woodok brothers. He can hardly believe someone so incredible has come here. Jake asks if Oscar knows why he was trying to hire Mags. At the same time, Oscar notices a strange expression on Killian's face. Oscar realizes Jake thinks Killian is the decision-maker, but the choice is actually his. So he replies that he heard the boy wanted someone to decipher some data. Jake turns and confirms, saying that his father left some shocking data, but that so far no one has been able to solve the mystery. Oscar asks if he thinks his father's death is linked to this data. Jake confirms, saying he is sure of it. Oscar then asks why he is so sure. The boy explains that after his father died, he called upon several mags famous for cryptography, but very strange things happened to all of them on the way to Buren. One fell from his horse, another's car exploded, a bridge collapsed just as one of them was crossing, and others were attacked by bandits. No one made it. He says it is too much of a coincidence, and that he is sure someone is preventing this information from being revealed. Oscar agrees that the story is indeed very strange. Jake says that because of this, he has a few procedures before hiring. He shows them a pack scroll made by the Altara Order. Oscar recognizes the scroll and comments that it is quite rare. He thinks it is a type of contract that takes your life if you fail to uphold its clauses. And despite it being so serious, the boy has the courage to use one. Oscar understands that the boy is doing the best he can as the family heir. He then says that before signing, he wants to confirm one thing. He asks if everyone there went through the same procedure. Jake assures him that he handled security himself, and that there is no reason to suspect anyone. Oscar insists that he will judge the situation for himself, and orders them to bring the scrolls everyone signed. One of the men gets angry and shouts, wanting to know how a mere level 3 dares to give orders. But Oscar responds with a spell that hits the group. The man is suddenly paralyzed, unable to move his own body. Oscar thinks that if he uses the wind in the right way, he can fool everyone and make it seem like the pressure of someone much stronger. Everyone wonders how a level 3 can do this, but Oscar just comments that it was a precaution and nothing special. Jake also tells his men to stop the commotion. Then, he rings a bell and orders the contracts to be brought. Oscar sits at the table and begins to analyze the scrolls. He calls out the names Tun Frank and Coat Berry, and in that moment, a spell hits one of them. The spell slams the man's face right into the wall. The guy collapses on the floor, and while Jake asks what is happening, Oscar wants to know who brought those scrolls. He says to arrest the attendant as well, because the contracts are fake. They are just common papers with no divine power, and a real contract would not tear so easily. This means the two were not bound by the pact and have probably already leaked information. Hearing this, a knight draws his sword to attack, but Killian reacts much faster than him. With a kick, he sends the man's sword flying into the air, and without losing momentum, he changes the kick's trajectory to hit the traitor. Killian pins the man to the ground and asks who he works for. The traitor says he knows nothing, but Oscar states that he at least knows what kind of information he passed on. The man confesses he leaked the number of mercenaries and their levels, and Oscar warns that the culprit will soon show up with an even stronger army. Jake becomes desperate, saying this cannot be true, but Oscar says it is too early to give up, and states his price, $500,000 for the decryption, and another $500,000 to hire him and Killian. Jake likes the proposal, and says the deal is closed. Later, in another place, Oscar comments that the hideout is a good spot, and that he has one too. Jake is happy to hear the compliment. He opens a door and comments that it is the first time he has shown that place to anyone. Inside is the briefcase that was found in his father's personal safe. Oscar begins to analyze the briefcase with magic, and says that just by looking at it, he has already noticed something. The briefcase has several spells on it, including a triple encryption, resistance, and an explosion trap in case someone tries to force it open. Jake admits he was afraid of that, and asks if Oscar can decipher the spells, and Oscar confirms that he can. He says that compared to wartime encryptions, this is child's play, and with that, he manages to open the briefcase without any trouble. Jake is surprised when he sees what is inside the suitcase. Oscar tells him to take a look, and Killian comments that even though it looked easy, he could not have done it himself. Jake starts to cry as he reads a letter and thanks them. Oscar asks if there are any clues, but the boy says no. The letter only details the corruption of politicians and companies. This is normal in Buren. If they killed his father just for this, it seems they had more to lose than to gain. Oscar thinks that his own disciple also matured too early. He then says that if there is nothing useful in the records, they need to do something else. They are going to take a look at his father's diary. Jake says he will take a look. He reads the entry from June 10th, where his father wrote that 2 years have passed since he became mayor. His father mentions that the newspaper from 2 days ago called Buren the City of Drink, which is a huge improvement. Before, it was the City of Drugs. He says this was an achievement for him, the citizens, and Mark. He ends the entry by saying that in the remaining 2 years of his term, Buren will become an even better city, and he skips to July 2nd. On that day, his father wrote that even after ending a major war, drug trafficking did not decrease. He was sure this was not the work of simple dealers. In August, he wrote that he interrogated 100 dealers, but none of them knew who they worked for. He wondered how far this organization went, suspecting it had to be some corporation. Jake comments that his father thought it would be a good idea to talk to Mark about the matter, but in the entry from August 24th, his father wrote that Mark already knew everything. He felt terrible about it and decided to have someone tell him. Oscar notices the boy's reaction and wonders what is wrong. He offers to read in Jake's place, in case it is too difficult for him to continue. On September 1st, his father calls Mark a bastard. He discovered that Mark is an executive of the empire's largest cartel. He wrote that he wanted to grab Mark by the collar, but he had to wait. The future of the citizens depended on his decisions. Reading this, Jake clenches his fist tightly. The entry continues. His father says he was going to inaugurate the center and have a meeting with an imperial official that night. If everything went well, he could put an end to happy ending once and for all. He wrote that it was all for a better future for Buren. Then, Jake reaches the entry for September 18th. That was the day his father died. He remembers Mark saying he would catch the culprit no matter what and that he would continue his work, so no one had to worry. That is how Mark consoled him in front of the entire city. But the truth is that he is a cartel executive. Jake panics, wondering how Mark had the nerve to do something like that to them. Oscar tells him not to give up, that Mark will pay for what he did. He guarantees he will make it happen after all. They are not Mags from the White Tower for nothing. Killian comments that the situation is more serious than they thought. This means Buren will fall into the hands of a cartel. But Oscar says the problem is no longer just Buren's. The city has 600,000 inhabitants and many tourists. Oscar thinks aloud about what would happen if Mark's suite got all these people addicted. Killian completes the thought, saying the tourists would return to their cities already dependent. If that happens, the drugs will spread throughout the entire country. This diary entry is the only weapon they have against him. Killian agrees, but the question is when he will act. Since Mark has his eye on the next election, he will not let the citizens find out the truth. He will choose a moment when everyone is distracted, so no one notices what is happening. Oscar asks if there is any event in the city that would serve this purpose, and Jake confirms immediately. He says that tonight there is a party for the citizens in the city center, and there will be a big fireworks display. Killian concludes that it will be tonight then. He thinks it is better to get the boy out of there, because the scale of the problem is too large for a direct confrontation. They will need outside help. Oscar challenges Killian, asking if he is capable of making a realistic judgment. Killian replies that he is human after all, but Jake says no, he will not run. He knows that if he runs now, he will not get another chance to avenge his father's enemy. He does not believe another opportunity like this will ever come. He says that if they think it is too dangerous, he will face the enemy alone and cancel the contract. Oscar looks at the boy with some concern. Oscar says that hurts a little, and that there is no way they are leaving him behind. He reminds him that Jake trusted and hired them. The boy's face lights up instantly, and he thanks them. Oscar tells him to save his thanks for after their victory. What matters now is whether there is a communication device in the mansion. Jake says yes, but that he cannot communicate with the outside. Buren's security has been reinforced, and he realizes this was already part of the enemy's plan. Oscar asks if by any chance he has a communication crystal ball, and Jake says he does. His father was a collector. He explains that he found the ball beautiful, and his father ended up giving it to him as a gift. Killian comments that the timing is so perfect it feels like something from a story. Oscar thinks it is great and says he will use it. He takes the sphere and is relieved that it still works. Killian is surprised and asks when he learned to use it. He had only ever seen this relic in books. Oscar replies that he learned out of pure boredom. He explains that it was state-of-the-art technology a few decades ago, and with that, he finishes sending the message. Killian hopes the elders will not be too late, but Oscar cuts him off. He assures him they will arrive on time. Meanwhile, at the Crystal Sphere Management Department, the department head yawns, clearly bored. His subordinate, the team's rookie, calls out to him. The young man wants to know what they actually do there, because he has not had any real training yet. He complains that it has been 3 days since he started, and the only thing he has seen his boss do is yawn. The boss asks, surprised, if he has not explained the job yet. The rookie remarks that hundreds of people used to work here and that it was considered an honor. The boss explains that their job is simple. When the sphere glows, a number will appear, and they just need to write down and analyze that number. He says it is easy nowadays, but back then, this connected the entire world. There was even a portable version of the sphere. When someone needed something, they would send their identification number. The person who received it knew instantly that they were being summoned. The portable version had a limit on the numbers it could send, but the one they have here is an unlimited edition. The boss then asks if the rookie has heard about the codes, and the young man confirms he has. The boss explains that the numbers can be combined to form sentences. In times of war, they were used for urgent messages, and if a code like that comes through, they must report it immediately. He warns that the place is directly connected to the royal family, so everything is confidential. Only important people know the codes. And right as he says this, the sphere begins to glow. The rookie tries to get the boss's attention, who is still complaining about the lack of work. He points out that the crystal sphere right behind him is glowing. The boss thinks he is joking, but when he turns around, he sees the light and is completely baffled. They rush to analyze the code. The message is about Buren and a happy ending. Now they need to analyze the numbers to understand the rest of the message. A while later, he explains what he discovered. The Happy Ending organization wants to spread drugs across the entire country, and this is a crucial moment. He orders them to notify the National Security Department at once. Meanwhile, at Buzz Hoover's mansion, a group of men notes that the security cameras have been disabled. Omar, a level 4 mercenary from the General Alliance, says they have 5 hours to retrieve the encrypted data. But Samuel, another level 4 mercenary, announces that his group will act on their own. Jackson agrees with him and says he would do the same thing in his position. Omar stays behind, wondering what the point is of gathering 152 mercenaries. They are 10 different companies that have never worked together, so there is no organization at all. The problem is that all the leaders are level 4, full of ego. They start fighting among themselves, but Omar thinks that he expected this from the very beginning. The contractor's daughter added 300,000 for Killian's head, and they need to act before it is too late. One of the leaders decides they will go now, but as soon as one of them steps on the ground, a strange noise echoes through the forest. Omar is surprised and asks what happened. The man screams that his ankle has been ripped off. There are traps on the ground. Omar tells everyone to pay attention, but right after one of his men calls out to him in a panic, he reports that the mercenaries from Jackson's group are all dead. Omar turns in the direction of another scream. Another wind mine explodes and hits the group's mags. This time, the mines are exploding on their own, without anyone stepping on them. Omar yells for everyone to get out of the forest. He orders them to run to the property and find a place to hide. The mags start running, terrified. Up above, in a tree, Killian watches everything, waiting for them. He climbs down from the tree, thinking that running like this in the forest is the same as asking to die. And then, he takes them all down with ease. One of the mercenaries, in hiding, tries to camouflage his presence. He silently begs for Killian to just go away. Suddenly, all the sounds in the forest stop. The man takes his hands from his mouth, relieved. He prepares to leave, thinking that Killian is gone, and that he will not end up like the others. But in that moment, something starts to drip onto his face. It is the blood dripping from the hands of Killian, who is right above him. The man looks up, paralyzed with fear. In a panic, he points his weapon in Killian's direction. He fires, without stopping, one bullet after another. Killian blocks the shots with a windshield, and says there is one thing he personally hates. He has a parabatic flip in the air, and adds that it is the smell of gunpowder in a sacred forest. Up on the roof, Oscar thinks that this consumes a hell of a lot of mana. To see the enemies hidden in the forest, he used magical heat detection in his eyes, combining it with long-range shots and special wind bullets. That is why they call him the wind shooter. The technique is very effective, but it uses too much mana with every shot. Even so, he neutralized 67 people, which is an impressive result, and now he uses the spell to scan the area. He notices the purple marker is Killian, and the others are the allied mercenaries and those protecting Jake. The nearly 50 remaining enemies are all fleeing, so he wonders if the battle is finally over. But then the mercenaries start moving again. Oscar does not understand why they are running back to the estate, and if they are really going to follow the plan after everything that happened in the forest. Their speed also makes no sense. They should be exhausted. Killian looks up and realizes he no longer smells gunpowder. He wonders if everyone fled, but then his mercenaries approach. Killian asks if they are all right, and the two confirm, saying this victory will go down in history. But the group's mage tells them to wait. He warns them to prepare to fight, because the enemies are approaching again. No one in their right mind would come back to fight. He even wonders if they are on drugs, until one of the enemies lunges forward and bites his leg. Killian reacts instantly and hits him in the face with great force. The man is knocked out instantly, with impressive ease. This is very similar to the technique the traitor used on his tribe's chief. One of the mercenaries screams for help, saying things are going very wrong, but Killian simply stops for a second. It is Kara, and she says it has been a while. She approaches her brother, while Killian asks what she is doing there. Kara replies that being called a traitor hurts. He accuses her of stealing the king's tattoo from the forest temple, and of driving the chief who tried to stop her mad. He says he needs to hear it from his own sister's mouth. He remembers that the Kara Rockwood he knew could be unpleasant, but she was the strongest and most respected warrior in the tribe who became war chief at 18 and was his greatest idol. That is how he remembers her, and that is why he wants to know the reason. The reason she drove the chief mad, turning him into a bloodthirsty lunatic. She forced the very forest warriors the chief loved so much to take his life. He thinks to himself, begging her to deny it all. If she says it was a misunderstanding, he forgives her on the spot, but Kara confirms it is all true. Killian raises his head and asks if she will not even apologize. Kara replies that she has no reason to invent one. He screams that the chief she drove mad died a dishonorable death at the hands of the people he loved, not on the battlefield. He grinds his teeth full of rage, and he prepares to fight. Kara says he must feel the difference in power between them, but Killian replies that it does not matter. A forest warrior never flees. His father and the chief taught him to live as a warrior, not to lead a life of wisdom. She says they really are just forest idiots, and that his friend is on his own. Killian says Oscar is strong and will not lose to mere puppets, and then he charges at her. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a mercenary tries to fight, but his comrade is right behind him. The man begs for help, and the mercenary turns around, but the addicts are already running toward him. His friend asks if he should sacrifice himself so the other can escape, but the mercenary remembers his friend showing him his son a while back. Then he mumbles something and runs. He runs toward his friend, until one of the addicts suddenly appears from the left, but a gust of wind blasts all the addicts away. The mercenary does not understand what happened. He just sees that everything is all right. It is Oscar. He appears, and asks if they are all right. The two shout that they nearly died, and Oscar asks what those things are. They explain that the creatures feel no pain and keep running even with knives embedded in their bodies. It is all very bizarre. They are not sure what happened, only that Killian called the woman leading the group Kaya Rockwood. Oscar recognizes the name instantly, Raiden's daughter. If her surname is also Rockwood, then she is probably the same person. And if that is the case, then this must be the effect of the king's tattoo. It is the tattoo given to the strongest warrior of each forest generation, and it grants the power to lead the tattooed sorcerers. The king's tattoo is not just any tattoo. It is a rare artifact. When its wielder dies, it vanishes from the body and returns to the forest temple. If what Kaya has is truly the king's tattoo, the technique that transforms them like this is probably morale boost. But the king's tattoo's morale boost ability is not supposed to be like this. Originally, it was a technique that only increased the warrior's courage, but when pushed to its limit, the technique transforms allies into mindless fighting puppets. That is why the tattoo is always passed to the strongest and most righteous warrior. But now it is being used like this. The real question is what reason Raiden's daughter has for doing this. At that moment, one of his allies calls out to Oscar, saying the enemies just keep coming, and asks if they should also call the mercenaries from the mansion. Oscar says no, because he has a way to handle it. He just needs them to hold the line for 30 seconds. His allies reply that they cannot hold on without him because the enemies are endless. Oscar simply tells them to do their best, and so he begins to focus. Then, suddenly, he opens his eyes. He finishes preparing the spell, and activates his magic, the solitary garden. In that instant, Everything in the area simply stops. The lunatics one by one collapse to the ground. One of the mercenaries asks another if he also felt that shortness of breath. Oscar explains what he did. He created a space devoid of mana and severed the thread connecting those people to the caster. But the two of them have no idea what that means. Oscar tells them to return to the mansion. He says he needs to take one person with him. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, a pink light illuminates everything, and a moment later, a massive explosion erupts. Killian continues to fight his sister, and Kaya remarks that his mobility has improved, and that he has already corrected several of his bad fighting habits. The young man readies his hands. He concentrates energy, forming claws for his attack, and then he uses the Song of the Wolf. The girl admits he has improved, but stops his attack with just 2 fingers. She says he is still too honest, and that he should learn to deceive the enemy. But Killian replies that a warrior does not use dirty tricks. That is precisely why she calls him a fool. Suddenly she senses something, and wonders if the moral boost has been severed. She sees it was not dispelled. In that exact moment, Oscar shouts for Killian to get down, and fires a projectile of wind at her. Kaya blocks the attack with a single hand, and recognizes the technique. It is the White Tower's wind bullet. She wonders if it was the same person who severed the moral boost. But even if her brother had called for reinforcements, the White Tower could not have arrived so quickly. Besides her brother, the only tower mage in Buren is that level 3. She cannot believe he managed to sever the mana thread of a level 7 mage. But Killian seizes the opportunity and kicks her in the face, telling her not to get distracted. In response, the girl uses some kind of magic that wounds him in return. She tells him his dream is foolish, that he aims too high. But another blast of wind comes her way, and she blocks it. She finds it almost cute, as if he is asking her to come find him in person. So she gladly accepts the invitation, and uses a scanning magic, but is met with a surprise. There is no one else in the forest but her. She dodges Killian's attacks, wondering how this is possible after scanning a 3-kilometer radius. A level 3 mage cannot possibly shoot from that far. Perhaps he is hiding his tracks, but that makes no sense either. She then kicks Killian in the stomach with all her might. She thinks that a low-level mage has barely learned the basics, and is just now starting to use magic. Only a mid-level mage can understand the essence of mana and truly wield it. And a high-level mage, level 7 or higher, basically creates a world and shapes the planet itself. And now a mere low-level mage is deceiving her. Killian yells at the traitor to focus, telling her that he is her enemy. Kaya replies that he either keeps up with her pace, or he will not be keeping up with anything at all. And then she strikes his abdomen. In that moment, Killian loses consciousness. The girl turns, pinpointing the direction the wind attack came from. That level 3 kid, his only mistake was not running away. With that thought, she charges toward him. Elsewhere, Oscar thinks this is going to be a problem. He hopes Killian wakes up soon, but figures it will take her a while to get there. He complains that those slowpokes from the royal family are taking too long. But whatever, maybe this is for the best. Now that Killian and Kaya are separated, she will be busy hunting him through the forest for a while. But suddenly, the girl lands right behind him. She comments that it was just a kick, but it looks like she hit the jackpot. Oscar is shocked to see she got there in a single leap. The girl says she figured as much, and that is why the scan did not find him. He was perfectly mimicking the mana signature of the trees. She then greets the level 3 mage she says they have met before. Oscar replies it was in the middle of the street, and Kaya confirms, saying she knew their eyes had met. She gets straight to the point, saying she needs the data Jake Hoover has. Oscar asks if she cannot back down, at least for her brother's sake. Kaya refuses, saying she has a good reason to get involved in the election this time. Oscar then asks why she became Mark's sweet subordinate. The girl laughs and says she is the tattooist. A junkie like Mark is not even in her league. Oscar asks what she means by that. She asks if he has never heard of the Purple Brigade, and if he knows of the brigade, how could he not know the tattooist? Oscar remembers that now that she mentions it, Killian did in fact mention the Purple Brigade before. Killian approaches from behind and asks if Oscar is okay. Kaya comments that he arrived faster than she expected. Killian says he tried to face Kaya, but she is a monster. He does not think the two of them can win together, but Oscar replies that they have no other choice. They promised Jake they would make her pay for what she did. Oscar asks Killian to hold out for 10 seconds when he gives the signal. Kaya interrupts and asks how long they are going to keep ignoring her. Killian admits that holding out for 10 seconds will not be easy at all. Even so, he promises to do his best. Kaya ironically asks if their strategy meeting is over. Killian thanks her for waiting, and says she still has the spirit of a warrior. She replies that she is just curious to see what else they can do. Oscar thinks that 10 seconds is not enough time to do much, but the fact that she is a forest warrior changes everything. In that instant, He shouts Killian's name. Killian prepares for the fight and activates his tattoo. Kaya sees that he activated the tattoo and asks why he is going so far. Killian replies that he can feel an immense power pulsing through his body. He says this is all the strength he can show her. Kaya remains silent, thinking about what he said. In the end, she tells him to come at her. She also activates her tattoo and calls him a forest warrior. The two exchange a flurry of brutal blows. Immediately after, a large explosion occurs. Killian lunges forward with a kick in her direction. She takes a few steps back and manages to dodge. Killian creates a circle of wind, and she comments that the fight is now getting fun. She challenges him to go all out and surpass his own limit. Killian continues to resist her power. Then, he readies a punch and charges at her with everything he has. Suddenly, Kaya notices something strange that surprises her. Her brother used all the mana he had, and that is why he warns her not to try and follow him. She grumbles that the situation is more irritating than she thought, because even when they are apart, family is still family. She knocks him to the ground and says that with Killian out of the fight, it is time to face the genius. But when she turns around, Oscar is no longer there. He appears right behind her and activates his ability, the Solitary Garden. A strange noise startles her, and she spins around at once. She finds herself trapped inside a sphere of wind. She wonders what that spell is, one she has never seen before, and how a level 3 mage can use something like this. It is a space that completely blocks air and mana. This would be dangerous for anyone, but she can go up to 10 minutes without breathing. She finds the formation of the technique beautiful, and is curious to see what this mage will become. But she knows he can also sense one thing, that this alone is not enough to truly trap her. After all, even if he is a genius, the gap in their levels cannot be ignored. So she decides, that is enough false hope. It is time to end this. But then she realizes her tattoo is not activating. Oscar thinks an ordinary level 7 could fight him in this state, but she is different. She is a forest warrior, and as the former master of the White Tower, he knows all their secrets. The tattoo magic was created by the 5th master of the tower, so he knows how it works. Everything about it was recorded in the tower, and any master can read it. Unlike normal magic, theirs works by injecting mana into the tattoos, and then expelling that mana to control the spell. He thinks it is a good thing he read about this, but the true weapon of these warriors is their martial arts. Even without magic, they fight without any problem, and Kaya realizes the situation has become a little dangerous, so she attacks with her fist at high speed. To defend himself, Oscar prepares a spell. He wanted to limit her movements, but he cannot at his current level, so he uses a martial technique. A sound of waves moves in her direction. Kaya looks up, not understanding what it is. Her protection magic is deactivated, so if it hits her directly, it will be a problem. Suddenly, the sphere of wind begins to break. Oscar attacks, but she blocks the blow. He thinks with frustration that the illusion dissipated. He only needed one more second. Kaya asks where he is looking, and tells him that was just a projection. She seems excited to have escaped. She asks if he was just stalling for time because the fight excited him, or perhaps he felt he was in danger. She wants to know who he is to be able to entertain her as much as the other masters. Logically, she should kill him now, but a part of her wants to wait and see him grow stronger. After all, where else would she find such a good toy? Oscar hears everything, but no longer has the strength to even respond to her provocations. His mana has run out. If he had known it would come to this, he would not have stalled. He only needed to buy a little time. Suddenly, a sword slams into the ground. Kaya recognizes that black blade instantly. Immediately after, a man named Walker descends from the sky. He lands and takes back his sword, and he introduces himself to her as the superintendent. He informs her that Kaya Rockwood is under arrest for murder, arson, and 17 other charges. He recognizes the sword as the Emperor's black blade, but the man does not react. Oscar understands that the Imperial family has finally sent real reinforcements. That knight is a level 7, strong enough to fight Kaya on equal footing. The girl points out that Kaya also sent her elite troops. She says the Imperial family has finally realized they meddled in Baron's election, and that continuing this fight is pointless. So she surrenders, and says she will go back quietly, but Walker has no intention of letting her escape. Kaya replies that she is smart enough to know when to run. Then she says goodbye, saying she will never forget this night, nor Oscar. She uses her magic to escape, and Walker blocks the dust with his sword. He tells his men not to follow, as she is too skilled. Once they confirm the others are surrounded, they decide to continue with the mission. Walker approaches Oscar and asks why he took such a reckless action, one that could have cost him his life. But then he realizes Oscar has already passed out from the whole ordeal. Walker touches the boy's head and says he did well. Suddenly, Oscar finds himself in the middle of a forest. He looks at his own wrist and realizes this is a dream. Oscar asks Raiden what he is doing, and he replies that he is looking at the family portrait. He says the portrait is beautiful, even with Kaya crying in the photo. Oscar asks why he does not take off the lion pelt, since Kaya is terrified of it, but Raiden refuses, saying he must maintain his dignity. Oscar teases him, saying a handsome face like his has no dignity, but Raiden replies that he wanted a manly face, like Maxim's. Oscar congratulates him on the birth of his second child, and comments that he could join the White Tower, just like Kaya. Raiden says he does not know, and that he will be happy all the same, even if his children do not become mags. He says a dream is a personal thing, not something parents choose. He trusts his children will know what is right and just, so any path they choose will be a good one. Oscar agrees that this is true, but Oscar says that if he can, he should send them to the tower, promising to teach them well. Raiden smiles and says he will think about it, because he trusts him. Back in the present, Oscar wakes up. He silently apologizes to his friend. His daughter became a mobster and may have even beaten up Killian, but he promises to deal with her from now on. But then he notices Killian is at his bedside, and asks what he is doing there. Killian says it is a relief to see him awake, and explains he was just peeling an apple for himself. He explains that he needs to do it to look like he is actually visiting someone who is sick, because that makes things easier. Oscar tells him to enjoy it. Then he asks how long he was out. Killian replies that it has been 3 days, and that Jake called a priest to take care of him. Raiden realizes it must be the same priest Murren called once, but figures it is not a problem now that he has recovered. Killian says Maxim contacted them yesterday, and scolded them both. He told them to be careful because the mage hunter is still in the north, and has already claimed 10 victims. He says that level 5 mags are among the victims, and Oscar asks if anyone from his tower has been attacked. Killian says no, but that there were victims from the Red Tower and the Golden Tower. Oscar remarks that the North has been White Tower territory for years, and he does not understand what the hunter wants. But Killian reassures him, saying the hunter only goes after lone mags, so they should be fine. Killian says his objective was to find the traitor, and that despite everything that happened, he will return to the tower for the time being. Oscar asks if he is okay, and Killian says he recovers quickly. Oscar thinks his worry is not for the body, but for the mind. At that moment, Jake opens the door and calls for them. He asks if Oscar is okay, and Oscar confirms that he is. Jake says he prepared something for him for when he woke up. He says he wishes he could give more, but he has a lot to do. Jake also thanks him, saying he never imagined Mark Sweet would be arrested. Oscar replies that they promised Mark would pay for his crimes. Jake says he used to want to be a great politician like his father, but now his dream has changed. Oscar thanks him for thinking so highly of them, and says that if Jake tries, he can become a mage, just as fantastic as he is. Jake likes the idea, but says he now wants to be a public official at the National Security Agency to punish bad people and save other innocents. After Jake shares his plan and leaves, Walker appears and announces that the incident ended well. All the criminals were arrested, including the mercenaries who survived, and anyone linked to Mark Sweet. Walker reminds them that he had already said Mark would be arrested as the mastermind behind Happy Ending. Just then, another agent appears with Ira. Mark tries to call out to his daughter. He tells them to let her go, saying the girl is innocent, but Ira becomes irritated and begins to scorn her own father. Mark is in total shock after hearing that. Oscar asks if she was arrested too, and Walker confirms it. It turns out Ira Sweet put a 300,000 Sino bounty on their heads, and it was also discovered that she murdered several people, so she is going to prison as well. Walker also tells them that Jake took the blame for using the crystal ball. Oscar understands, but wonders what he will do if they ask how he knew the code. But Walker just says it was an incredible decision, and asks if the Tower Master is all right. He figures the situation was so dire that Oscar did not have time to ask how she was. Oscar lets out a laugh, thinking that Walker actually believes he managed to speak with Shasha. Walker says he has to go and tells them to take care, and then he starts walking down the hallway. Oscar thanks him for his service, and this seems to affect Walker, who stops in his tracks. He turns around and asks if all the mags from the White Tower are like them. Oscar does not understand the question, so Walker repeats it, but then he immediately tells them to forget it. As he walks away, Walker thinks that the mags he knows are all selfish, people who only care about profit. But these two he just met are different. He thinks that if the mags from the Tower's older generation are like them, then he understands why the White Tower was so beloved by everyone, and why people miss it so much. In the heart of the West, at the Golden Tower, a man announces that the meeting is about to begin. Young Hobbits, the head of the Magic Engineering Department, says they will hear news from the other towers, as they always do. One of the members reports that the Red Tower has gained authority over large-scale attacks, and the commander is Lloyd Schultz, the Ash Mage and disciple of the Tower Master. Meanwhile, the Blue Tower continues to lose sales to the White Tower, and it is starting to become a problem, and Oscar Crushen's activities will likely stir things up even more. Jong comments that he has been hearing that name a lot lately, and thinks he never expected to hear it again. He thought Oscar was just a broken toy, abandoned by all the magic towers. On top of that, he faced the Baran tattooist and walked away with only minor injuries. It could have been luck, but it seems the White Tower is taking an interest in magic engineering. Jong asks why he thinks so, and the young man replies that they are gathering a lot of books and papers. At that moment, another person at the table asks to speak. He says that on top of that, there is a rumor that the White Tower is buying large quantities of float stones, the kind that levitate when infused with mana. He then says he has an idea, but that it is just speculation for now. He thinks the White Tower might be building an airship. The council members start to laugh, finding the idea absurd. They comment that they have tried it before, and that the White Tower will just end up wasting all the money it made from potions. One of the elders says this brings back memories, because they themselves failed when they tried to build one. The conclusion they reached back then was that it is impossible to operate an airship with only magic engineering and lightning magic, and he is certain the White Tower will come to the same conclusion. He says they do not need to chase that illusion of the sky, because their own magic engineering masterpiece will make the Golden Tower the greatest on the continent. Jong closes the subject and asks if they have discovered the identity of the mage, who set the new 100-level record in the Argo training program. The answer is that they have not succeeded yet, even after narrowing down the list of possible candidates. Jong thinks that even though the tower created the program, they still need the royal family to access user data and keep everyone in check. So he orders them to keep searching, because they need that mage in their tower. Back in the city, Killian comments that there was no one better suited than his sister to inherit the king's tattoo. Oscar asks why he is bringing this up now, while they are eating. Killian replies that if he does not say it now, he thinks he will not be able to later. He says he has thought about it thousands of times. His sister was supposed to inherit the tattoo when the time came, so why would she invade the sanctuary, steal the artifact, and injure the chief? At first, he thought she must have been in an impossible situation. His sister may have had a difficult personality, but she still had a warrior's pride. But after stealing the tattoo, all she did was commit crimes, and for that, he cannot forgive her. Oscar asks if anything happened in the tribe before the theft, but Killian says no. He says that in fact, everything was very peaceful, and that he misses those days dearly. Oscar thinks that maybe there is no reason. Some people are simply born evil, but for him, it is hard to accept that Raiden's daughter could be an evil person. He decides not to worry about it too much for now. He will find out the truth one day, but until then, he needs to focus on what must be done. Killian asks why he did not bring it up sooner, since he must have been curious about all the hostility. Oscar simply replies that he knew he would tell him when the time was right. His friend then comments that he is like the elders of his tribe. Oscar wonders if Killian can sense that he is an old man on the inside, since he thought he was acting his age. At that moment, someone from the Blood Tower opens the door. The man introduces himself as Klein Mathis, the leader of the Blood Tower's Baran branch. Killian says he will get his things so they can leave. Oscar stands and introduces himself as well, but makes a point of saying he is a mage from the White Tower. Klein realizes he said that on purpose and comments that since he survived the tattooist, the news has obviously spread. Oscar asks if he still needs to pay the remaining 850,000 Xenos, but Klein says no. He already made a deposit of 1 million Xenos, so Oscar does not understand why they are returning the money. Klein explains they failed to find the owner of the blood because the tracking magic was being disrupted by some phenomenon. Apparently, the magic fails in certain places where the flow of mana is too unstable. Based on these points of failure, they conclude that the person he is looking for is beyond the Red Mountains. Because of this, they are returning the payment and cancelling the request. Oscar wonders if she failed to escape the Grey Zone after he died in that life, but he does not understand how, since Edna's magic allowed her to fly above the clouds and hide her tracks, fooling even demons. At least he is sure she is alive, since the tracking was activated, and he will find out the details when he gets there. The problem is that this is impossible with his current abilities. He needs to be at least level 5 or 6 to go there. Once outside, he calls for Killian. He says that now they are really going shopping. A while later, Killian comments that he thought they were going to buy new equipment, but Oscar actually took him to a casino and tells him not to worry because they did not come to gamble. He goes to the counter and buys the darkest chips they have. The total payment is 200,000 Xenos. Killian asks why they are buying chips, and Oscar explains that they are like an entrance fee. He is already out of patience with so many questions, so he just tells Killian to follow him. Oscar approaches a guard and asks him to grant entry for 2 people. After checking the chips, the guard lets them pass, and Oscar thanks him. Killian asks if they are going to the basement, and Oscar confirms that they are. The employee accompanying them announces that they have arrived. Then a huge door opens in front of them. Killian is completely shocked by what he sees. Oscar explains that this is the black market. He says this underground city only exists because of the dwarfs, and that if Killian is done looking, they should get going. Killian asks why the hurry, but then he notices that the gazes of the people around them are filled with malice. Oscar explains that most of the people here are criminals that the royal family simply pretends do not exist. Killian enters an alley and says he will just take a look and leave, because he does not like the atmosphere of the place at all. It is at that moment that someone calls out to the two of them, asking them to wait. The man bluntly asks if those two bastards are mags. Oscar notices the emblem the men wear on their chests. He wonders what a mage from the Golden Tower wants with them. The man says he knows who they are, but continues to speak in that tone. His colleague even asks why he is starting with aggression right off the bat. Oscar realizes he is not afraid, and at that moment the blonde man introduces himself. He is Byrne Rodley, a level 4 mage. Byrne whispers that this is his mission, and then the other man introduces himself as Jonathan Polt. Oscar replies that he is level 3 and that Killian is level 4. Byrne recognizes Killian's name and says that this is perfect. He explains that he called them over because he wants to propose a job. After all, they must have heard of the famous mage hunter. They want to team up with other mags in Buren to track the hunter. If one of them is attacked, the others can catch the man in the act. Killian asks what kind of collaboration they have in mind. Oscar thinks his friend really knows how to handle himself in these situations. Byrne hands him a piece of paper and explains that it is simple. It is a magical business card, connected to another one that he keeps for himself. They just need to put a little mana into the card, and a magical thread allows them to see each other's location within a 10-kilometer radius. If one of them dies, the card turns red so they can also track what happened. Oscar notes that they are moving fast. He remembers that a mage from the Golden Tower was indeed one of the victims. Byrne then asks them to check the card every 2 hours. When they arrive safely in Seoen, they just have to tear up the card to signal that everything is fine. Then Killian asks if they can also check the other pair's location. Jonathan scoffs at the idea, saying there is no way they would be victims, but Byrne apologizes and assures them they will be fine. Killian tries to pass the card to Oscar, but Byrne warns him that it only activates for its original owner. With that settled, the two men say their goodbyes and leave. Killian comments that he thought those guys were strange, and Oscar asks if he wants to buy anything nearby. A vendor stares at Oscar. He looks over the merchandise and thinks there is nothing of quality here, as most of it looks stolen. Still, good equipment always helps in a fight. An advanced piece can make all the difference. That saying about a master not blaming his tools is nonsense. In reality, a true master is the one who values his equipment the most. Just then, he spots a bracelet, and the vendor comments that the young man has a good eye. The vendor says the item is difficult to use, which is why no one has bought it yet, but he guarantees its value is greater than anything else at his stall. Oscar asks about the item's magic. The old man replies that as far as he knows, it has size adjustment, increased durability, and can summon a clone. Oscar thinks that this is intermediate level illusion magic from the Purple Tower. The item's composition is not bad at all. He knows that almost everything sold as an artifact is fake. The real ones usually come from the dungeons of forgotten civilizations. True artifacts are extremely rare and worth a fortune. His own weapon, for example, is just a modified piece, nothing compared to a real artifact. But he feels there is something different about this bracelet. Though Oscar asks if he can try it on, the old man says the piece is very delicate and could break with a single touch. Oscar offers money, and the vendor warns that if the bracelet breaks, he will have to buy it. Oscar then puts the bracelet on his arm. The bracelet adjusts to his arm, and Oscar decides to use a little mana. He realizes the process consumed 30% of his mana at once, but the vendor is impressed and says that it is incredible. Suddenly, a perfect clone of Oscar appears standing right in front of him. Oscar wonders if this is clone summoning magic, but thinks it is impossible. It is a very advanced technique. The old vendor explains that many have tried to use the bracelet, but he has never seen such a perfect clone. Oscar tries to negotiate, saying the artifact has finally found its owner, but the old man does not fall for it. So he tries another tactic, commenting that the clone seems to have a very short duration. But again, the vendor, but his master would tell him to find one on his own, saying he was already busy planning his retirement. But when his master's body was brought back from the Red Mountains, the gentle breeze, which he always carried, was gone. At the time, Oscar thought the demons who killed him had stolen it. Perhaps that is why he stopped coming to the hideout. This led to the compulsion to lead the White Tower his master left behind, and to become a leader as great as he was, and with it, the compulsion to kill every last demon and claim his revenge. He kills tens of thousands of demons until he asks them if they stole the gentle breeze. Of course, he never gets an answer. So his master really did leave him a gift, and he even teased Edna, saying he never left anything for anyone. He thinks that if his master had not taken the gloves, maybe he would have defeated the demons and his life would be different. If that had happened, he would be laughing now, just like he always imagined. He cries as he remembers his master saying he would be back soon. His master promised he would return. He remembers the past when he held his master's hand, a hand that always guided him on the right path. And as Oscar grew up, his master would always pat his head. Now, with his master gone, he places the gloves on his own head. He cries endlessly, calling his master's name. A while later, Oscar can barely see from crying so much. He does not even remember the last time he cried like this, but now he feels renewed. But he cannot forget why he came here. He needs to finish what he started before it is too late. He is here to leave the Oscar-style breathing technique for the future leaders of the White Tower. The only weakness of a balanced mage is that he accumulates mana more slowly. If he could find a way to keep the mana circuit always active, he could overcome this. He thinks of something the human body does all the time, something that would be easy to combine with training. And the first thing that comes to mind is breathing, accumulating mana just by breathing. The idea is incredible, and it is exactly what he manages to do. And so the Oscar breathing technique is born. When he created the technique, he based it heavily on the Ouroboros. Now that he has restored it, he considers saying he created a new technique based on it, but the story would not add up. A mere level 3 could not create a breathing technique. In his past life, he only managed to complete the technique after level 9. The solution is to use the hideout. After all, it is not strange for a lost magic book to appear in the secret hideout of a former Tower Master. It is a shame he cannot leave more spells. This will probably be his first and last chance, so he will have to be content with leaving just one book. And so he finishes the book with his magical signature. Then he notices something else written at the end of the letter. He picks up the letter again to take a look. The master wrote that when Oscar becomes the Tower Master, he should try to clean things up better. Oscar does not understand what that means. He even thinks that he already cleans everything better than his master did. In that moment, he has a vision of his master smiling, and then he smiles back. A while later, Maxime asks if that is the dungeon, saying it looks like just an ordinary lake. Fidelina wants to know how he found the place, and Oscar replies that he was just looking for some herbs. But when he places his hand on the water, no ripples appear. Hamel comments that it is a high-level spell, and Oscar thinks it is a good thing he erased the monocode. Otherwise, it would take an eternity just to find the place. They are in the middle of a water dungeon. Everyone is surprised when they enter. Maxime wonders how a dungeon can be so comfortable. Hamel says the place looks like one of the Elders' hideouts, and that the preservation spell is still intact. Fidelina points out that just as she thought, there is something on the table. The book looks like it was made a long time ago, at least 20 years ago. It is titled Breathing Technique, but it has no specific name, so it seems to be a common one. But as she reads more closely, she is completely shocked. She shows the book to the tower's vice master, saying it is something very important. At the bottom of the page, after a text on the mysteries of harmony and circulation, is the author's signature. It is the 17th master of the White Tower, Oscar Sage. Fidelina realizes this could be the Oscar-style breathing technique. Hamel analyzes the book and confirms it is exactly that. He says the heavens have not yet abandoned the White Tower. He comments that the Blue Tower must be dying of envy, since they do not even have a breathing technique of their own. Shortly after, Hamel approaches Oscar. He thanks Oscar from the bottom of his heart. He explains that this book brings a new future to the White Tower, a true hope for all of them. And all of this is only possible because Oscar discovered the place. Oscar replies that he is happy to help, but in truth, he thinks he is the one who should be grateful. After all, thanks to them, he does not even have to clean up the mess he left behind. So he thanks them back as the elders embrace him. The next day, the students wonder why they are on the training field instead of in the classroom. They think maybe it is to learn combat magic, but Oscar just says it has been a while since he last saw them. He asks if they are all doing well. A student asks if it is true there was a war between the Bureau and the Purple Brigade and if he really defeated the Mage Hunter. Oscar replies that if they can endure the training until the end, he will tell them everything. He warns that during the training, everyone must follow his instructions without question, and a girl immediately asks why. Oscar promises that if they obey, they will all become 4th level mags. The first instruction is very simple. Everyone is to use their acceleration magic. They are to run around the field until they collapse from exhaustion, and he warns that whoever comes in last will have to run 10 more laps. After a while, Oscar says they are doing very well and orders everyone to get up for 10 more laps. Since no one answers, he yells that he did not hear them and that it is now 15 laps. Everyone wonders what kind of magic training this is. At this rate, They think they are going to die, but then Oscar announces a special 10-minute break and that during this time, he will explain why they need to run so much. He starts writing on the board about level 1. At this level, they can manipulate mana and use simple spells. He explains that these 3 stages are the academic world's definition for each magic level. Then he asks anyone who thinks they still do not understand basic magic or who believes its application is impossible to raise their hand. He questions what they think he taught them about reinterpreting basic magic, since they are at a level that no longer requires it. He says that even a level 3 mage from another tower would not have such solid basic attacks, and one of the girls asks if they can become level 4 mags just by running. Oscar confirms that they can, but to do so, they need to change their perspective. If their fundamentals are perfect, then they can cross the barrier to the 4th level. Damien asks if they are unable to because their mana circuits have not yet stabilized, and Oscar confirms this, explaining that each new circuit can take from 6 months to 2 years to stabilize. If they try to add another circuit during this process, they die. It is like building a sandcastle on top of another. The moment a wave hits, everything collapses without a trace. Mana circuits are delicate, and if they are tampered with even slightly, a person can be crippled. In the Empire, they call this mana rage. That is why the Imperial Magic Society concluded that it is impossible to artificially stabilize mana circuits because they never found a 100% safe method. Damien asks if what they are about to do is illegal, and Oscar replies that the Society's recommendations do not have the force of law. Damien insists that this does not mean it is safe, but then Oscar reveals that the White Tower has found a treasure. The Oscar-style breathing technique created by himself, Oscar Sage. Everyone is left speechless, and Oscar says their training was designed to be 100% effective by running, of course, and Damien, confused, asks why, but Oscar just announces that their 10-minute break is over and that everyone should get up and start running again. He yells for them to continue the 15 laps they had left. At the end of the day, the children are completely exhausted. Damien thinks about giving up, but one of the boys says he will not do it. He says he hates the looks of pity more than the pain in his body, and the girl next to him agrees. At that moment, Oscar blows his whistle and announces that the food is ready. The two of them run off to eat and end up dragging the blonde girl along with them. Damien gets up, thinking that there is no way he will be left behind. During the meal, the children ask if he cooked all of that himself, and Oscar replies that it is not that difficult. Everyone gets curious, wanting to know when he learned to cook. Oscar then gets everyone's attention, announcing that he will finish his explanation. Since they still do not understand the connection between running and the technique, he explains that muscles grow when they recover from minor injuries, and the growth of a mana circuit works in exactly the same way. If you push a mana circuit to its limit, damaging and regenerating it, the circuit gets stronger and stabilizes faster, just like a muscle. That is why the method is the same one used to build muscle mass. But for this method to work, they need to drink extremely expensive potions like water and receive constant healing from a priest. This is why combat mags on the battlefield evolve at an absurd rate. One of the boys says they have neither the potions nor the priest, but Oscar replies that he will pump everyone full of top-tier potions not even on the market yet. And as for the priest, he explains that they have something the other towers do not. The Oscar-style breathing technique will constantly restore their mana circuits. On the second day of group training, the grueling routine continues. On the third day, the girl is already completely exhausted. She receives Oscar's potion and the group recovers. The fourth day arrives and they keep running without stopping. On the fifth day, Damien wonders why he is feeling so good. He wonders if his mana has always flowed this way. The training seems much less tiring than usual, and he starts to think this crazy method might actually work. Oscar observes the group for a few seconds, and then he calls Damien over to him. Oscar hands him something. He congratulates Damien, saying he has earned the right to advance to level 4 and should use that book as a reference when installing his new mana circuit. It is a precise diagram of the mana circuit, custom made for him, taking into account his body structure, his magical habits, and even the circuits he will install at later levels. Damien asks if Oscar himself drew all of it, and he confirms that he did. For a moment, Damien realizes he had forgotten something. He had forgotten that this man was a true genius and can only say that the diagram is incredible. Normally, this is done by a designer, a mage from the Purple Brigade, who draws the circuits after receiving someone's physical data. Oscar comments that doing it that way is basically announcing your weaknesses to the world. He tells Damien to come talk to him if he has any problems, and Damien replies that he does not need to brag about being a genius. The protagonist extends his hand to Damien and congratulates him. He says he already figured Damien would be the first to make it. Damien thanks him and shakes his hand and calls him senior. On the sixth day, Oscar announces to the group that the first level 4 has appeared and that everyone should congratulate Damien. Everyone applauds, but inside, Each of them wanted to be the first. Oscar announces that from today on, he will add more to the routine because if they train the same way every day, growth slows down as the body adapts to the strain. Besides, they have already increased their healing capacity with the breathing technique, so to prevent them from adapting to the current load, he says they need to trick the brain. They all think he makes it sound good, but in the end, he is just saying he will make them train even harder. Oscar says the morning training remains the same, but they will double the acceleration mana and duel in the afternoon. One of the boys points out that they are now an odd number since Damien leveled up. Oscar reminds them that he had already warned them that the group training only ends when everyone reaches level 4. He said before they started that anyone who could not take it should quit right at the beginning. What he means is that if a single person is left behind, the group training does not end for anyone. And with that, he tells everyone to run. He thinks that those kids graduated from the academy at the beginning of the year. The academy teaches only one thing: endless competition. It is a place that shows that to survive, you must crush others. He understands the reason since the ultimate goal is to enter one of the 4 magic towers. But a time will come when he will need to trust someone, and it is impossible to trust those you do not know or have no bond with. Unable to trust other mags, he spent a long time fighting alone, always vulnerable, and faced many crises because of it. That is why he does not want his rookies to go through the same thing. Later, at the end of training, Damien calls his senior. He asks for an evaluation of his spell. Damien remembers that in the first class, Oscar said his Windblade was crap, and now he wants to know what his senior thinks. Oscar replies that if he had seen this spell before, he would have praised it highly, but he says that for a level 3 mage, it would be a perfect 10, but for a level 4, it is too common, and that is why Oscar will show him a better spell. He tells Damien to cast the spell, saying this will be special homework just for him, and with that, the daggers turn against Oscar, but petals of light appear and destroy the daggers with incredible ease. Damien looks up, completely surprised. He wonders if the Windblade could be that beautiful. In that moment, he realizes that the man in front of him is the young noble of the White Magic Tower. The petals continue to shatter each of the daggers. Frightened, Damien falls to the ground. He stares at the petals floating above his head. Only then does he realize he is not hurt at all. Oscar explains that they are small blades reinforced with mana. From an opponent's perspective, it is not at all easy to block, and Damien must memorize this spell by the end of the training. Damien asks what the name of the spell is. Oscar extends his hand and says the name is Flower Rain. This is the first spell Oscar will teach him. Meanwhile, at the elders' table, Hamel announces that a certain day is approaching. He asks Pedro, the director of deliveries, if there have been any other requests from the Altara order. Pedro replies that they offered another 5 million Cinos. December 25th is getting closer and closer. Pedro also reports they received a different request from Evince territory. They want Oscar. Moxham asks what the Vice Master thinks of this. Hamel replies that it will be good experience for Oscar. Fidelina comments that there are complaints about the lack of mid-level mags in the potions and delivery sectors. It seems the new recruits from the other towers are slowly reaching level 4. To expand the business, they need a plan. So Hamel asks how this year's recruits are doing. The teaching director replies that there are no level 4s yet, but he says the one with the most potential is Damien, although his mana circuits still need to stabilize. Moxham asks about the curriculum and books for the beginners. The director explains that last year's material was a failure, so they discarded everything. Fidelina says that this year, thanks to Oscar, it seems things are improving. She thinks that maybe some recruits will reach level 4 after the camp. One of the elders comments that if it were that easy, they would not have so much difficulty recruiting new mags every year. Hamel then remembers that the camp started 3 weeks ago, but so far, no one has returned. Fidelina says no, and Moxham wonders what kind of training they were doing. But right there in front of him, Hamel is in for a surprise. He calls out to Oscar, who says the timing is perfect because he was already looking for them. He then tells the group to greet the masters. It turns out the entire basic magic reinterpretation class has been promoted to level 4 and returned from a camp. Even the look in their eyes is different, and for a mage, hearing something like that is like a knight hearing that his footwork has improved. Moxham hugs Oscar and demands that he explain the situation. Oscar tells them they can rest, and Hamel wonders why the students act as if he is a military instructor. In the office, Oscar summarizes everything about artificially stabilizing mana circuits using a breathing technique and potions. If this were published, the White Tower's reputation would be completely transformed. Maxime thinks that Oscar discovered the breathing technique just 2 days before the camp, and that he found the best training method in those same 2 days. In the end, This is what it means to be a genius. Hamill says that at this rate, Oscar will soon discover the safety magic he embedded in the breathing technique. Oscar remembers that Hamill himself placed that spell and says he discovered a few more things that he will include in the official report. Maxime comments that a case of someone progressing this fast is hard to find in history. Perhaps something similar only happened during the White Tower's golden age. Fidelina adds that this will be a great help in recruiting new students next year. She says that next year's geniuses will all be theirs. Hamill then changes the subject and asks if Oscar remembers December 25th. The young man replies that it is Christmas, the day the goddess's first apostle, Chris Luther, was born. He spread the goddess's doctrine across the land and founded the order, becoming the first pope. The apostle called his birthday Christmas and declared the date a holiday. Hamill then asks if Oscar knows what they do on that day. Oscar suggests they sing and eat cake, but his master says that apparently he does not know everything. He explains that after the war, when the White Tower was short on funds, the order offered a Christmas collaboration, and that tradition has continued for decades. The idea is to imitate Santa Claus. Oscar finds the idea unique and understands the offer, but says it is impossible for the White Tower to cover the entire continent. Maxime says that is why everyone gets stressed around this time, but he adds that with 32 new level 4 mags, this year will be much easier. Oscar understands that most of the work is done by level 4 mags, and thinks he would be left out this year. But Hamill says that this year, the Lord of Vince made a special request for Oscar to go on the expedition. Oscar thinks that repaying a favor this way is absurd. Hamill continues, explaining that the Lord just wanted to thank him for his help. They send one person to each village of 500 inhabitants, so there will be 11 in total. Oscar asks if it should not be 10, but Fidelina explains that he is just going for show to rest at Lord Vince's mansion. Oscar says he understands and asks when he leaves. Hamill replies that it will be in 3 days, because Vince is sending a car. 3 days later, a commotion breaks out at the tower's entrance, and Oscar is even more impressed by what he sees. Everyone comments that it is a strike car, that it looks like a work of art and is worth 2 million Xenos. In the midst of it all, the driver calls out for Oscar. The driver says he will be driving for him for the next few days, and then opens the car door. The other mags are surprised, and the driver asks Oscar to get in. Once inside the car, Oscar comments on how incredible modern technology is. The driver explains that it is a famous model, one of the top 3 even among luxury cars, and so, the car drives on. The driver comments that Oscar must be tired, but he replies that the ride is relaxing, almost like being in a bed. Oscar thinks that he has never been to Vince before. Vince is a high, mountainous city in the northwest of the empire. It sits atop a steep mountain, a perfect location for strategic defense. When the demons attacked the west, Vince was the first place to face them on land. The empire's reinforcements were slow to arrive, so in a desperate situation, the citizens of Vince resisted alone. The entire city is basically a natural fortress. A short time later, the driver parks the car. Oscar thanks him for the pleasant ride, and a man approaches, confirming if he is Oscar. The man introduces himself as Peter Vince, the Lord of Vince. He asks if the ride was smooth, saying he was worried Oscar might not like it. Peter says he can keep the car to use in the future, and Oscar thanks him. But Oscar does not quite understand what he means by that. He asks what Peter needs, but the Lord explains that the car is a gift. Oscar is stunned. He takes back what he thought before, because the true saint of this generation is Lord Vince. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a soldier tries to communicate with someone. He is reporting something over the communicator, but a spell hits him right in the chest. Another man approaches and reports that the cleanup is finished. Their boss arrives and says the victims were weak as always. He thinks it is absurd that they lost to that kind of trash. He comments that it has been a while since the last time he was in Vince. Back at the Lord's house, Peter thanks Oscar once again. Oscar says he only did what was necessary, but Peter apologizes for the delay in inviting him, explaining that he needed to sort some things out first. Oscar asks what it is about, and Peter says he will tell him everything since he trusts him. After the Cadena flew past, they conducted an investigation to find the initial point of contamination. The problem is that there was no initial point. Oscar asks how that is possible. Peter says he also found it strange, so they redid the investigation several times, but the result was always the same. The first case was an elderly woman who lived alone on the outskirts of the city. Other than going to the market once a month, she had no contact with anyone, so the chance of her having caught the disease from someone by chance was practically zero. Oscar comments that it is as if the disease fell from the sky. In that moment, he thinks of 3 possibilities. The first is that the disease appeared naturally in her home, but that does not seem realistic. It is very difficult for something like that to appear out of nowhere. The second is that she caught the disease a long time ago and the symptoms only appeared now. But that is also unlikely because it is a B-rank disease known for spreading quickly and for symptoms appearing soon. So he asks if Peter considered the chance that someone interfered. If so, it would be a clear case of bioterrorism. Peter agrees that is the case. The disease makes no sense unless someone spread it on purpose. But there are no suspects. Vince is an isolated place. The nearest major city, Siren, is a 10-hour drive away. That is why his family does not participate in high society and knows few nobles. But they hold no grudges against anyone. Oscar asks who the first infected person was. Peter explains it was an ordinary civilian from Vince with no criminal record. Oscar wonders what kind of person would do such a thing to an entire city. He wonders if it could be the demons. Peter says that is a frightening idea and confirms his family has blocked demon attacks many times, but the demons have vanished completely. Even so, Oscar says it costs nothing to prepare in advance. After the High Priest, the psychological anchor of the demons was defeated. The general consensus is that they began an internal war to fill the power vacuum. And since the power that defeated them was divine, they are not as dangerous as they once were. The truth is they have been silent for 20 years. Oscar thinks perhaps he overreacted, that he is still too caught up in the war. He apologizes for saying something unnecessary. Peter says it is no problem. He knows the White Tower has always been on the front lines against them, and he imagines Oscar must be tired. Then he calls the butler to take Oscar to his room. The butler says he can stay in this building. He says the others from the White Tower will arrive soon. The building is for their exclusive use, so Oscar can make himself comfortable. Oscar walks, thinking that the Lord gave an entire building just for them. The butler said the room on the 2nd floor has a very good view. Inside, he finds the place quite pleasant. He likes the cozy atmosphere of the place, but suddenly Veronica appears saying she likes that room. Oscar is surprised to see her, and Veronica asks what he is doing there. Oscar replies that he was invited by the Lord of Vince. He then asks if she likes the room, but Veronica does not answer. Oscar realizes she is not telling the truth and says she can use the room if she wants. After all, there are many other good rooms in the building. He leaves and tells her to sleep well. Veronica is confused, wondering if Oscar likes her since he gave up the room so easily. The next day, as he walks, Oscar notices it snowed heavily during the night. He did not plan to sleep, but the room was so cozy that he ended up falling asleep. The last time he slept like this, so peacefully, was in Buren. Since then, he has only meditated. If it were not for the curse, he would not need to avoid sleep like this. This time, he dreamed all night of fighting people infected by demons who had become zombies. But now, as he walks through the city, he wonders if the place has always been this empty. He looks down the alley, searching for anyone. He even knocks on the doors of some houses. He opens a door feeling that something is very wrong here. He realizes that everyone in the city is asleep. Oscar places a hand on one of their heads, trying to understand what is happening. He uses his resonance with wind magic to analyze the situation, and he notes that it is a magic of such a high level that he cannot even dispel it. It seems the spell was cast over the entire city of Vince. He wonders why he is the only one awake until he hears a noise nearby. He quickly sits in a chair to pretend he is also asleep. A moment later, a man appears saying he found it strange because he was sure he heard something there. Oscar opens his eyes slightly to peek. From the way the man walks, he realizes he is not a mage. The man mutters to himself that there is no chance anyone could be awake. In that moment, Oscar lunges at him with everything he has, but the man reacts in time and manages to cut what was actually a clone. Immediately after, he is hit in the chest by a blast of wind. The impact throws the man against the wall. The surprised man asks how Oscar managed to wake up, but Oscar replies that he is the one who will be asking the questions now. The man uses his kai to pull the sword back to his hand. He attacks with the sword and asks why the hell he would tell him anything. Oscar simply blocks the strike with his bare hands. He comments that the wind is cold and that it is more than enough to cool the other man's killing intent. Then he uses the body of wind to immobilize and torture the man. Oscar tells him to nod his head if he is ready to answer, but the man can only laugh, saying it is useless because nothing will change. He says that all these people will die before the end of the day because that is the will of the High Priest. Oscar becomes furious and demands to know what he means by that. The man begins a fanatical speech saying the High Priest is the strongest, the wisest, and perfect, and that the Black Fingers will guide humanity to a new era. He continues saying that on the day the priest returns, the filthy empire and all of humanity will fall. Oscar does not even bother to hide the anger he feels hearing so much nonsense. Without a second thought, he kicks the man in the face and stomps on his head without the slightest mercy. Then he says he has met scoundrels like him before, people who are not afraid of demons but are crazy for them, opportunists who fall for any promise and sell out their own comrades without even blinking, exactly like the first master of the Black Tower. Because of his betrayal, so many people died for nothing that even today it is difficult to know the exact number of victims. He remembers that not even tearing the traitor to pieces relieved his anger. Back then it was a war, so he could even understand the desperation. But this man here is not fighting to survive like they were, so he demands the man tell him who is the mastermind behind the Black Fingers. But the fanatic insists there is no one. They just follow the high priest. Oscar warns him that if he keeps talking like this, the question is going to change. The question will be about what he did to the city and why no one is waking up, but the man just replies that everyone is having good dreams. Oscar does not understand, and the man explains that he also dreams of rebirth. He says the high priest will surely return and welcomes him. Oscar's patience runs out hearing this nonsense. He stomps on the man's throat with all his strength, but right after killing him, he gets angry with himself. He realizes he messed everything up. He should have found out the cause of the situation before killing the guy, and now he needs to find some clue on the other bodies. The most reasonable deduction is that everyone is sleeping and dreaming, and there's another reason why he is the only one awake. So he uses his scanning magic. He notices that the dreams of all the sleeping people have the same wavelength. This means that whatever it is, magic or a curse, it did not work on him because he already lives under a dream curse. After all, the power of a curse spread across an entire city is weaker than one focused on a single person. Now that he knows the source of the problem, he can solve it. If he applies the same dream waves to himself, he can fall asleep and enter the collective dream. He wonders who would be capable of doing such a thing. This means the Black Fingers have a mage powerful enough to put an entire city to sleep. But he dismisses the idea. Even if the magic seems the same, there is no way the Nightmare Baron is involved in this. And then he wakes up. A man asks if he is all right. Oscar thanks him and thinks to himself that he managed to enter the dream. A woman asks if he is leaving already and wants to know what he asked for. Oscar analyzes the situation using his own curse as a baseline. Sometimes the dream simply ends, but if the goal is to kill the victim, something will go wrong. Something in the dream will definitely go wrong. He looks around and notices that the city in the dream seems very lively. There is only one way out. He needs to defeat the dream's anomaly, the thing that was manipulated to keep people from waking up. This anomaly can be a memory or a desire, and it always appears as something connected to the dream's owner, staying close to them at all times. Even if 5,000 people are dreaming together, there is always a main owner of the dream. He needs to find out who that person is to be able to identify the anomaly. The problem is that he has no idea how to find the dream's owner among so many people, and he needs to be careful. If he dies in the dream, he also dies in real life. So he calls out for Veronica and the girl turns around. Oscar says it is time and takes her hand. He asks her to listen carefully, explaining that they are inside a dream world. Veronica just asks if he likes messing with people. Oscar insists that if they do not eliminate the dream's anomaly, everyone and Vince will die. But Veronica replies that it is not April Fool's Day. It is Christmas. Oscar asks when he has ever lied to her. She replies that he used to lie a lot in the past, but she believed him when she saw the cocoon on the day of the power plant attack. She says she will believe him again if he shows her proof that they are dreaming. Oscar admits he has no way to prove it, and Veronica tells him to go away. She says she has an appointment and that he needs to go. Oscar gets curious and asks what appointment it is. Veronica asks if he thought she could not afford all this food. Oscar says it is fine and that he will just eat there. Just then, her parents appear and greet her. Veronica thanks them for coming from so far away, and her mother jokes that it is hard to see their daughter since she is so talented. Oscar remembers that in young Oscar's diary, Veronica's profile was perfectly clear. It said she grew up in an orphanage and had no family at all, and so he understands that he has found the owner of this dream. Her father, who is a musician, says he wants to ask a question. He asks if that handsome young man is her boyfriend, but Veronica denies it instantly. The father asks her not to shout, but her mother defends her and tells him not to scold her. Oscar realizes this is a happy family, almost like a fairy tale, and thinks that if Veronica had been born into a normal family, her life would be just like this, without the pressure of having to survive. She never would have become so strong. She seems truly happy, and she is definitely very different from him. Even when he was young, he never wanted or wished for a family. He had a certain curiosity, but that was all. She, on the other hand, always wanted a family more than anything, and that is exactly why he cannot let this dream continue. So he says they do not have much time, and Veronica asks if he is still talking about that same old story. She does not understand why he insists that she needs to wake up from a dream. She tells him to leave if he is going to ruin the mood, but Oscar asks if she would believe him if he showed her proof. He then turns and asks her mother to say her own name. The woman simply replies that she is her mother. Oscar insists, saying he wants to hear her name. The woman can only repeat that she is a mother. Veronica asks what is happening, and Oscar explains that this woman is a fake being. He says the way to identify these beings is by asking unexpected questions because they cannot process commands they were not programmed to follow, and he needs to destroy them or every civilian and Vince will die. In that instant, the entire atmosphere of the place changes. He realizes it is not just one or two of them acting strangely. Now he remembers that the night before, the butler said everything would be closed and he never gave it a second thought. This can only mean that all the people working in the market right now are fake beings. At that moment, a bartender advances with a bottle in his hand and Oscar prepares his magic. He strikes the man right in the head. The man falls stiffly to the ground and Veronica screams, asking if Oscar has gone mad, but then the man's body begins to dissolve into thin air. All the other civilians start running toward him and Oscar simply tells her to watch. He calculates there are about 30 enemies and thinks that somehow he can take care of them all by himself. It looks like every monster in the city decided to gather here. Oscar attacks, but he already realizes it will be difficult to handle all of them alone. He takes them down one by one with kicks and punches while calling for Veronica. He screams, telling her to wake up from that dream. Veronica begins to wonder if this is really a dream. She wonders if her relatives, her memories, if all of it is false. Her parents stand up and say they need to go home. The idea of going home makes Veronica thoughtful. Deep down, she realizes she truly wants to go to this place. She remembers fields of white flowers and a beautiful cabin in the middle. But if these memories are real, if this perfect home was truly hers, she does not understand where all this sadness comes from. Her mother offers to help if she's having trouble getting up. So Veronica asks the name of the white flowers that grew in front of the house. The mother replies that they are just flowers, but Veronica corrects her, saying they are daffodils. She reminds the woman that she was the one who taught her that. The mother just makes an excuse, saying her memory has been a bit poor lately. But Veronica does not stop and asks directly for their names. They try to defend themselves, asking if she is really going to believe the word of a stranger. They insist they are still her parents. But at that moment, Oscar's voice calls out to her again. His call finally awakens Veronica from the illusion. She remembers the moment he placed his hand on her in the cocoon, and then she understands why she was suddenly thinking about the past. So she performs one last test and asks her mother to stroke her hair. The woman does so, but her touch is quick and awkward. But Veronica knows her real mother's touch was the best feeling in the world. She realizes it was all a huge lie, and the false mother begins to explain herself. Veronica admits they could have been happy together, but she is the mage of the White Tower. Veronica fricks, and because she never abandons her comrades, she attacks with her lightning magic. With the attack, the illusion around her begins to shatter. Immediately after she casts a message spell, she calls out to her superiors, asking for help. Meanwhile, Oscar continues to fight using a technique called Sound of the Waves. He knows he is reaching his limit. 2 or 3 more spells and his mana will run out. That is why he wonders where Veronica is, and if she managed to escape the illusion. She appears and asks where else she would go. In that moment, she unleashes immense wind pressure. She tells him his savior has arrived. One of the seniors attacks an enemy, complaining that he tried to call for reinforcements, but the guy would not stop talking trash. Then he tells Oscar to look up. The seniors finally find Veronica and Oscar in the area and are descending to help. They land on the ground moments later, and they immediately join the fight. At this moment, Oscar realizes he truly is not alone anymore. After the fight ends, one of them announces they have taken care of everything and congratulates everyone on a job well done. They ask when they will return from the dream, and Oscar explains that it will happen naturally. Soon after, Lena White disappears. Little by little, everyone begins to vanish, and the Mags say their goodbyes, saying they will see each other on the outside. Oscar agrees, ready to return to reality as well. He leaves the shop, thinking that it is finally all over. But when he looks toward a corner, something catches his attention. It is Shasha running through the streets. Gilead is in front of her, shouting that she will never be able to catch him. He even proposes a bet to see who gets there first. Oscar shouts, telling him to be careful, but it is too late, and Gilead is struck by spikes that appear out of nowhere. He simply vanishes into thin air while Shasha is left confused, asking where he went. Suddenly, a strange fragment falls on Lloyd's head, and right after, the same thing happens to Shasha. Startled, Oscar looks up. Now there is an enormous crack in the sky. What he sees shakes him in a way that not even his worst nightmares could. A giant eye appears in the dome. Oscar instantly recognizes whose eye it is. The Nightmare Baron says the situation is interesting because he has just seen something he did not know was within his reach, and says that the mage was very arrogant because of it, but he warns that they will meet again, and that he hopes Oscar will entertain him in his own dreams as well. Oscar stands atop a cliff, watching everything. That's when a voice calls for the Tower Master, making him turn quickly. Majuro reports that the last line of defense has fallen. Oscar asks if this is true, and Majuro tells him to see for himself. He explains that the enemy must have seen the size of the demonic forces and decided they stood no chance. Now the demons will advance without stopping all the way to the Simon Gorge. Oscar realizes this is the worst possible scenario, and Majuro agrees. After all, the city of Siren lies directly in their path to the gorge. Majuro then asks what they should do, but Raiden tells them to ignore it because retreating is exactly what the enemy wants. Majuro asks if Raiden has gone mad, saying they will all die if they do not leave, but Raiden fires back, saying that if they turn back now, they will never get another chance to defeat the High Priest. Oscar orders them both to stop. He thinks about how dire their situation is. The High Priest is wounded in that castle right now, and as Raiden said, this is the only chance they have. This is the very reason they crossed these wastelands for weeks. That's why the High Priest is using this threat against them. They need to go back, because if they do not, they will lose everything important to them this very day. He then calls the Vice Master of the Magic Tower. He orders them to evacuate all civilians from the city to the tower immediately, and to activate all magic circles after requesting support from the royal family. Majuro asks if he is serious, and Oscar replies that if they turn back now, they can save Siren, but he warns that afterward, humanity will not last even 3 years against the demons, because the eternal tomorrow takes priority over merely prolonging life for a time. Majuro grows concerned and asks if Oscar is sure he will not regret this. Oscar looks at the sky and admits he is not sure. He wonders how he could not regret it, since this is the path where he gives up everything he has for the greater good. Because of today's choice, everything the tower has built over the last 100 years will turn to ash, and many civilian and mage lives will be lost. He knows he will regret this day for the rest of his life, but someone has to make this choice, so he smiles and says he would never admit his regret in front of them. Malin says he will simply trust and follow, and that he is happy for the chance to do something useful. Suddenly, the call is interrupted by Shasha, who calls for her master even though it is long past her bedtime. The little girl asks when he is coming back. Oscar replies that he will be back in a few more nights, but jokes that she should count to 100 just to be safe. Shasha starts to cry, saying that is a long time and that he should come back tomorrow, but Oscar explains that he has a lot of work and will be back as soon as he can. Then Gilead interrupts as well, calling for the master and asking if he can come to him. Shasha complains that he pushed her head, but Gilead replies that she does not even have any front teeth. Lloyd intervenes and asks what the two of them are doing in front of the master, telling them to apologize. He resolves the situation, saying he will take care of them both. Oscar begins to say that he always tells him, and Lloyd finishes the sentence, saying that when Oscar is not around, he is the one in charge, but instead, he has to keep the promise to return after 100 nights. Oscar calls Lloyd the promise keeper and they make a pinky promise. Lloyd asks if it is really true, but then he calls out to his master once again, with his face completely corrupted. He demands to know why the master did not keep his promise. Oscar is completely shocked by the scene. Blood streams down Lloyd's face and he keeps asking why his master never returned. The scene leaves the great mage completely stunned. Back in the present, Veronica tries to wake Oscar. One of the seniors appears with a bucket and tells her to get out of the way. He throws the water on Oscar's face and he jolts awake. The senior says it worked, and he was worried Oscar was trapped in that strange magic. He says he is going to check on the civilians and Vince, and Veronica thanks him. Oscar asks if she was the one who woke him up. Veronica explains that everyone else was already awake, but Oscar just says he overslept. He thinks that because he encountered Baron Nightmare, the dream curse activated only on him and with a delay. Just then, Veronica asks how he knew it was a dream. Oscar replies it was just a man's intuition, which annoys her, but a moment later, she says his name and thanks him. Oscar cannot believe what he just heard and asks why. Veronica says he also survived thanks to her, so now they are even. She also asks him to forget how she acted, saying she was embarrassed to talk about her family at her age. Oscar replies that he does not think it is embarrassing and that it is actually quite natural. She thanks him for saying that. Then she remembers the Lord of Vince was looking for him and asks her to let him know he would be in the lounge when Oscar woke up. When Oscar enters the room, Vince is startled to see him. He asks if Oscar is all right and says he did him a great favor this time and that he now wants to repay it. Vince also says he has finished the report for the royal family and that they will be sending someone to investigate soon. Oscar says he will wait at the White Tower for the time being and asks if there is anything else he needs to know. Vince replies that he would like to say more, but the royal family ordered him to keep the rest confidential. Oscar thinks they want to keep the information restricted, but they will not be able to prevent something from leaking out. Vince stands up and thanks him again, saying he will never forget the favor Oscar did for him. Oscar says he is exaggerating, but Vince disagrees, explaining that without him, there would have been many casualties. He swears that the Vince territory will be the greatest ally to the White Tower and to Oscar from now on. Back at the Magic Tower, Oscar asks if he has been waiting all this time. Schwein replies that he waited because he heard Oscar would be back today. He has news to share, and the first is that the magic engineering battery is complete. It is still just a prototype, but it is already activating normally. Schwein suggests they continue their conversation in his research laboratory. Everything is fine until Maxim appears, asking where Oscar is. He heard the Tower Master returned, but still has not seen him, so Schwein explains what happened. Maxim is outraged and asks if Schwein has gone mad, saying he should have stopped Oscar from going. Schwein defends himself, saying he tried, but Maxim replies that if he went of his own free will, it is even worse. After all, he is just a level 3 mage going to meet with the king of the dwarfs. A short time earlier, Schwein had given a research project to Oscar. Oscar says the project is excellent and that now they just need to build the airship, but Schwein replies that he has already taken care of the shipyards. He even selected a list of places with the best reviews. Oscar does not understand why they would set aside the best manufacturers and comments that he thought it better to give the project to the dwarfs. He remembers that the White Tower has an exclusive contract with the White Anvil tribe, a contract he made himself. Schwein comments that Oscar acts so naturally that sometimes he even forgets the Tower Master lost his memory. The problem is that currently, they cannot speak with the dwarfs since the Dwarf King has forbidden all communication with humans. Oscar asks the reason, and Schwein admits the story is a bit shameful. After the war against the demons, they needed many builders for the city, and of course, the most sought after were the dwarfs who already had contracts with them, but the dwarf population was small, so the supply was much lower than the demand, and because of that, they had the most powerful sealed contracts first. Things got so ugly that some lords went as far as kidnapping dwarfs and forcing them to work as slaves. Oscar wipes his face and understands why they cut contact. He thinks that the bonds between dwarfs are very strong, and since they live for a long time, the resentment will take a long time to fade. He then asks if the exclusive contract signed before all this is still valid, but Schwein explains that the king's order is absolute and there is nothing to be done. Either way, the Dwarf King will not want to receive him, but Oscar says he has a good plan to deal with the situation. He thinks the requests for an audience were refused for being too gentle, but Schwein warns that using violence will not work. Oscar agrees and says he will not use violence. He is going to sue the Dwarf King for obstruction of business. Upon hearing this idea, Schwein is so shocked that he even spits out the coffee he was drinking. Meanwhile, in the north, in the forest of the White Anvil tribe, a dwarf complains that he wants a drink. Another dwarf remembers that they already drank in the morning, but Gorham insists that he wants the humans' drink. He says their drink does not have the same taste and comments that the Red Hammer folks went to buy more, but his companion replies that Siren's security is very strict over there. Gorham complains that there is not a single shop with lighter security until a noise catches the group's attention. One of the dwarfs stands up, asks for silence, and asks what that sound is. It is Oscar who appears pulling a cart completely out of breath. Immediately, the dwarfs point their spears at him and ask what a human is doing there. Oscar introduces himself as the mage Oscar Crushen from the White Tower and says he is here to speak to their chief. He then pulls the cloth from the cart. He reveals he has brought them a gift. One of the dwarfs gets excited because it smells of drink. He says Oscar can enter and that they will escort him, but the other dwarfs begin to argue. Oscar says he will hand over the drink once he finishes his business, and assures them he brought enough for everyone. A dwarf notices his clothes and says it is clear he is from the White Tower. He tells Oscar to follow him because he is taking him to the chief. He then asks if Oscar knows how to use an old elevator. The dwarf says he will go on ahead to inform the chief, and Oscar begins to push the cart. Oscar thinks that it has been too long. That was when the dwarfs cut off all contact. He reflects that in every generation, there are foolish humans who will do anything for greed. Those humans force geniuses like the dwarfs into slavery. The Dwarven Kingdom is divided into 5 tribes. In the north lies the White Anvil, in the east, the Black Hammer, and in the west, the Red Sand, and in the south, the Blue Water Tribe. At the center of it all lies the Golden Pillar. Each tribe has its own building methods and artistic styles, and their pride and love of freedom are greater than those of any other race. Dwarven craftsmanship attracts wealth, honor, and power. For this reason, everyone tries to monopolize their skills, but no faction has ever succeeded. That is why only 3 factions ever managed to secure temporary exclusivity deals with them. The first was the royal family, the second, the Heavenly Sword family of the Yang dynasty, and the third, the White Magic Tower. The White Tower and the White Anvil tribe are so close that the journey from Saran takes only half a day. Because of this proximity, and as a show of mutual trust, they were able to sign an exclusivity contract. This meant that as long as the contract was in effect, the dwarfs could not make deals with anyone else. The Dwarf King opens the doors and asks if Oscar is the one who wishes to speak with him. Oscar recognizes his old friend, Hager. He notes that Hager looks exactly the same as he did 20 years ago. Oscar presents himself as an envoy of the White Tower. Hager introduces himself in turn and asks what a human is doing in his city. Oscar says he is there to demand fulfillment of the exclusivity contract made with the tower 32 years ago. Hager replies that he has said many times that this is impossible. Oscar then asks if he has no choice because of an order. Hager confirms that he does, but his eyes never leave the drink. Oscar announces he will sue the Dwarf King and that according to the rules, he must summon the underground court. Hager explains that this is the highest court in the Dwarven Kingdom and asks if Oscar knows who the judge is. Oscar replies that he does. It is the one who holds the highest position in the kingdom, the king himself. Hager is surprised that he dares to sue knowing the defendant will also be the judge, but Oscar insists he simply summon the court, saying he will take full responsibility. The dwarf asks why he should help and risk the king's fury, but Oscar makes it clear he is not asking for a favor, but collecting on a contract. As payment, he offers all the liquor in the cart. He explains that those barrels worth a fortune are just a welcome gift. The liquor he is truly offering is far more impressive and valuable. He speaks of the most refreshing beer in the world, one best enjoyed above the clouds. Hager thinks this is just a metaphor, but Oscar assures him he is being literal. Oscar then mentions the Blue Project and thinks to himself that Hager obviously knows about it. After all, Hager participated in the project and was one of its most passionate supporters, and he was devastated when he discovered it was impossible. Hager confirms he knows of the project and says it was a complete failure, but Oscar guarantees that this time it will be different. He explains that the White Tower is trying again. Hager replies that it is a shame because now Oscar will lose the trust of the entire tribe. At that moment, the other dwarfs begin to argue with Hager since they do not want to refuse the offer. Oscar then asks if they have ever heard of Heaven's Steps, and one of the dwarfs replies that it is the wine the Blue Soul tribe is always bragging about. It is a wine produced only on the Empire's coast with ingredients so rare it is almost an elixir, and if not drunk within 72 hours, it simply evaporates. Oscar explains that only 3 bottles are produced per year, but he makes a promise. As soon as the airship is ready, they will take off and taste Heaven's Steps, and not only that, they will gather all the best drinks on the continent. The dwarfs grow even more excited at the idea. Oscar confirms that is exactly what they will do as soon as the ship is ready. The proposal is so good that the dwarfs feel they will regret it forever if they do not accept. Hager comments that he thought Oscar was just a boy, but he replies that he is already 21 years old. The dwarf then says he promised himself to never again get involved with someone named Oscar. That was the name of the former master of the White Tower who made them work like dogs. Just remembering how others envied him for working with the greatest mage of all time irritates him. Oscar replies that only the name is the same. Hager accepts it is just a coincidence and greets the boy, saying that at his young age, he is not to blame for anything. Oscar agrees with him, but with a sly smile on his face. Meanwhile, in the Dwarven Kingdom of La Forge, a girl runs to inform the king that she has urgent news. Gordon, the king of the dwarfs, turns toward her. A servant approaches and hands the king some papers. Gordon is speechless as he reads the document. He cannot believe his eyes and wonders if he is really being sued. The servant says he has looked into it, and there has never been a case where the defendant and the judge were the same person. Gordon is the first, and in a rage, he throws the paper to the ground. He asks who this bastard named Oscar is, and the servant replies that he is a human who just turned 21. Gordon is furious, unable to accept that some brat is suing him, and says he will see the face of this arrogant trash and person. The scene changes to the Dwarven courtroom. The chief of the Western Red Sand and the Northern White Anvil also appear there. Soon after, the chiefs of the Eastern Blue Salt and Black Hammer begin to argue among themselves. The king realizes all the leaders are present, and one of them asks that the Great Fire illuminate the days to come. Gordon replies that the burning soul must be in their works and tells everyone to raise their heads and be seated because the trial is about to begin. The leader of the Southern Salt comments that the defendant has not been summoned, and suggests that perhaps the primordial fire has erred for the first time. Haga says nothing, but Gordon states with certainty that the primordial fire never makes mistakes. The woman then asks if this means the defendant is already among them. Gordon reveals that the defendant is himself. Everyone is shocked and asks what he means, thinking it is some kind of joke, but Gordon remains completely serious. The trial is about to begin, and at that moment, the plaintiff enters. He introduces himself as Oscar, a mage from the White Tower. Gordon cannot believe he is actually being sued by that kid. The other dwarfs wonder if he is truly human, and the name Oscar of the White Tower sounds nostalgic to some. Gordon introduces himself as the King of La Forge and asks directly why he is being sued. Oscar asks if the king will not even accept his greeting. Gordon ignores the greeting and tells him to get straight to the point. Oscar explains that the reason is the enormous damages Gordon caused to the White Tower. He recalls that 32 years ago, the White Tower and the White Anvil tribes signed a contract, but the closed-door policy invalidated everything. Gordon then asks if the request is to end this policy. Oscar says no, and that in fact, this policy was an excellent decision. He even recommends that the dwarfs keep their distance from greedy humans for another 100 years. Gordon is confused, wondering why a human would be on his side. Meanwhile, Oscar continues to speak. He says that as long as the closed-door policy continues, the existing contract with the White Tower should be the only exception. Gordon laughs at the audacity, since Oscar wants the White Tower to be the only human force to communicate with the dwarfs. He thinks that this kid is truly a very bold fellow. Despite everything, his proposal seems quite reasonable, but allowing only the White Anvil tribe to trade with humans would make the other tribes feel slighted. Therefore, he rejects the idea. As a sentence, Gordon announces that he himself, the defendant, will perform 10 minutes of volunteer work in the kingdom. Haga thinks, confused, that Oscar had said he had a way to win, but Oscar does not give up and requests a new trial. Gordon then orders everyone to leave the room, saying he will call them when it is time to return. He wants to know what that was about, what Oscar wanted to say that was so important as to make all the chiefs leave. Oscar then calls him by his name, Sergeant Gordon, and asks how he has been. Gordon asks if the boy has forgotten who he is talking to. Oscar replies that he could never forget. After all, he invested a lot of time to turn Gordon into a useful commander. The Dwarf King is shocked and asks how a young human can know that title. Oscar then asks if he truly does not know or if he is just pretending. He then releases his wind magic, which is completely recognizable. Gordon, filled with rage, grabs his hammer. He calls him a bastard and accuses him of being a spy for the demons, and he screams, asking how he dares to imitate the manner of the sage Oscar. Gordon leaps to attack, but Oscar says he is even moved by this reaction. Gordon bellows that the primordial fire will punish him, but the protagonist interrupts him with a single phrase. He says the words, "even if you kneel," right there, leaving Gordon completely perplexed. Gordon freezes and Oscar says he has not forgotten the promise they made. In that moment, Gordon's eyes begin to glow. The scene flashes back to the past when the protagonist had approached him. Back then, Gordon asked what brought him there, but the protagonist simply flicks him on the forehead. He reminds him of the rule, to always be suspicious if he appears without warning, since copying mana is what demons do best. Gordon then suggests they create a code so he will know who the real one is. Oscar agrees and sets the first part of the code. If it is really him, he will say the words, "even if you kneel there." After that, Gordon must ask what would happen if 1,000 spears pierced his heart. Oscar's correct response would be that he would still have the eyes to look down on him. Back then, Gordon complained that Oscar only said that to tease him and joked that even though he is small, if the other knelt, he would still be taller. Back in the present, Gordon removes his helmet, deeply moved. Oscar confirms that it is really him and asks if Gordon is not happy to see him. The Dwarf King then embraces him tightly. He asks where his friend has been all this time. Gordon wants to know if this is all a dream, but Oscar teases back, asking if he has been dreaming about him. Gordon says that with a sharp tongue like that, it can only be the real Oscar. The protagonist then asks him to sit because they have much to discuss. Oscar thinks that if anyone could figure him out, it would be Gordon. The only other person would be Edna Solarplas and no one else. He remembers that he also revealed himself to the Spirit King, and Gordon asks if he trusts him that much. Oscar replies that he does not trust him, but the primordial fire. The primordial fire is the creator who made the dwarfs and sent them to the earth. It is the fire of purification, which burns away all evil. This fire loves purity and destroys anyone who loses it. That is why dwarfs keep the appearance of children forever, and it is also why there are no evil dwarfs, because the moment a dwarf becomes corrupt or works for evil, he loses his life, burned to death on the spot. Oscar then comments that they were indeed victims of contract fraud by the dwarfs, and Gordon finds this absurd. Gordon explains he did not even know about the exclusivity contract, but even if he had, He would not have changed his mind because his priority is Oscar, and the primordial fire wants that too. So he wants to know exactly how Oscar came back to life, but he simply says he does not know. Gordon is completely confused. Oscar explains that he truly does not know how it happened, and that instead of coming back to life, it is more accurate to say he possessed this body. Gordon asks if someone is toying with his soul, and Oscar replies that maybe they are, because when he opened his eyes, 20 years had passed. Gordon says he heard about the White Tower, and Oscar comments that because of it, he has been very busy and has barely managed to sort things out. And on top of all that, there is something else. He met Baron Nightmare again, so Gordon immediately asks if he was discovered. Oscar explains that the Baron only said he saw something he did not recognize within his power. He remembers the conversation he had with his disciples, so perhaps all the Baron saw was the real Oscar Crushian. Gordon warns that he needs to be very careful, because if the demons find out he is back, things will get ugly. Oscar agrees and asks Gordon to tell him what the demons have been doing for the past 20 years. He says that aside from the incident with the Baron, he found no records of them anywhere. Gordon explains that the royal family is hiding the information because they want the people to forget the demons as quickly as possible. Oscar then asks what information he has. He replies that the demons were last seen 4 years ago, when they encountered the Imperial forces near the Red Mountains. Oscar imagines it did not end well, but the dwarf says they just observed the troops from a distance and then left. Oscar is surprised that they avoided a fight. Gordon says that is why the government's high command is worried, and that the royal family even suggested restoring the World Alliance that was disbanded at the end of the war. Oscar looks down, thinking that all of this must mean something. He remembers what Hamel had said earlier about the Night of Mags, and it seems His Majesty really wanted to bring that event back. Oscar understands that is why the Emperor revived the Night of Mags, and comments that the demons are acting very differently from how he knew them. Gordon thinks such a drastic change must mean there is a new power behind them. Oscar then asks if he has ever heard of the Black Finger organization. Gordon remembers they were followers of the demons, and Oscar confirms he saw one of them in Vince. They seem to want to create a new generation, composed only of the High Priest's followers, and are probably brainwashing more people to increase their forces. The biggest change in the demons might be the way they are acting now, moving through the shadows after learning their lesson. Gordon asks what he will do if this is true, and Oscar says that for now, he will do what he can. He will increase his own power, and make the White Tower the strongest of all. That way, even if the demons start a second war, he can stop them again. Gordon comments that he is as wise as ever. Oscar then asks for his help, saying he needs the power of the dwarfs. The dwarf says he understands. He states that Oscar is an exception, and this is for the good of all, so there is no need to thank him. Oscar jokes that in the end, he was the one who took an innocent prince and turned him into a king, so a favor of this magnitude was the least he could do. Gordon, embarrassed, tells him to shut up, but he asks if there is anything else, because if not, he will call the chiefs back, and he assures Oscar not to worry as this conversation dies with him. Oscar smiles, thinking that Gordon knows him very well. After that, the Dwarf King announces that as judge, he grants special permission for the White Anvil tribe and the White Tower to work together. Furthermore, he takes into account that despite the exclusivity contract, they were unable to use the tribe's technology for 17 years. Therefore, the contract will be reset starting today. Haga questions the decision, but the king simply says he has given it much thought, and that now is the time to work hard. Haga thinks that, in the end, the king's own isolationist policy is to blame. The king then concludes the session and orders everyone back to work. Oscar says his goodbyes, explaining that he must leave. He says he was happy to see him again, and asks to be informed if any news about demons comes up. Gordon calls out to him and tells him to be careful, because if word spreads that humanity's last hope has returned, people might come after him. Oscar laughs and says he was never humanity's last hope. He considers himself the mortal enemy of demons at best, and Gordon finds this amusing. He says that now this is the Oscar he knows, and so he bids farewell to his friend, the first calamity, and the eternal mortal enemy of demons. Back in the present, Oscar wakes up. Haga wants to know what the hell happened. Oscar says he pleaded with all the sincerity in the world, but Haga replies that the king is not the type to yield easily. Oscar then asks how many members the White Anvil tribe has now, and Haga replies that there are 37. Haga adds that there are fewer than 500 dwarfs on the entire continent, and Oscar says that is good enough. He says those 37 must prepare for a change. Haga does not understand and asks what he means, but Oscar just cracks a smile. He is going to transfer the White Anvil tribe to the White Tower, and there he will ensure they have drinks flowing like water. Back in the present, Maxim is startled by the scene. He wants to know what is happening, and Oscar simply explains that he brought the members of the White Anvil tribe. From this day forward, they will live and work in the White Tower. They are here to continue the exclusivity contract, which leaves Schwain emotional. Oscar says he will take Chief Haga to meet Hamel and asks Maxim to show the other dwarfs around the tower. Outside, a man complains about how difficult it is to make a simple potion and starts arguing with the others. The argument is about wages and a lack of staff, problems that are complicating everything. Maxim looks embarrassed and says they just showed their worst side. Haga asks who the fighting men are, and Oscar explains they are mags from the White Tower, but from different departments. Oscar comments that this problem needs to be solved one way or another. Haga asks why he speaks as if the problem is not his, and Oscar replies that he has barely arrived and already has to get to work. He says he will explain everything after Haga meets the tower's vice master. Haga remembers the promise about the drinks. Haga says he was almost certain the drinks would come first, but Oscar insists the matter is urgent. Haga feels a bad omen and it reminds him of the past, of the old days when he worked like a dog for the Archmage. Hamel asks if the White Anvil tribe will really help produce the airships while living in the tower. Oscar confirms. He explains that this eliminates travel time and also ensures the tribe's safety. Hamel agrees, but points out that if word gets out, they could face the same dangers all over again. Oscar then suggests giving them an entire floor to use as a workshop, and Hamel thinks it is a good idea. He shows the floors that are currently empty and asks if any of them are of interest. Haga says the 13th floor looks good, since the floors above and below it are also vacant. Hamel suggests he rest while they prepare everything, but Oscar says no. He explains that on the way here, he saw the potions and delivery departments fighting and that they need to resolve the situation. His suggestion is to hire ordinary people for the delivery service instead of mags, and that is why he needs the dwarf's technology. Hamel is confused and reminds him that the delivery business only works because of flight magic. Oscar explains that the biggest problem right now is that mid and high level mags have to make the deliveries themselves. Since this keeps them constantly busy, they have no time left to research and advance their magic. To solve this, the mags will work exclusively within the department. Deliveries will be handled by ordinary people, which should put an end to the complaints. They will use e-bikes instead of flight magic. Hamel counters that e-bikes do not fly and asks what the dwarfs have to do with it. Oscar says the dwarfs can modify them to make them fly. Hamel recalls that the Golden Tower already tried that and gave up. Oscar explains they gave up because the e-bikes are small and the batteries of that era had limitations, but he says that is no longer a concern. That was impossible with the Golden Tower's technology. But the White Tower has Ouroboros magic. Hamel cannot believe what he is hearing. Oscar explains that if the magic is powerful enough to make an entire airship fly, an e-bike will not be a problem. Besides, they now have the best smiths on the continent. He asks them to modify the e-bikes to fly instead of riding on the ground. He also wants safety locks added, so only trained and certified people can pilot them. The dwarf already starts getting ideas, saying they will not even need wheels and can add a storage box to the back. Haga says he will have a better idea once he sees one in person, but thinks it might end up looking like a sled. Oscar says he does not care about the shape, but insists that the final result must look good. Hamel asks if this will not all take too long, but Oscar believes it will be ready in about 2 months. Oscar continues, saying they need to hire new staff and provide piloting lessons. Hamel then asks if it will be impossible to handle the mag's complaints in the meantime. Oscar's answer is simple. They will temporarily shut down the delivery service. Hamel is completely baffled by this decision. Oscar assures him it will be fine because no one else can do what they do. He says the proof is that their service would still be unique even 10 years from now. He says that once the airships are ready, the White Tower will spread its wings and fly. So instead of getting stuck in the mess of reorganization, it is better to take a short break. Hamel says he understands the plan, but is bothered by the thought that the citizens of Seoul will lose out for a while. But Oscar says there is one more thing. He says everyone has those days. The kind of day you feel lazy and do not want to leave your room, but you are craving food from a certain restaurant, or when you need to send something urgently, but cannot go yourself. In those moments, you wish someone could make the delivery for you. It is for these people that they will offer a new service, with delivery within an hour of the order being placed, and the name of this perfect service will be the Wind Tribe. The dwarf repeats the name and asks if there is a special reason for that choice. Oscar explains it is for marketing, so people will think of the White Tower whenever they hear the word wind. Haga understands the idea is to create an association, since if the service is good, the tower also gains a good reputation. Hamel comments that the Golden Tower is very good at this kind of marketing. Oscar comments that the Golden Tower is really good at this since they use their own name on everything. Every time they release an item, they slap the tower's name on it, but But using the Golden Tower's name so explicitly also has its drawbacks. That's why he is going to establish the White Tower's name more naturally, even if it takes a bit longer. Hamel claps and says he understands the idea perfectly. The priority now is remodeling the e-bikes, and Haga asks how many he will need. Oscar explains that the service will only cover Siren and the nearby areas, so about 5 should do. Haga replies that he can do that in 3 days, but Oscar cuts him off and says he will actually need 5,000. Haga yells that they are talented, but not that fast. It takes time. Oscar thinks that this is a blatant lie. He knows very well how efficient dwarfs can be when they are pushed to the limit. Haga feels a chill and doesn't understand why. Oscar explains that would be the deadline if they had to make everything from scratch. The plan is to buy cheap e-bikes and just modify the parts. He calculates that one dwarf can modify 1 per day. With 37 of them, the whole job is done in 2 weeks. Even so, Haga insists and says it will take a month. Oscar doesn't understand the reason for such a long delay. He realizes the dwarf has been stalling from the start, so he plays dirty and says they have 10 days. The dwarf freaks out and yells that it is impossible. Oscar then says that compared to 10 days, 2 weeks now seems much more reasonable. He suggests 14 days, since if each of them makes 10 a day, it is completely possible. Haga thinks for a moment and realizes the requested deadline is exactly their limit. He realizes this human knew that before even starting the negotiation. Then he asks if Oscar has seen them work before. Oscar denies it, saying this is the first time he has ever seen a dwarf. Oscar admits it will be difficult, but says they should see this as training for the airship production. The schedule is tight. It will take 6 days just to set up the workshop. After that, 2 more weeks for the e-bike modifications. In total, 20 days. That has to be enough to finish everything. Hamel says he will handle buying the used e-bikes with Elder Fidelina. He also asks Oscar to write the official document to suspend the delivery business. Finally, he says it was a pleasure meeting Chief Haga. Outside, one of the tower's staff members complains. He wonders if he will be treated like trash forever. He is frustrated because when their work with potions is done, they could be doing magical research, but the delivery service leaves them no time for anything. It's not that he dislikes making deliveries, but he also wants time for his research. Suddenly, the others mentioned that an official notice is up. It looks like the delivery business is finally over. The young man is surprised and runs to see what it is. He reads the notice and is shocked. The delivery service will be suspended and terminated by February 15th. From now on, they only need to deliver the subscription tonics. Just then, another staff member approaches and says there is another notice. He reads the second notice and cannot believe his eyes. He tells the others to read it carefully because there is an important detail. The job opening is for order pickup and delivery, and they are looking for someone athletic with good balance who is honest and responsible. But the announcement makes it clear that non-mags can also apply. Everyone notices the contradiction. They just closed the delivery business, but now they are hiring again. They wonder how ordinary people are going to fly through the skies to make the deliveries. Meanwhile, in the eastern core of Luang's Golden Tower, a young man suddenly enters the room, shouting that he has discovered something. Young comments that he was fast and asks why the information about Vince was restricted. The young man explains that he tried to make a deal with an insider, but the person refused, saying their life was in danger, which is why he thinks the royal family has given the case a special classification. Young understands this means the highest level of security. He tells the young man to keep investigating and asks what else has brought him here. The young man recalls mentioning in the last meeting that the White Tower bought many magic engineering papers and floating stones. Now he has discovered why. Young asks for the reason, and the young man says that before he explains, Young needs to remember that the e-bike rental companies in the west and north went bankrupt. His boss confirms, recalling that the business owners came to the Golden Tower asking for refunds. Then the young man reveals that the White Tower bought all of that bankrupt stock. Young wants to know why, and the rookie explains that they are probably studying magic engineering to start a new business with those e-bikes. He thinks the White Tower is finally dropping the delivery business, since it was a lot of work for little return. Young thinks that even being secondhand, buying all those e-bikes must have been very expensive. Besides, Siren, where the White Tower is located, is in the north, the exact region where the e-bike rental business failed. There is not much to do with them there, and above all, the White Tower has Fidelina Chase, the talent who kept the tower running with few resources for decades. The whole situation is very suspicious, so he orders them to keep an eye on the White Tower and this e-bike business. Meanwhile, in another room, Maxime is completely surprised. He comments that those e-bikes are truly a great business vision. Hamel agrees with him and the dwarfs begin to admire the e-bikes, commenting that they look like bicycles. They are excited to start working with them. Oscar announces that there are a total of 52,231 e-bikes and Maxime orders them to take them all to the 13th floor. Then they use wind magic to levitate the e-bikes. The other mags realize the children Oscar brought were actually dwarfs, and that now they have a monopoly on dwarven technology. Haga comments on how convenient magic is. Oscar tells him to do his best and not forget the deadline, but Haga tells him to get off his back because the work has not even started yet. Right after, the dwarfs start running toward the workshop. Oscar thinks it is a lot of fun to provoke Haga, but in that moment, he notices something different. Maxime asks how many civilians were hired, and Fidelina replies that there were 40,000. From a distance, Pedro observes the scene. Oscar congratulates the veteran for this achievement. Immediately after he turns around, he wants to know what that is. Pedro asks if he is being thanked for getting rid of the delivery business and thanks him back. He says he does not know the details, but now that ordinary people are using e-bikes, he can dedicate himself to his magical research. Oscar asks if he could not do that before, and Pedro explains that he researched when he could, but it was never enough. Oscar says he understands. So the rumors that he wanted to quit deliveries to focus solely on research were true. His desire to study magic is pure and admirable, but at the same time, he is also a very talented leader. Mags almost never have a normal temperament. They tend to be eccentric and stubborn, but Pedro managed to bring everyone together and calm them down to work. That is why Oscar cannot let him leave like this and says there is no need to resign as the position is perfect for him. Pedro replies that no one wanted this responsibility, that he only took it on temporarily and that he will find a successor. But Oscar insists it is better if he continues because it will become chaos if someone else takes over. Pedro is at a loss for words and asks what he is getting at with this conversation. Oscar reminds him that magical research costs a lot of money, and he is sure Pedro knows this well. He continues saying that after the reorganization, the department head's salary will be very high. Pedro doubts it is that much, but Oscar says the amount is a secret and that there will also be bonuses on the side. Pedro says he does not need bonuses since deliveries do not even make that much, but Oscar asks if he knows how much the head of the potions department receives in bonuses. He names an absurd amount and Pedro says it must be a lie. Oscar explains that this is recent, that the potions department was not always rolling in money and that they struggled for about 3 months. But thanks to that sacrifice, their leader now just does his research while watching sales go up every month. Pedro thinks that the potions department started from scratch to get to this point, and that if he holds on a little longer, he will have a secure future. Even so, he says he does not want to continue and asks why Oscar does not take the position himself, but he replies that he is satisfied with the life he has now. Oscar explains that he does not understand much about deliveries and that if he took over, he could ruin everything, which is why Pedro is the ideal person. He insists he is only saying this for Pedro's own good and that Fidelina would not invest in a business with no future besides the fact that he deserves to be rewarded. If he holds on a little longer, he will live comfortably, and Oscar is just worried that he will miss this golden opportunity. After hearing everything, Pedro finally says that in that case, he accepts. Oscar just smiles, satisfied with the decision. A short time later, in the hallway of the White Tower, Frank appears shouting for Oscar, saying he has finally found him. He comments that he has never seen such a busy low-level mage, and Oscar replies that Frank must know what that is like. Frank complains that Oscar used to be on his case like a mentor, but now he has been cast aside. Oscar says that, speaking of which, he notices that France's gaze is more intense and that he seems to have trained hard. Frank replies that it is obvious that he was not just slacking off because he was not around. He then tells Oscar to watch as he transforms his entire arm into wind. That power impresses even Oscar. Frank announces that he can now transform parts of his body into wind, for now only his arms and legs, because he is still afraid to try it with his head or near his heart. Oscar praises his work, but Frank comments that the problem is he does not know how to apply this skill. Oscar then asks what he would do if he had to fight Lastly today, and Frank replies that he would turn his arms into wind blades to stop him from getting close. Oscar says the analysis is good, but that tactic has clear limits since an experienced fighter dodges it without a problem. Frank replies that is exactly why he is here and that he needs some insight from that brilliant mind of his. Oscar thinks that it is not a matter of being intelligent. The answer to this already exists. The first master of the Wind God, who was also the seventh master of the White Tower, had a very different fighting style. Then he announces that they are going to the training room. There, he tells Frank to hold an object. The young man agrees, but he is hesitant. He wants to know why Oscar is giving him a whip. Oscar explains that the whip is a good weapon as it has a long range and is fast enough to break the sound barrier without magic. Frank then asks why no one uses it as a main weapon. Oscar tells him to use the whip on him and begins to back away. At first, Frank is worried about hurting Oscar, but he soon puts that thought aside. He asks what Oscar is trying to show him this time. The whip lashes out quickly toward Oscar, but he simply catches it with his hand. Frank asks if his hand is okay, and Oscar replies that it is perfectly fine. Frank asks him to let go because he cannot pull the whip back. Oscar says that is exactly the point. If the whip is caught, it cannot be retrieved, and because its movements are so wide, it is easy to predict the attack's trajectory. That is why it is difficult to use in a real battle. Frank then wants to know why Oscar told him to use it in the first place. Oscar replies that it is because of the wind god's trump card, which surprises Frank. He explains that it is much easier to turn the whip into wind than his own body by simply combining the weapon with the power of the wind god. Frank understands instantly and completes the line of reasoning. The whip becomes a weapon that no one can grab because it is impossible to hold the wind. Oscar confirms, if the whip turns into wind, it also becomes invisible, making it impossible to predict its trajectory. In this way, all of the weapon's weaknesses disappear. Frank agrees that when put that way, it sounds very powerful, but he worries that its destructive power will diminish after the whip turns into wind. Oscar says that of course it will diminish, but that he does not need to worry about it. There is a magic that compensates for this loss of power, but Oscar is still in the process of recovering it. He asks if Frank wants to learn, and the boy immediately confirms. Oscar then reveals the name of the magic that turns wind into steel: the Breath of Steel. If he masters the combination of the Wind God, the Whip, and the Breath of Steel, he will be able to wield a steel whip faster than sound. A few days later, Frank begins to train this new technique. Oscar dodges his strikes with relative ease. He thinks that the attack is already stronger than most sword auras, and now, even as just a gentle breeze, he cannot grab the whip. Frank collapses to the ground, exhausted, saying he cannot take it anymore. Oscar asks if his mana has run out, and Frank confirms. He says the power is good, but it is very difficult to maintain for long. Oscar says he just needs to keep practicing until he can use the technique for 10 minutes, but Frank complains that he feels like he will die just from using it 3 times. Oscar replies that one day he will manage. Frank just complains that it is easy for him to say since he is not the one doing it. Frank thanks him for finally having a direction to follow, and Oscar says it was nothing. Frank feels bad for only receiving help and wants to return the favor, but Oscar says he does not need anything right now and that he will remember to call in the favor later. Frank sighs and assures Oscar that he can count on him whenever he needs to. After all, that is what friends are for. Oscar is at a loss for words, simply sighing and smiling since friendship was something he never had in his past life, so he simply accepts and thanks him. Frank says he is going back to practice and Oscar wishes him good luck. Back in his study, Oscar makes some notes. He stretches in his chair, relieved to have finally finished writing everything. At least he has finished the most urgent tasks. He wonders if it is still morning since he plans to give the manual to Pedro as soon as day breaks. He goes to the window and opens the curtain in his study and comes face to face with Nebula standing outside with a briefcase. Oscar is startled as he did not sense the man's energy at all and wonders how long he has been standing there. Nebula introduces himself as a member of the royal family and asks to come inside. Oscar immediately understands that he must be there because of the incident with Vince, so he invites him in. Nebula quickly scans Oscar's room with his eyes. He asks if Oscar has a roommate, commenting that the arrangement of the furniture can reveal the personality of the person living there. And in that room, he says he can sense 2 distinct personalities. Oscar asks why he would say that since only one person lives there, and Nebula explains that this usually happens when the owner of the room changes, or when the owner's personality itself changes. He suggests memory loss or something similar, and that conclusion is enough to make Oscar tense. Oscar understands that the rumors have reached the royal family, but Nebula says he is just doing his job. He explains that he belongs to an organization exclusive to Her Majesty and works directly under her orders. Oscar thinks about this special investigation department and deduces Nebula is there because of Vince. Admitting he does not know the royal family's institutions well, he asks what they do exactly, and Nebula replies that they do a little of everything. Their main function is to find and track demons, which was the original reason the department was founded. Oscar asks if there are still demons in the Empire, and Nebula replies that it is impossible to be sure and that it would be unrealistic to say none remain. And that is exactly why he is there, to find out how Oscar cured his mana deficiency syndrome. Oscar realizes the man got straight to the point. He agrees to tell him, but says he needs to confirm something first. He needs proof that Nebula is really who he says he is. Nebula hands him a paper saying he came prepared and explains that it is a contract that already bears his pact. If Nebula is lying, the paper will burn instantly, and if Oscar lies, the paper will turn red. That is when Oscar notices the contract is from the Order of Altera. Nebula comments that Oscar is very cautious and says he means it as a compliment. Nebula comments that these days, you just have to say you are from the royal family and everyone believes it. Oscar replies that people seem to be too comfortable with the times of peace. Nebula agrees, saying he actually likes suspicious people. Oscar thanks him and says he will be honest as it is nothing major. For starters, he never had the so-called mana deficiency syndrome. Nebula realizes he is not lying. Oscar explains that his mana circuits were forcibly closed and that he only managed to reopen them. The problem is that he still does not know who was responsible. Nebula informs him that he will report this to the royal family. They need to investigate if it was the work of a major or a demonic organization. Oscar thanks him for the help. Nebula claps and says that his question has been answered, but now they will get straight to the point. He states that this is not the first time Oscar has gotten involved with demons. Oscar says he has no idea what he is talking about. Nebula then begins to list the cases. The Cadena flu, the flight of the white silkworm. In fact, all of these incidents were related to demons. And of course, Vince's case too. He says that many coincidences can be called fate. It might be indirect, but the frequency with which Oscar crosses paths with demons is very high, and that is why they and you're